Yo, what is going on, chat? Dude, I never remember. I never remember liking Cobra Starship when I was younger, and I'm not a bit. I don't know. I'm not digging this song either, so I don't know. Maybe I just don't like them. I don't know if that's a newer song of theirs, but they were definitely popping a little bit like back in the day. It's definitely been a while since I've heard a Cobra Starship song. Is that the band I'm thinking of? It's the band I'm thinking of, right? Happy partner anniversary. Oh, is that today? I know it's today. They had bangers. I don't remember liking them. Like I liked, like, who did I like? Oh man, dude, I can't even remember. Oh, Charlotte, was it? Was it called? Charlotte, All American Rejects, some throwbacks. It's been a while. Yeah, I remember not liking Cobra Starship. Good Charlotte, yeah. Good Charlotte, All American Rejects. Which is the 4 months there, Pata. All right, so there's been a lot of Pokemon drama, and I was gonna try and do something different. I'm gonna try and do something different with the stream today, and we'll see if it even happens. And if anyone wants to come on in like a Discord call and actually talk about some of the disagreements in the Pokemon community. One thing that like kind of developed over the last day that I didn't really even realize was like a thing that more than just like Liam tweeted here. Let me pull up some tweets. You can pull up some tweets for this. Where's Liam's tweet? We find Liam's tweet. Hang on. And I think one thing that like Liam should have been tweeting. Liam's tweet is so far off. But like it's such a bad take. Now listen, I don't agree with well, let me pull up Liam's tweet first and we'll talk about this further. Let's see. Why am I struggling with this? Copy, there we go. Hey, I don't agree with Liam's tweet either. I'm pretty sure I don't. I'll have to we can reread it here in just a second. Probably zoom this in a little bit. Oh, is that like the perfect amount? Perfect amount of zoom for Twitter? The layout I have? Did I find it? Invites were too easy this year. Next year, I'd rather see this for the North American structure. 350 points for invite. 0 points from locals. Scale down points received from ICs. Now I think it's like, all right, so like the biggest thing is like that people are kind of cringe with in the Pokemon community is being like kind of like instead of discussing or counterpointing it, just being like you are being elitist is a one that people love jumping to in the Pokemon community, or you're wrong, or I don't think it's elitist to want there to be priority registration, but it's a bit elitist to suggest that you deserve it because you play more than anyone else with the given rules in place. But that's the thing, new. So that's the thing though, new name is, let's say tomorrow Pokemon says for the next season we're gonna change it. So is it not elitist then because there's a rule in place all of a sudden? So you're saying the advocation of a rule change is elitist in itself? Now the way a lot of players worded their opinions on Twitter was definitely poor, but is advocating for change in itself elitist? And you simply have to wait for the rule to be changed, and then when the rule is changed, it's no longer elitist? That makes no sense, obviously, right? So the idea that, hey, I think maybe the top 32 from North America should get priority invites to North America, and we should have these better players be at the event more consistently at top events. You could say that's elitist, but then if Pokemon comes out tomorrow and being like, yeah, we're going to do that, is it no longer elitist? So the advocating of the change is elitist in itself, but it's no longer elitist once the change is established? Doesn't make any sense, right? That makes no sense. I think what a lot of people have problems with in the Pokemon community right now is the way that some of these top players are wording their tweets, which I think is fair. I'm going to use, I like John, and I actually like advocated for John's case in a tweet earlier that I did delete because I wasn't quite sure. I ended up being informed that Boo's tweet might not have been about what I was responding to Boo's tweet about, but I think John is a good example of probably having some pretty poorly worded tweets, and I would have to go read John's tweets again, but I think that is true for sure that there was some poorly worded tweets put out there for sure by some top players in the game. But I think what they're advocating for is simply getting more top players to events more consistently, and that they've effectively earned a space at some of these larger events. And then the question, like, then what people bring up from there is like, if you break it down to that point, it's like, okay, do you still think it's elitism? Do you think it's what I'm not sure what Boost Tweet was about, but I thought it was about John too. Yeah, I'm not sure what Boost Tweet was about either. My reply was actually really, really good. So I don't regret deleting my reply to Boost Tweet because I'm not sure what Boost Tweet was about at the end of it. So my response to Boost Tweet isn't fair if I don't know what Boost Tweet was about. I kind of didn't think this whole thing from Liam blew up to the point where it did, but it definitely possibly did. Yeah, John Ang. So Boost Tweet wasn't about the more priority registration for top players, then it, like, I don't want to have my tweet follow up to Boost Tweet, but my tweet was really good. I wish I had like screenshotted my tweet or kept my tweet and then deleted it, for sure, because my tweet was really good. It actually like fully encapsulated my full opinion and thoughts of the whole priority registration system, and talked about kind of the benefits and the potential of like a new market for growth of the game. Paying too much attention to teenagers is the issue. I definitely agree with that a little bit, Pablo. There's definitely some people well, John's not a teenager. John is what, 22? Liam is a different story, I think, for sure. Liam's a different story for sure, right? Liam's like what, 16, 17? But like what, John's like 22? Am I trolling? No, John's like 22, I think. At least 21. I actually don't know. So yeah, obviously like someone like Liam, a lot younger here with this tweet, so like hasn't probably even fully formed his like thoughts on like, yeah. I don't know about Pablo, but I mean Liam at least. Pokemon players just have bad takes, but it's not Pokemon players. People in general just have bad takes. You're just in the Pokemon community, so you just see the Pokemon community's bad takes, but you don't see all the other community's bad takes. The only other bad takes you see on that scope is probably political takes, but it's just like, it's whatever community you're in, you'll see their bad takes. It's not Pokemon players have bad takes, it's just people have bad takes. That's it. I hate it when people like jump to like Pokemon players this, or if like you're in a community, you're like this community this, that community that. I'm sure some communities are generally more toxic than others, but it's not like it's not a community thing, it's a people thing. You know, it's a human thing. I think a big part of it though too is to like stop this community is just bad at expressing what they're talking about. The wording in a ton of tweets the last week has been mega cringe. I agree for sure, Burke. That's true. But that's what I'm saying. But so that's true. So people need to word their opinions a little bit better on what they actually think is true, or what they actually want, or want to see changed. I agree with that for sure. And that was actually one of my follow-up tweets to the Boost tweet, was that like the wording in people's tweets are definitely bad. But I agree. So even if the wording, the thing we don't have complete agreement on is what we are trying to accomplish with ICs, worlds, regionals, and locals, the answer is to that question drives a heart of registration discussion. But I don't know if we need a clear goal. We can just be like, oh, it could be improved here. This would definitely be an improvement for the betterment. The goal is what is best for the game. And if something seems like it's good, we keep it. And if we can improve upon it, we improve upon it. And we just kind of progress down that line. The one thing with something like Pokemon is like it's getting so big now, and you push the 34 months there, Mitch Master, and the 55 tier 2 EV, and the Prime sub coming in from Orange as well. Appreciate that much. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We got plenty of discussion, but we're all out of paint. I think one thing we should look at and be like, okay, we want this in the game, and this is what I put in my tweet in my response to Boo, is best for the game, most recent broadcast audience, or most competitive structure. Whatever makes, we want to keep the game needs to be open to an extent. So it needs to be what is best to make the game bigger and better, while still being I think an open tournament structure for the most part. Obviously Worlds is invite only, and you could have the discussion, how exclusive should Worlds be? And it's possible Pokemon, and I think Pokemon should do this. I've actually put out this idea previously. I think with every new set release, there should be no major tournaments on the weekend of a set release, and they should have a top player invitational, right? Or just like, not even, it doesn't have to be top players. It could just be people like, you could be content creators, top players, maybe people who just come up with wacky decks pretty consistently, and they have a good online presence, right? There should be no major tournaments on the weekend release of a major set release in the TPCI regions, and there should be a invitational tournament, 32 players or something, over that weekend. Like, that would be sick, right? And just like have them play with the new cards. Showcase the new cards, the new decks with players who people recognize. Bring in LDF. Yeah, like LDF would be a perfect person to bring in for that. Like, LDF would be perfect to bring in for that. And that kind of tournament, invite only tournament, that's elitist, right? But it's not like those play, well, is it elitist? I mean, it's elitist in the sense that, like, I don't even know, because like they definitely earned their spot to be invited to something like that. Is that elitist at the end of the day? That's my problem with the word elitist, because elitist is like a very negatively loaded term in today's current society. I don't think anyone sees someone call something elitist and be like, oh, that's dope, I love that. It's like, oh, elitist, I don't know, that's I don't really love that, you know what I'm saying? I think you're getting hung up on the term, the elitist term, but I'm not, though, because like people misuse it. If people are misusing the word, I don't think I'm getting hung up on it, because it like is inherently negatively loaded. The term and word elitist is inherently negatively loaded, right? It doesn't mean it's always bad. In my understanding, like, I did some research on the word the other day. My understanding of the word elitist is it's not always a bad thing, but it's inherently a negatively loaded word. So when people see people calling things elitist in the Pokemon community, when there's things that are not elitist, it is downplaying the opinion or the thoughts that the person had that is then being called elitist. When you have these big people in the Pokemon community calling things elitist, and people latching on to that idea of something being elitist, with it being a negatively loaded term, like in today's society, then it's like the idea that the person had is then a negative idea, but it's not. Like, the ideas that people are coming up with that are being called elitist are not negative ideas. They are maybe worded poorly, but I don't think they're elitist. And I'm open to having that discussion with someone. One thing I want to do with this stream, if anyone wants to actually call in at some point, we'll talk through some of this stuff first, I think. But if anyone wants to, like call in, like get in a Discord call with me and like discuss their thoughts on this. If you're opposed to me, if you just agree with me, there's nothing really to talk about. Unless you want to bring like a whole new view to it, I guess you could call in as well. And we'll see if anyone actually wants to do that or not. We'll see. I think you'd have a pro tour, like events separate from Worlds, like I said, an invitational. Taking away Worlds from casuals would kill a lot of the local play incentives. Yeah, I don't think that's the correct. Can I call into troll? No. John being upset is understandable. Top ranked players should have some priority, but getting rid of local CP or lowering the Worlds cap only hurts the game. You mean increasing the Worlds or lowering the Worlds cap? I see what you're saying. Lowering the amount of people who can get to Worlds. Elite is considered superior by others or by themselves as an intellect, talent, power, wealth, or position in society. Yeah, but the Pokemon players who have earned their spot into, like, let's say top 32 in North America or America and Canada, whatever, they don't think they're better human beings, right? Or a better person. They just think, hey, I mean, I'm all the way here. Is me getting priority registration for IC really that bad? Like, is that not make sense for what I've done so far in the game up to this point? There's like more to talk about with this as well. Someone messaged Liam, tell him to get on. If Liam wants to come on, he can. Stipends is literally priority. Okay, so this is all right. So this is actually, oh, dude, there's too many points for me to talk about. All right, I will mention this stipend point really quickly. Okay, there's a problem, and this is really frustrating. Listen, if you have the opinion that priority registration shouldn't be a thing at all, that is fine. I'm okay with that. And I was having some back and forth with people on Twitter, and people wouldn't say that. I'm just like, please say that. I'm fine with you saying that. But basically what I got the gist of from most people is I'm okay with priority registration as long as Pokemon tells me what is allowed. And it's like, so people are okay with top 16, the stipend travel award thing, having priority registration, but it's like, okay, but they're not okay with the idea of top players being like, hey, I think more top players should get this. They're like, nope, that's elitism, but I'm okay with the current top 16 travel award stipend system. It's like, okay, but is that not still elitism? Is that not still priority registration? So you're only okay with what Pokemon tells you is okay, which is like, that's just stupid. If you have the opinion that priority registration should be just done away with completely, I'm okay with that. But if you're just like, nope, whatever Big Pikachu tells me is good and fine, I'm like, okay, but what is that? You don't have an opinion then. You're just like, whatever Big Pikachu tells me is fine. It's like, that doesn't make any sense. It's like, if you're gonna tell me the top 16 stipend and travel award stuff is bad, or okay, that's okay there. But if you're just gonna be like, if a top player wants more priority registration, that's elitism, that's bad, but the stipend system is fine. It's like, well, why are we saying, why can't we say that we think it's better to expand on the stipend system and make it top 32 or top 64? Why is that a bad thing to say and all of a sudden becomes bad and elitist? But if we just stick at the top 16 and no one talks about going past the top 16, then what is that? Well, the top 16 was known into the registration. The issue, where do you draw the line for who can get and who can't? But that's the thing. Yes, top 16 was known. No pro player actually expects. No top player, I shouldn't say pro player. I mean, pro player, top player, whatever. No top player actually expects the system to change. When the top players and pro players are complaining about what happened at NAIC, they're simply advocating for the future. They're like, this system sucks. We like, and I think John Ang is a good example. I think John's tweets were bad, but John is ranked number 8 in North America. Pokemon literally just put out a video on John, and it's possible he might have not been able to play at like the second biggest tournament of the year. To me, that doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, shouldn't that player be playing at NAIC? You can build off his story of the video you just made about him. He's definitely proven that, you could argue that he's like earned his spot by being ranked, top 16, 8th place in North America right now. It's like, John getting priority registration isn't a terrible thing. Yes, going into NAIC, the only people who got priority registration were, the top 16 players, and that was known about. But it's not like John's complaining with the idea of Pokemon being like, oh yeah, and we'll give you registration. It's like, this needs to change. What the top players are complaining about post NAIC registration is the idea of change. And it's like, so are you saying that the idea of arguing for change is elitist in itself? Which that doesn't make, I don't think that's true, right? We know what the current rules are, but we just want to see a change. I agree with that, but where's the line? Top 50, top 100? It doesn't really matter where the line is, and it obviously shouldn't be everyone, but I mean, I think an expansion of it makes sense, right? Where should the line be? That's for Pokemon to decide at the end of the day, but we can just be like, this, like top 16 we don't feel like is enough, you know what I'm saying? And that's what the complaints are. The complaints aren't expecting them to change the rules mid NAIC registration and be like, oh, now all of a sudden we're expanding it to top 64 instead of top 16. They're like, we want better in the future. That's what John's tweet says. He just worded his tweet really poorly. John's tweet, and if he wants to tell me I'm wrong, well, then I probably disagree with him. But John's tweet is basically saying, like, this is crazy that I'm not able to register for this. Like, I'm not allowed to play at this tournament. He feels that that's crazy based on the position he's put himself in the current game with the accolades he's earned throughout the season. And then at that point, if you still want to call, and at that point you could argue about how many people it should be, top 16, top 32, whatever. It's just the idea of expanding the system, right? And I think expanding the system is correct. It's like one of the few things that Pokemon that hasn't gotten bigger with Pokemon getting bigger, right? Is like the stipend system, or like the priority registration for top competitors throughout a season hasn't expanded. And it's like, it probably should expand, and advocating for expansion and the discussion of expansion should be able to be had without the community's response just being like, no, you're wrong, that's crazy, and you're elitist. Like, that shouldn't be the response. If you have the response, there should be some kind of discussion or like counterpoints instead of being like, no, you're wrong and that's elitist, right? Like, that's just kind of like, there's no discussion. Why are we having the discussion? And if you're that against priority registration, I don't think the argument that John is searching holds water. The argument should be, here are the programs we have for people to earn invites. The argument should be, here are the programs. Wait, what do you mean, Kohler? I'm not talking about, like, when I say John, I'm talking about, like, let's say the top 32 players or something. Just more than the top 16. Like, it should be expanded past the top 16. You know what I'm saying? Let's remove elitists from the discussion and talk about the issue. Talk basics about the issue. All right, bring up the first point. Like, what do you mean by that? Should you open more spots at regional so everyone can get in? Everyone is happy then. I mean, we're getting there. They are increasing attendance. They can't just, they're not just going to rent out a whole convention center. We're on track. Totally agree the response was terrible. No counterpoints or constructive ideas given, but that doesn't take away the fact that everyone had an equal opportunity, which I don't think is necessarily bad. But Azul, have you heard about this? A recent study has determined that those who get 4th place at the World Championships on average, much more handsome and cool than those who get 1st or 3rd. I have heard about this. And I think it's been confirmed with last year's results. But they'll have to change it to 1st place after this next Worlds. Totally agree with the response was terrible. No counterpoints or constructive ideas given, but that doesn't take away from the fact that everyone had an equal opportunity, which I don't think is necessarily bad. But it's not taking away. The tournament isn't becoming an invite-only tournament. Let's take North America. So currently, North America, going into NAIC, the top 16 players between EUIC and North America, or between Latin American, what was it? Fuck. Between something and EUIC, if you're in the top 16, I mean, there should be more robust systems for people to get priority reg/auto invites to ICs and Worlds. People say it's elitist when it's like, John is a top player, there's a video, he should get in. Question should be, how do we construct the system to get the right folks? That is fair, Kohler. But I think John fits the criteria of a person who would fall into any system we give. But I understand your point. It should be less about John. But I don't know. Maybe, but like, John has put himself in a position where Pokemon made a video about him to begin with because he put himself in a position where he is a top player. Yeah, maybe you're right. But the systems aren't complicated either. Like, the systems we should implement aren't complicated either. It's like literally just like expanding the current stipend system to some extent. Maybe we should remove John and we should talk more about the systems in general. Yeah. Man, I was gonna go somewhere else with this. There's too many questions in chat. Someone had a good point, and I was talking about that. Oh, it was oh yeah, like, okay, so if you have that big of a problem, all right, listen. So yeah, but the tournament system is still the tournaments are still mostly open. It's like, not like this is like, let's say yeah, North America. America and Canada has 16 spots based on the travel award quarters for NAIC. 16 slots, right? Which isn't very many. And it's just based on how you did in that quarter or whatever. And you get priority registration for NAIC, which is that many. If we expanded it to 32, still not that many, right? The tournament is still vastly more open, but you're giving the most dedicated players and most successful players in your game continuous entry into your tournaments, you know, to have your top players be there consistently, which I think definitely grows a part of the game for sure. And this is actually, when I thought Boo's tweet was what Boo's tweet was, one of my counterpoints to the tweet, in my tweet, I should have freaking copied my tweet because my tweet was really good, is having stars, and some people are going to disagree with this in chat, but you're just wrong. Having stars and superstars in your game grows your game in a different way, in a different like market, right? Like, way more people are going to tune into a stream that Tord is watching than not, and that's just a fact. It's not like, this is not a discussion. If you want to have this discussion, you can go talk to yourself in the mirror. Like, when Tord plays on stream, more people tune into the stream. That is a whole different market that we want the game to grow, that we want the game to grow in. We want stars and superstars to exist in the Pokemon TCG. I don't care if you don't care about them. People care, and it grows the game in a different way, in a different market. So marketing these players the best that Pokemon can, and making sure they show up to your tournaments and play and do well in your tournaments is a good thing, not just for them, not just for Pokemon, but for you, the casual player who shows up and only goes to League Cups and League Challenges in your one local regional, but you watch the regional streams. Those people existing is good for you, because if it grows the game, then it'll help you participate in Pokemon in more ways. Like, more stuff will just come to PokemonTCG if the game just grows, right? It helps everyone. What is the quote that Chip likes? When tides rise, all ships rise with the tide, or something. I forget what Chip says. And a perfect example of this. Now, obviously, we're not on the scale of basketball, but like, I mean, who knows? Who knows where the game would be if we didn't have someone like Tord in the game, right? To like be a big figure that sits there. But like, Caitlin Clark is a perfect example of this, of like, literally Caitlin Clark is like carrying women's basketball right now by herself, one person. She's like a super. I didn't care about women's basketball until I heard about Caitlin Clark, and now I might watch the WNBA next year. Like, who knows? The numbers for WNBA next year are probably gonna like double at least, right? Because of one person, right? Now, obviously, we're not basketball. We're not as accessible as something like basketball, but it's just like stars and superstars in your game is a good thing, and we want them to exist in the game. We want them to play in the game. We want them to show up to any major tournament they want to. Now, it's not every top player. We want the people who are like the top of the top, and I'm saying, like, we're talking about like the 0.01% of PokemonTCG players. Ideally, you want them to show up to every Pokemon tournament, play in every tournament. You want Pokemon to push them, put them on stream, make videos about them, and create them into like a star or a superstar. Like, we want that to exist in the game. That's a good thing for the game. It'll allow us to grow in a different way, in a different market, that will then just make the game bigger. And this is not taking away, you know, when we increase the stipend or travel award system priority registration from 16 to 32 players, tournaments are very so much still, vast majority of the registration is open. And my problem with people saying that it's like seems wrong or bad to like increase priority registration and allow more top players content access to the game, if you want to say that, I don't see how there's a world where you have to not also say you think the current stipend and travel award system is bad. So if you want to say both those things are bad, that's fine, but say that at least. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. We're just going from 16 to 32 or something, right? You are right, but will qualify as a player as a stars where you'd run into trouble? No, that's just not true. That is such a I'm sorry, that's a stupid statement. You are right, but will qualify as a player as a stars where you run into trouble? That's not true. That's just not a thing. People who are stars and superstars in the game just will naturally, like, it just happens. It's not something that is like, what does that even mean? What does that statement even mean? There's no trouble there. It's like people either are growing to be like big stars in the game, or they're not, right? I think like players you could point out who currently are, someone like Tord. I think Gabriel Fernandez would probably be a good example of that with what he's doing in the seniors division. Vinny Fernandez is probably a good example of that as well if he continues to win and stuff like that. Like, it's not like a what's it called? There's no trouble. And all you have to do is, you don't have to like pick certain people out and be like, this person gets priority registration. You just expand. We just need to expand the top half thing. You should expand it, right? It's just like the top 32 players now get priority registration, and just leave it there. That's it. You don't have to be like this player specifically or this person specifically. You just expand it, and if they are good enough, they will fall into that category of top 32. You can't manufacture superstars. I'm not manufacturing superstars. I'm just saying the people who rise to the top and are consistently there, putting a spotlight on them is fine. I'm not talking about manufacturing anything. It's just like the players who are at the top, consistently at the top, put a spotlight on them, and if they continue to be there, they will turn into the stars and the superstars. It feels weird to kind of use that term in Pokemon, but it's like the same thing. The best teams and players in the sports make the playoffs. Exactly. Like, if you're not making top cut, nobody cares. But if you're making top cut, we know you can manufacture them. You can, but it's not something you need to do or like something to worry about in the PokemonTCG. If you keep making top cut, hey, you're already there. Like, that's what the requirements are. I'm agreeing with you. Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were saying it against me, saying I was saying something I didn't say. Thanks for clarifying, though. Yeah, priority registration should just be tied to. I mean, you could tie priority registration to a ton of things, right? Based on someone, but an earned. It would be something that is earned. And if you want to make the argument, see, that's where I'm not sure. This is why I should probably have researched the word elitism a little bit more. If you want to make the argument that when you earn something, it can still be elitism, then we're definitely not against elitism. We're just against certain kinds of elitism. But then if you're against priority registration in general, you should be against all priority registration, right? Then your argument is that Pokemon should be fully, your argument should be that Pokemon is fully, what's it called? No priority registration at all, which is then fine to have that opinion. I think that opinion is fine to have, but then that needs to be your opinion. Otherwise, you're just kind of like saying things and then agreeing with Big Pikachu. Big Pikachu is like, oh, it's top 16 stipend travel award, and you're like, yep, that's good. But like any other priority registration past that is bad. It's like, well, why is it bad? You can't come up, you can't come up with an answer. I feel like at that point. 32 spots out of 3K, 4K isn't a big deal. That's what I'm saying. It's like not that big of a difference. Also, some of those 32 players would already be able to register in the open end anyway. So it's like taking less of a percent than you even think. I don't think people have an issue with people top people taking priority registration. It's Liam saying take away locals and make internationals 75% invite only that people are mad about. Well, that's just not true. People are definitely mad about people saying give top players priority registration. I don't even know, but people being mad at Liam is kind of funny because it's just like, just disagree with him and then maybe throw out a counterpoint. You don't need to get mad at Liam. Getting mad at Liam is weird. Liam has an opinion and then he's like opening the discussion by posting on Twitter, but then have a discussion with him. Don't just get mad at him and tell him that, yeah, don't get mad at Liam. Like, what are your thoughts on Liam's point that World is too easy right now? It seems like making Worlds is a grind instead of consistent high level performances, lowering CP bar and best finish limit for all events. All right, we could talk about Liam's tweet, and I guess we'll go with Kieran's like follow up there. What are your thoughts on Liam's? Yeah, Kieran just put in chat. What are your thoughts on Liam's point that Worlds is too easy right now? It seems like making Worlds is a grind instead of consistent high level performance, lowering CP bar and best finish limit for all events. I do agree with letting people who can't go to as many events still make Worlds if they perform well but require strong finishes. I mean, that's a discussion that comes up a lot. I don't have too strong of an opinion. Bro said have a discussion on Twitter. Discussions on Twitter can definitely happen. You just have to be willing to wanting to have it for sure. My thing isn't the stipend system, it's the whining and complaining from so-called top players who understands the priority system more, me or them. They knew the parameters, didn't make it. So they're complaining. So this is why like them wording their complaint. But even if top players worded their tweets better and, you know, made it clear that they're advocating for change instead of just being like, oh, I didn't make it into this event, I should have made it into this event. When the top players, I'll follow up on your post here, or your comment here. When top players complain about not making it into NAIC, they're saying the system needs to change. So your statement there, Sergio, is like, well, there's a system in place for some top players to make it, which is the top 16 and what for America. We'll consistently use America and Canada as an example. Is there's top 16. When the top players are complaining, what they're doing is basically advocating for change. They think more top players outside of just the top 16 for the stipend and travel award system should be making it into these events under different parameters. Like the system should basically be expanded upon to get more top players consistently into these top tournaments. And then, so when I see a comment like this here from you, Sergio, it's like, okay, is it bad to advocate for change? We're gonna both answer no. So then what's wrong with now they word their comments poorly, but we both agree, we're both gonna agree it's not bad to advocate for change. But if every time someone advocates for changes, they're just called elitist and that they're wrong, like, that's just like cringe. Like, that's the only response when you advocate for change. But it is just an advocate for change. It's like, instead of top 32 or instead of top 16, maybe it should be top 32 or top 64. And instead of like a quarterly system, maybe there should be a quarterly system and a overall system as well. Like, between ICs, we maybe take the top 16 between ICs, but then on top of that, we maybe take the top 32 overall on the leaderboard for the whole season, right? And they're not just it is them complaining they didn't get into an event to an extent, but that's all people see. That's like the problem, is when John makes his post on Twitter, or someone else makes a post on Twitter, or some other top player makes a post on Twitter, and they're like, I feel like I should have gone to NAIC and I didn't, or I feel like this player or these players should get into NAIC but they didn't. They're not what they're saying is that they just feel like the system needs to be changed and should be adjusted. They're advocating for change, they're just doing it poorly and aren't very good at wording their opinions. And if any one of them wants to disagree with what I just said, they can, but yeah. But at the end of the day, it's just an advocate for change, and they think it should change. And if you think if your counter to that is there shouldn't be any priority registration in general, then you should also want to do away with the current stipend travel award system, which would also be fine. But this is my biggest problem with this discussion, is I have like people just stop at this is what Big Pikachu said, which is like so frustrating for me. Is the back and forth I've had with people on Twitter is basically just like, they knew the parameters for the stipend travel award system going to NAIC. You knew what you had to do to get there, and you didn't get there. Why are you complaining? It's like they want change. They're not just complaining. And basically what you're saying is you can't advocate for change, and you just have to be okay with what Big Pikachu tells you, which is just like, that's not an opinion. I want your opinion. I don't want you to just tell me. I don't want you to just tell me the correct opinion is Big Pikachu's opinion. I want you to tell me what you think. And that's what's so frustrating with my back and forth with people on Twitter so far, is that they're just like, whatever Big Pikachu says is correct. And I'm like, bro, tell me what you think. I want to know if I want your opinion. I don't want what you think that Big Pikachu said. Just tell me what your opinion is. Even if I disagree with your opinion, I just want your opinion. Not that you agree with what Big Pikachu says. That's the most frustrating thing for me so far with going back and forth with people on Twitter, is they're just like, Big Pikachu gave us top 16. You knew the parameters. You should have got top 16. You're complaining. Why are you complaining? That's cringe. It's like, bro, is that where your opinion ends? Is that where your thought process ends? Whatever Big Pikachu says is it? I want your opinion. I want your take. I don't want you just restating what Big Pikachu said. Because at that point, it sounds like if Pokemon came out tomorrow and said, we're expanding the stipend and travel award system to top 64, you'd be like, yep, that's fine, because Big Pikachu said it. And like, that's bad. That's bad. That's not how you should think. You should have your own opinions and thoughts. Like, that's what I want. I want you to tell me what you think, not just you agreeing with Big Pikachu over and over and over again. Because it sounds like if Big Pikachu just said, actually, we're going to make it so ICs are invite only, you'd be like, yep, that's fine. Big Pikachu said it. We're good. I think change is fine, but this argument will happen forever. Next year, number 33 will cry and complain if it gets expanded. It'll continue until they're big enough to allow everyone. Well, obviously, like, there's just like a point where the line needs to be drawn, but that's stupid. It's like change shouldn't happen because someone will always complain about the next level to the change. Like, I think the travel stipend system or the priority registration for top players to get into events has not grown with the growth of the game, and probably should. Like, but your follow-up statement to that, I think change is fine, but this argument will happen forever. Next year, if we have top 32 priority registration, number 33 will cry and complain if it gets expanded. It's a stupid response. Like, that, it's a nothing response. It's like, yeah, sure, they might. You don't know. We're not there. And if they do, it's like, yeah, but like there's always going to be a breaking point. Like, does that mean we should never advocate for change? Because it's not like John's not complaining because he got 17th, or top players aren't complaining because they got 17th. Their complaint is that, like, it feels like the game has grown, is bigger to the point where more top players should be getting priority registration. What that number is doesn't really matter, and the response to that shouldn't be, well, if we go to top 64, then 65th is going to complain. It's like, who cares? We need to find like a number that feels comfortable to be getting top players to events consistently. So I think you're underselling the fact that if you expand automatic invites, there will still be the next players in line complaining. It's irrelevant. Let them complain. That's what I'm saying. The system feels lacking for sure, and I've been saying this for a while. I've been advocating for top player priority registration for a long time, and then a lot of people, they respond to that, oh, Azul, you only advocate for that because it would benefit you. Listen, I didn't even go to locals this year, so if it was like the current system expanded, the fact that I even got a stipend for NIC is funny enough, But like theoretically, this doesn't help me at all if it's just point based, right? Because I don't go to locals. So in the current system, for how I currently play the game, it wouldn't benefit me. And after I no longer compete at the level I do, I would still advocate for this. I still want the best players at these tournaments. I don't want to watch Joe Schmo if it means Joe Schmo got in over Tord, bro. I want Tord at every event, at every single event. I don't care if he takes away Joe Schmo's spot. If Joe Schmo doesn't make it, listen, that's fine. For the growth of the game, to have our superstars and stars be there, I want Tord at every single event, as long as he is consistently a top player in the game, #1 in Europe consistently like he usually is. If he's always up there, get him in there, bro. You're expecting too much of Twitter bots to have their own opinion, but I'm trying to like push that in the community as much as I can to be like, listen, just voice your own opinion, have a discussion. Like, you know, you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start somewhere. Azul saying don't be a Mareep. To an extent, yes. Like, just I want people to have their own opinion, bro. I want people to voice their own opinion. Like, even if I disagree with it, I don't care if I disagree with it. I just say something that is not Big Pikachu says this is the rules. Like, that's like such a bad take. If your response is Big Pikachu said this is the rules, that's just like terrible. Why isn't that the case with the top 16 then? Wait, what are you responding to? Why isn't that the case with the top 16? Also, I don't think I haven't seen a top player specifically complain about being 17th. Maybe I missed that, but it's more so just the idea of like not having it be expanded further. And we can talk. Like we should come up with a system. We should come up with a system where it's like, and once again, the reason I want Tord over Joe Schmo is because I think Tord being at these tournaments does more for the game and expanding it and making it bigger, having him be a superstar of the game that will then allow for the game to the point where more Joe Schmoes will be able to play in these tournaments. And the game will just be elevated and that much cooler and better to participate at events. It'll make it better for Joe Schmo when Joe Schmo gets into the next event, but he's got to take an L on this one and let Tord play in the tournament. Like I said, like stars and superstars in the game is just a good thing, but we have to make sure that they can show up consistently to these tournaments and play in these tournaments. Let me see here. And I'm going through some more questions. If I don't answer your question and you had like a good point that you wanted me to like read out and like discuss, then you can put it again in chat, because obviously there's a lot of chatting right now. Top 256 for the region of the IC and top 120 for all the regions. That'd be fine. Like I'm saying, like I don't know. We can talk about like a specific system, but the idea of an expansion of the system, I think, is just correct, right? Well, I think is correct. You can think it's incorrect. I really think the quarterly process, given locals and stuff, is really goofy. Does Big Pikachu even allow us to see the top 16 race for the stipend for the quarter? Yes, there's a leaderboard specifically for that, Kohler. There's a leaderboard for that. Top 33% of the players should have early registration. IMO sports do it like this for things like the Pro Tour. That way the top 30% gets a chance to register. Top 33% is a lot. I don't think I would personally advocate for that. But once again, expansion of the system is good. If your top 16 players don't attract enough attention, you have a bigger problem than bigger priority registration. But it's top 16 players per quarter. Not your biggest players in the game are not going to end up with priority registration every single quarter. Once again, I will use John as an example here, because like John is ranked not 8th in North America, but didn't get a stipend for NAIC. And obviously you could just be like, well, he should have got a stipend then, which I think is like, I don't know. Like that's what I'm saying. Like the quarterly, like I think the quarterly stipend and priority registration travel award thing is fine, but I think they should expand on that with like an overall leaderboard. Like if you're just like ranked top 32 currently in the season, you should probably also get like priority registration. And for John's case specifically, it's like, well, John is ranked 8th in North America. Not his rank specifically, but he's in the top 16. Let's even go. He's in the top 32. They just made a video about him. Like those are the kind of players that we should want at our events, you know, for that purpose. Like for all those things combined. The bigger issue is that Pokemon's leaving money on the table by having these caps and not maximizing the potential for more registration. I don't think it's a huge issue. They are expanding tournaments literally every single year. Like that's the why are we still having this discussion, bro? Having this discussion is like crazy. Why are we still having the cap discussion? Obviously NAIC could have been bigger, maybe. Depends when they booked the venue and everything and what their expected returns were. These at regionals lately, there's been like plenty of space, or things have not been selling out immediately, and we can't ask TPCI to like book the whole convention center without like they are definitely using a system to try and guess how many people are going to show up for these events, and they have been increasing the cap size year over year. Why are we still having these cap discussions, bro? They're literally increasing space of major tournaments year over year at a decent % increase, and have been consistently doing it for a long time. Why are we still having these cap discussions? It needs to like leave the community until it's actually an issue. This has not been an issue for so long. Yes, NAIC sold out really fast, but it's bigger than last year by a decent %, by a lot, right? Like, why are these discussions still happening? I'm not gonna have the Joe slander anymore, Azul. All right, we'll change the name. The question is, Azul, does a story like Alex Flato's first regional being won grow the game more as much as something like Towards Crazy Korea and constant success? I think both are good for the game. I think both are good and cool for the game. But the Alex Flato's thing is way less likely to happen. It's like way less likely to happen than Toward consistently doing well at tournaments. But both exist. Like, this is what I'm saying. All right, if let's say next year priority registration is given to the top 32 for North America and Canada. Priority registration is given to the top 32 players on the season, as well as like the quarterly stipend / travel award players as well. That there's still the way vast majority is still open registration. Like, this is not like cutting into it that much. So if we go back to 2016, when the stipend travel award system was initially implemented, we were getting like, I don't know, 500 people at these ICs, right? No, it was a little bit more than that. NAIC was still like 1,000, right? But it was still top 16. Like, it has not adjusted with the growth of the game at all. And we're like, so back then, would the complaints be amplified by X% based on how much more percentage the top 16 was taken out of these tournaments? Like why is expanding it to something that is still the tournament is still an open tournament. It's still an open tournament. There's just some players who have earned a priority registration spot in the tournament. You know what I'm saying? How could you define a top player in a systematic way? Just top X. Just top X. Just call it top X. You could even do like winners or people who top 8. You could be like everyone who's top 8 at a major before each IC gets priority registration. Everyone who's won a major so far up to this point gets priority registration at every tournament. You could just pick anything. It's not like we're not going to be like, I'm not going to be like, hey, if you could even go as far as like, hey, if you top 8 worlds, you get priority registration for every event next year. I think that would be fine. I wouldn't care about that. That seems fine. But I'm not going to be like someone like, all right, give me a name. Let's take Tord. Let's say, I'm not going to say, hey, Tord, you get priority registration to every single tournament, even if you earn 0 championship points at every tournament for the rest of the year. Like, let's say Tord starts out the year and like the first 8 events he goes to, he just earns 0 championship points. He doesn't continue to get priority registration, right? It would just be based on your current rank in the game. So it'd be top X. It's just top X. It's like a system that anyone can do if they have the time and effort to put into the game to achieve top X, then they're in there. And obviously, and then we get to this discussion, which I don't think is a very good argument against anything, is like, yes, not everyone has the same amount of time and money to put into Pokemon to achieve top X, but it's just not for everyone. It's okay if you can't achieve top 32 in America to get priority registration for tournaments. That's fine. That's fine. You're in the open with still 90% of everyone else. Like, the 90% of the tournament is still, or more than 90% is still open. This is no longer an open tournament. It is an open tournament still. It's not, giving some people priority registration does not make it a not open tournament. You advocate for growth, but wouldn't you say growth is the main issue and the reason we are at this crossroads? Isn't it more beneficial for Big Pikachu to fix these issues we are facing with the current growth? Wait, what issue specifically, though? Well, in the same way, at the end of the day, it's not hard to register. I got in after 10 minutes and not realizing you couldn't register on Arcanine. I feel like Toward playing won't auto-kick Joe Schmo. Well, it might kick a Joe Schmo. There will be still be plenty of Joe Schmoes in the tournament, but Joe Schmo, whoever, won't make it. And that's like, but that's not... I think just looking at that point specifically and saying that's a bad thing is like very like short term focused, and it's like Toward being at these events is way better for the growth of the game in like the long term. Board winning, continuing to win in the Pokemon TCG is way better for the Pokemon TCG in the long term. Joe Schmo not showing up to the tournament takes away the potential of like Joe Schmo, you know, winning that tournament specifically. Tournament leaders mentality gets thrown around a lot when in reality it's a competitive mentality. The best want to play the best. Just jumping to the term elitist is just really is like a really, and that's my biggest hang up why I like have this such a strong opinion on having this discussion is I think the term elitist is being used, and elitism is being used very poorly in the Pokemon TCG community very consistently, and I don't think it means what people think it means, and people are still continuing to use it, and it's a very negatively loaded word and term in society in general right now, and I think we've got to stop using that word the way we're using it, because it's just like when you use it as a response to someone's idea or opinion, it just means that their opinion is wrong and negative and bad. Why not use entitlement? Because entitlement implies something wasn't earned. Entitlement is like the same thing. Like, is something, are you I mean, maybe entitlement would be a fair, well, if feeling entitled to something and then earning something, I don't think are the same thing, right? Like if you earn something through the system, or if you're advocating for a change to the system that would then benefit you, it's not necessarily bad. Like if you're advocating for a change to a system that would then benefit you, it doesn't mean it's bad. It could be bad, but it depends on what the change is and what people will do with what benefits them. Are new superstars supposed to come up if they don't get to sign up because of this priority system? Bro, the vast majority of the tournament is still open registration. Like, taking away, like, putting 32 more slots towards top players is not making the tournament not an open tournament. Tournament is still open. Like, it's still an open tournament. Pokemon's easy to create superstars. The Pokemon chose 5 random people who are unknown and promoted them. They would be superstars within weeks, even without having Azul or towards success. No, if they don't have success, nobody cares about them. If they're not winning tournaments, nobody will care about them. You're just wrong. That's a wrong statement. What benefits the game most is the small area of exception for the top ranked players. What benefits the game the most is the small area of exception for the top ranked players, with the standard being open invite or allow new players. Maybe just have locals not count to the stipend leaderboard. I mean, that's possible. Out of curiosity, does any player get prio invite in Japan for Champions League, even though they use a lottery system? Yes, there's like an Elite Four, and like tournament winners get priority registration as well. So if you like win a Champions League, you can go to like the rest of the Champions Leagues and stuff like that. I think I'm not 100% sure what the system is, but they do have priority registration to some extent in Japan. If someone is competing in this competitive scene well through a season, they should not have to worry about whether or not they can play in the next tournament or not. It's that simple. What other competitive scene doesn't work like that? None. All right, I'm trying to catch up here in chat. I might just scroll to the bottom again. Justice for Joe. Saying the game is growing is false. People can't get into events because of the low caps selling out. Bro, all right. The low caps thing is not a thing, bro. The low cap, it is a thing, but the percentage increase. Dude, why are we still? I'm just so done with the cap discussion. Like NAIC was maybe undershot a little bit, but it was still NAIC this year is still. Man, before I like actually misremember, I'm gonna go check Limitless and see how many people were at NAIC last year, because I actually could be misremembering this one. It has to be within like a reasonable margin of error, and like Pokemon has been drastically increasing. Yeah, NAIC last year had 1,900 players. Let me go to RK9 right now. What do we got over at RK9? I'm just gonna start ignoring people who bring up caps in tournaments, to be honest. Like, that discussion I just can't anymore with that stuff. You just have to look at the percentage increase over year and be like, okay, that's a pretty big percentage increase. We have like a 33% increase from last year's NAIC to this year. 33%. That's a lot. Even more. It's probably more than 33. We have like at least a 33% increase from last year to this year for NAIC, for Masters. Like, that's a lot. That's a third. Like, what do you want? Like, sure, there could have been bigger. The players would have been there, but like, that's 33%. Like, it's like the same thing with when people are complaining about Vancouver. Vancouver had a 100% increase Vancouver had a 100% increase, and people were complaining about Vancouver selling out fast. It's like, bro, they gave us 100% more players. Like, what do you want? That's ridiculous that you're complaining about that. Yes, some of them will sell out fast. Yes, some of them will cap fast. But like, even look at Indy and Orlando. Registration's been open for those for well after registration opened. Like, if they're giving us like 10% increases when it's obviously the game is bigger than that, like maybe we can complain then. But like, they're giving us like reasonable percentage increase on tournament caps year over year. Why? Like, what are you complaining about? Like, that is insane that we're complaining about tournament cap space currently. In the current day and age of Pokemon, in 2024, there's no reason to complain about cap space in Pokemon regional champion or Pokemon major tournaments in America and Canada. Europe had it a little bit rough. Latin America has it a little bit rough. I think it's fine if Europe was complaining at the beginning of the season. I think it's fine if Latin America has been complaining about it. If you're in America, in Canada, and you're complaining, what you gotta help me. I can't understand it. You gotta help me here. Off topic, do you think you'd ever set up a league for top players to play in every week and stream the game so eventually get into the bracket for money matches? Maybe. We're not there yet. EU is also completely fine. All right. I mean, James says, I mean, I'd have to look at European at the beginning of the season had it rough, but I think currently Europe at the beginning of the season did have it a little bit rough. I think there was some warranted complaints based on the lack of increase of the year-over-year percentage. But towards this end of the season now, it seems like they're in a good spot, right? You guys got to stop, bro. You got to stop with the complaining about tournaments capping. Look at the percentages. They're giving us a good year-over-year percentage increase, and if they continue to do so, there's nothing to complain about. Just look at the percentages. 33% is a lot. That is a big number. A third is a big number. Like, they can only guesstimate so much, you know? Like, it's just, dude, this is just a tough one for me to like wrap my head around. This is a tough one for me to wrap my head around, that people are still complaining about cap sizes in tournaments. Like, some tournaments are going to sell out really fast and cap really fast. NAIC is a super big tournament that everybody wants to go to, not just people in America. They could have made it bigger, but they still gave us 33% increase. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't understand how we're like, some tournaments are just going to cap fast and they're going to sell out fast. Like, Vancouver was another one. They gave us 100% increase at Vancouver. It's still capped fast, really, really fast. Okay, that's fine. But like, they gave us 100% increase. It's like, okay, let's see what they do next year. Like, if next year at NIC they give us another 33% increase, we can't complain. There's nothing to complain about. And if they give it like 5%, it's like, okay, all right, that's probably too low, right? 5% is probably, I could agree with that. 5% is probably too low. But we don't know what they're doing next year. This year it's 33%. So, and they might even open another way for NAIC still. Like, do people expect unlimited space to be booked? I don't know what people expect. That's why I want to understand what the heck people are expecting here. Like, what do you expect? Like, I just don't get it. I think people just don't understand, like, and I don't understand it fully either. I don't run tournaments and events, but I can have some understanding of it, especially when you just break it down to numbers. If you just break it down to numbers and you're like, oh, 33% increase. I mean, that's a big number. Like, if you just like sit there and chill and just look at it like that, it's like, you should be able to reason with that number and be like, okay, that's a big number. Like, I don't know. Because you have to focus on money. It is a business all about money. Yeah, which is fair. It's fair for Pokemon to not try and lose money or try and get a return on their investment, right? They don't want to overshoot how much venue size they get and then be like, oh, fuck, we got like space for 5,000 players and only 3,500 showed up. What are we doing? Like, we got 1,500 empty seats here. This blows. And us as the Pokemon community, I've said this before as well. Man, we're going on a lot of rants today. We'll keep going though. I've said this before. You actually want tournaments to sell out. You want tournaments to sell out completely. Like, every seat you want bought. Now, and what time frame should the seats be bought? I mean, I don't know when, like, what time frame you want. But let's just say within like an idea, you'd like to have it be a little bit comfortable. That way, everyone who wants to get into the event, like really wants to get into the event, does get into the event. So if like registration for Orlando Regional is sold out within a week, that's pretty comfortable. Everyone who really wanted to go gets in. Some people who find out about the tournament a little bit later don't get in, but that's fine. But you want tournaments to sell out. You want them to sell out completely. You want it to be completely sold out, because then it's like, okay, we're showing that the game is growing, which is sick. And then we're telling the tournament organizers, hey, we can reach this number. Give us some more for next year. You know what I'm saying? Give us a little bit more for next year. You know, keep growing on that. Yeah. Ideally, you want every seat sold, but realistically, you aim for 80 to 90% is a great success. Okay, so let's say that's what Jin said is correctly. 89% is still a success. Like, all right, we're cool with 80, 90%. But yeah, you don't want TPCI sitting there with 1,500 seats open at NAIC and be like, well, fuck. Like, also, like a lot of this, like a lot of the growth in the Pokemon TCG the last 2 years is like unprecedented and reasonably so for the people who are making and running these events unpredictable. Like the growth in the Pokemon TCG the last 2 years is unprecedented and therefore unpredictable. It's just like people have like no, like, you guys need to have a little bit more like compassion for the people who are making these decisions on the other end and being like, okay, the growth the last 2 years is unprecedented, unpredictable. If I was running an event, could I make those judgment calls and make those predictions? That sounds kind of tough. That sounds kind of tough to do. But it's not like they're like it's not like NAIC was 1,000 players this year or something ridiculous, right? And then I would be fine with us all being up in arms and complaining, right? We just need to complain about things that are worth complaining about. That's like, there's too much complaining in Pokemon about things that are just not worth complaining about or just aren't real complaints. They're just not real complaints. It's just not like you guys are complaining about. You guys complain about things that just are not like, you can have your own opinion, obviously, but like there definitely is there's a difference between like reasonable complaining and unreasonable complaining, right? Like I could go outside and be like, man, just why do sidewalks exist, man? I hate sidewalks, bro. I can't believe sidewalks exist. They're terrible. I hate them. We need to get rid of all sidewalks. That's an unreasonable complaint, right? Like who cares? Sidewalks existing or not existing, like. Obviously, no one complains at that extreme in Pokemon, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, okay, let's talk about Liam's tweet. I think we've caught up to the point where I'm good to talk about Liam's tweet here. I also think that the player base has outgrown the system design in 2016 and needs fixing. Yeah, that's a good statement. I think that's fair. But they have been making changes to that, right? Their changes have been happening. All right. Let's talk about Liam's tweet. Invites were way too easy this year. Now, this statement from Liam, like, this is fine. Liam can feel this way. Liam can feel that that he thinks Worlds needs to be a little bit more prestigious. I think that's a fine opinion to have. The question is, like, what does Pokemon want to be or need to be? Which is something that Kohler brought up in chat. Good point from Kohler. It's like, what do we want the Pokemon TCG to be? And obviously, at the end of the day, it really just matters what TPCI wants. But us as a community can voice our opinions and express what we think and what direction we think the Pokemon TCG should head towards what it is as a game, right? Next year, I'd rather see this for the North American structure. 350 points for invite, so lower points, but 0 points from locals. Scale down points received from IC, so lower, let's say. Liam is clearly engagement farming, so much engagement farming in PTCG. I don't know if he is, though, but is this also his opinion as well? Does he just think, and it might not be, like, Liam might be fine with a system different than this, but I think what Liam is basically saying with this tweet is he thinks it should be harder to get a Worlds invite. I think it's a big thing most people are ignoring. Pokemon is growing at such an exponential rate the past few years, and it's hard to say this is what should be done. Pokemon doesn't want to make a decision so abruptly that could hurt the growth or the interest of the new players in the game. It's a good statement. Bro, anything to make it so I don't need to spend weekends at local tournaments. So that's a good or interesting point there, Hale. Yeah, I think it would be, I think they should expand upon, I think the adjustments to the system in terms of auto invite in the Pokemon TCG was a really good adjustment, and I think they could expand upon that. And I actually think, like, thinking about that, especially with Hale's comment in chat right there, Hale said, what did Hale say again? Let me say it one more time. Bro, anything to make it so I don't have to spend weekends at local tournaments. Some people like locals. For some people, locals are the only thing to go to. For the more competitive players, though, you go to more majors, and you want to go to more majors. But you have other real life stuff going on as well. So like you need to, if it's like, all right, I'd rather just like not go to locals these next 2 weekends in this quarter and just go to like 2 more majors instead. So making it easier to maybe earn invites through majors is probably something that should be looked at. And I think even expanding auto invites down to top 8ing of regionals and maybe even top 16ing of ICs would be fine. I think so this point threshold I don't know about from Liam. I think championship points probably should be able to be earned at locals though, to some extent for sure. So I don't really agree with this point or this statement here from Liam. 0 points from locals. I think you should probably be able to earn, like, because like Pokemon at the end of the day is like an open circuit, and I think it should be. I I think being able to earn 0 points from locals would start to make things too exclusive. And it's not like we have a system that you build up to being a high-end player eventually, and like there's all this other competition leading up to that. It's just like, and I don't think that can ever be that way. The circuit's just not designed to like be that way. So I think you do need locals to be earned from locals. You do need championship points to be able to earn from locals, or something that allows locals to feed. Like you either need to be able to earn championship points from locals, or it somehow has to feed into a system that leads to you earning more, participating more in like bigger tournaments. So yeah, I obviously don't agree with this from Liam, the 0 points from locals, but the point system just makes the most sense. So would you go to locals if you didn't have a world spot? No. I mean, I have a, well, I mean, like, would I have like had less success over the season as well? Because like I currently have my invite in 3 different ways right now, so. I'm pretty confident I'd be able to get it again in multiple different ways, even if I didn't top 4 worlds. So then why complain about getting walled by players who have basically made Pokemon a career, getting one of the top 3,000 player spot? Like, I'd love to have a poll to see the kind of player who disagrees with the current caps or stipends. What do you mean? Wait, what do you mean? So why complain about getting walled by players who have basically made Pokemon a career, getting one of the 3,000 spots? Are you talking people in general? Or are you talking to me, Chills? Someone not in NA, I want to be watching John Ang on stream, not Joe Rando from Your Locals Not Gonna Lie. But there's players like the EOIC pitch control guy who's good but can't make a month. Yeah, but there's still like opportunity for that from everyone. That's the thing, is like it's still an open at the end of the day, it's still an open tournament. Anyone can win who is able to participate in the event. Anyone can win who's able to participate at the event. Anyone can make it on stream and stuff like that. It's like this is not like completely excluding all of those people. Theoretically, this would lead to there being less just general players who no one knows about being in tournaments, but the trade-off I think is just at the benefit of the game in general. And then theoretically the caps for tournaments are big enough that registration is open for like, you know, more than 10 seconds anyways, ideally. But if for some tournaments it's not, then I think that's like a fine trade-off to make. So someone who runs locals, I think there should be more structure around them regardless. Near the end of the year, I basically only get either diehard local fans or people trying to edge their invite out. August, our cup was 500. Last month was barely 20. That'd be interesting of how you'd change that, or how you could change that. I want to see more support, not less for them. I think, and also like growing the game. Locals is a huge part of growing the game. So anything to incentivize more players to get into the game, play locally, to then feed them into then playing at majors is like good. So anything to get more people playing locally, I think is like a really good thing. Pokemon isn't like as big or universal enough of a game to like not incentivize local play for sure. Yeah, I know a Soko player that has his invite without ever getting better than top 128 at a major and only top 128 one regionals. That's just crazy. IMO. Yeah, and see Hale right there. I think that's a fine opinion to have. I don't have an opinion to counter your opinion in any way. Like I haven't really thought about this too hard, but maybe I'll do some deep thinking here on this stream here to have a maybe I'll have an opinion on that after this. I think it's fine to say you want the World Championships to be a more prestigious event than it currently is. That is a fine opinion to have. It doesn't make you elitist. It's not elitism. It's just like, hey, all right, maybe by definition it actually is, but like it's not bad elitism or elitist, whatever. It could be, it might be elitism, it might be elitist, but it's not bad elitist, or it could be those things, but it's not a bad thing. The question is it a good thing or a bad thing? It's not a bad thing to say, I think the World Championships should be a more prestigious event, and I think the system should cater towards having to accrue bigger achievements than you currently have to accrue to be able to play in the World Championships. Honestly, I feel like you can just solve this with play points, maybe make regionals worth more points, keep locals low, have point thresholds to register early or something. Yeah, and play points can get involved would be pretty good. But it's like people demonize that opinion in the Pokemon community. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I only see like parts of it. But I feel like people demonize that opinion right there, like Hale had. So I know a SoCal player that has an invite without ever getting better than a top 128 at a major and only top 128 at one regionals. That's just crazy amount. That opinion shouldn't be demonized. It's just crazy that you would demonize that opinion. Like, that's wild. Like, you can disagree with it, but demonizing it is wild. And I feel like the Pokemon community demonizes that opinion from Hale right there, which you could disagreeing with it is fine, but like, it's fine to have different opinions, and like, it's not crazy to be like, I think Worlds should be a more prestigious event. Like, I think the qualification for Worlds should be of a higher or harder to do, whatever. Let me see. Do you think that more people at Worlds will help grow the game, or doesn't that matter? I think more people being at Worlds probably doesn't overly help grow the game. I think the opportunity to make it to Worlds and playing the game, like, Worlds doesn't have to be a super big event, but I think the main driving point, honestly, the main driving point for the vast majority, and this is actually something that's actually interesting, the main driving point for people showing up to Pokemon tournaments and playing Pokemon tournaments is not to get your Worlds invite. The vast majority of people don't care about that. It's just like the vocal competitive players online who are like, this is like the only thing. But the vast majority of Pokemon players who are going to show up to NAIC don't care about getting their invite. They all have the opportunity to, but a lot of them don't even think about it as an opportunity. A lot of players are going to show up to NAIC. The majority of players are going to show up to NAIC, and see, this is like one of those things as well where it's like, the people who advocate for players that the Worlds invite shouldn't be harder or needs to be easier, I don't think they understand that the vast majority of Pokemon players do not care about the Worlds invite. Sure, like, the idea of potentially getting there is cool for a lot of players. I'm sure it's like, ooh, well, if I do to make the finals of NAIC, I get my invite. It's like, all right, well, I'll try for it, but I'm like, I don't expect to get there. And that's like the vast majority of Pokemon players, I feel like. Not that many people are getting their Worlds invite compared to the amount of players that play Pokemon. The people who are trying to get their invite and want to get their invite, I think if you, like, they would be a very loud, vocal minority, though. Because, like, the top players are always getting their invite, right? Like, it doesn't matter if the system gets harder. The top players in the game, they're getting their invite. It just does not matter, right? They're going to get their invite no matter what. But then there's this tier above, or there's probably two tiers. Like, there's the top players, there's the way more competitive players. Both those tiers are going to get their invite. And there's like a tier below that where it's like those are the people who, you know, go to a decent amount of stuff and maybe have to grind a little bit more. And, you know, they get their invite at like the 600 mark, right, this season. And those are the players who are going to be hurt the most by if you make the World Championship invite harder. And I think a decent amount of them, because they're just competitors and competitive people, they would mostly be fine with it, and they'd be like, yeah, it makes sense to making it a little bit harder. I don't really care. Some of them would be annoyed and be like, well, now I can't even get my invite on this next season. Inherently, that's not a good or a bad thing, though. Then there's all the players under them, which is the vast majority of PokemonTCG players, who just don't give a fuck. They're just like, I like playing Pokemon. I'm gonna go to my locals. I'm gonna go to my local League Cups and League Challenges. I'm gonna go to the regionals that are close to me. I'm just gonna show up, play Pokemon. And for some of them, if they do well enough at a couple of tournaments, maybe they will end up with their invite. Or maybe one of them spikes like a regional win, whatever. They win the tournament, they get the World's invite, or a top 8. Maybe that's enough points for them to get there all of a sudden. But if that doesn't happen, they also don't give a fuck, and they're still just gonna go to the next tournament and just show up and play Pokemon. So I think increasing the threshold for the World Championships would not affect numbers in the game at all. Would not affect people's drive to play the game. I think with that, though, if you did make Worlds harder to get to, I think it would be good to add something like a little bit more prestigious of a little bit more like, if I just get this, I get my Worlds invite. Like making regionals, if you top 8 a regional, you just get your Worlds invite. I think expanding that, because like this year they added, if you win regionals or you make the finals of an IC, you just get Worlds invite, right? With the finals of IC, don't you get 500 points anyways? I guess it's not 600. You get Worlds invite no matter what, right? But I think if we expanded on that and then made the championship point threshold higher to get your Worlds invite, I think that'd be a fine swap. It's like, listen, you can get your Worlds invite without going to without getting 6 top 128s at regionals. You won't be able to do that anymore. But if you get that top 8, you're in. You know, you're like, all right, my last regional of the season, going hard. I can still get my Worlds invite. Just got to get this top 8. Like, it still like gives like a threshold to like kind of meet. All right, I'm gonna try and catch up on these questions. I think he's saying that people doing this for a career are gonna go to Worlds regardless. People who can go on points from locals alone are more casual. I don't know if you're replying to me or someone else. Also, the idea, and this is like, once again, in terms of like growing the game and like creating stars and superstars, trying to make it so that people can create careers out of playing Pokemon is super cool. And something we should, like, if you're a fan of the game and want the game to grow, something you should be like a fan of and advocate for. We should want people to play Pokemon competitively and make that the only thing they have to do if they really want to commit their full time to going to tournaments and playing in tournaments through prize money and maybe other incentives that Pokemon gives out there to people who consistently do well in the tournament. That's sick. I think everyone, if you don't want that, like, what is wrong with you? If you don't want that to exist in the Pokemon TCG, what is wrong with you? How would you not want that to be a thing where someone can be like a full-time competitive Pokemon player? But I think part of it that comes with it is like these players, if like, you know, if you're in the top 32 players in North America right now, and you're one of those players who's just trying to do like this full-time through just competing, we're not quite there yet where you can just like just do competing. Coaching, usually you have to like supplement it with coaching to actually be able to survive in the world, but or content as well. But we should all want that. Not wanting that seems crazy to me. How would you not want that to happen? But to go with that, these players also need to be able to show up to these tournaments. So giving them priority registration, let's get them in there, bro. Let's get these people who are trying to make a career out of competing in Pokemon. Let's get them in there. Like, they do have to like reach a threshold, right? They do have to be like top 32 North America or something, but hopefully they're there if they're putting all their time into playing the game. Like, let's get them in there, bro. Let's get these people competing and like making a living off Pokemon competing. That's sick. I want to hit Kieran's points here. Make championship points based on the number of people you beat in a tournament. Bigger tournaments have a point multiplier. Use those points to give you a space in raffle for open registrations. I don't know if I agree with the more people, more points, more payout kind of stuff. I think regionals being regionals, ICs being ICs. I don't really like when people are like, oh, this IC was, or LAIC was smaller than Orlando, but it gives way more. It's like, yeah, it's an international championship. Who cares if it's smaller, bro? It just is a more prestigious tournament. Like, more of the best players are showing up to it. It's a more prestigious tournament. Who cares if it's smaller? That's like arguing Worlds should give less payout. Well, I guess that doesn't really work because they're both open tournaments technically, I guess. Worlds is invite only, so I guess that doesn't really track. Don't listen to me. But ICs and regionals are both open tournaments, right? I don't really, yeah, if what's it called is smaller, bro, like, it's an IC. We've labeled it an IC. It's a bigger tournament. It's worth more. Maybe need to give Liam some benefit of the doubt. Probably just game off a game between block lax before that tweet. You don't have to give Liam the benefit of the doubt. You can just say you disagree with him, but demonizing his opinion or him as a person, maybe demonizing is a little bit strong word to use there, but basically like going further than disagreeing would be the weird thing to do to begin with. The average person earns 300 from locals now. Then the invite bar is 300 from majors. It's already similar to what Liam is suggesting. He has a different opinion on locals being good for worlds. Yeah. Okay. You're clarifying what like Liam's point was. Yeah, but at that point, we should just go with the current system, because like making locals worth something, making it like an incentivizer for people to want to stay in the game and play the game and then even go to like major tournaments definitely makes sense. If you have a problem with priority invites, then go win a regionals, top 4 the next, then go get a chance to compete in the next one to continue the hot streak. Priority needs to be a thing. Yes. How many pro players do you think there are in a game? I don't know. What is the definition of pro that we're using? Because I usually expand pro past making a living on it and just kind of like who are the best players in the game. But the other problem is points only feed into worlds. Why can't locals feed into a states type tournament or even nationals, for example? It would be cool to have more things to do with your championship points. I haven't really thought too much about what those things should be. But I'm sure some people have some good ideas. I mean, there's like, yeah, some kind of states type tournament or nationals or something like that. Yeah, championship points feeding into more and local tournaments feeding into more than just worlds would be nice. I don't have a good answer for that, but I think it would be a good thing. I feel like the current system is fine. Small changes can be made, but big changes are not necessary. I agree. I think it's expanding on like priority registration for top players is a good thing, but it's actually pretty funny. The top 50 people in play points include only like 4 to 5 invites. Also, like giving priority registration to people with play points, I'm also fine with that, by the way, as well. Like, I'm talking about top players and championship points getting priority registration, but I also think like play points would be like giving priority registration to your most dedicated players, I think would also be a fine thing, to be honest. Hot take: no worlds invite without attending a winning winning 3 local cups and challenges. Comments? I don't know, just getting super specific for no reason just feels always a little bit weird, but I guess I can see it. I think locals become better when they transition from being a world's vessel to being something to go to for the individual experience. But I think you're saying that as a competitive player, Liam. I feel like you maybe you're not looking at locals through the lens of a more casual player. I think locals having some incentive is good. And listen, if you are a more competitive player, nothing is forcing you to go to locals to potentially get your invite, or you don't have to play for a stipend or something like that. Like, and maybe you are a more competitive player, but you can only go to a couple regionals. So having those be weighted more would be nice for you. But also, you might just have to go to locals instead of that. But I think that's like at the expense of the competitive player. It's like it's at the expense of the casual player to benefit the more competitive player, which I think is probably an incorrect take. It's definitely an incorrect take in this situation. I think if you view it from the lens of the casual player and with the purpose of growth of the game, you want locals to lead somewhere and mean something for whatever reason. Whatever that might be. As a more competitive player, the more competitive players generally dislike locals because they feel like it's more of like a chore and a grind. But like, you just have to not go to them. Like, I don't like, you can just not do it. Like, I didn't do it. I've gone to 0 locals this year, and I think most top level players would definitely get their invite without going to locals, for sure. And if you think about it, if you don't go to locals, that makes more time to potentially just go to majors. So yeah, you're definitely, I feel like you're viewing it purely from the stance of like a more competitive player. What do you think about having an end of year tournament that has less prestige for players who get like 400 points? Nah. I've seen a couple people mention that. Nah, that feels weird. Like participation trophy worlds feels weird. Sometimes you don't make it. Giving priority red to people with a certain amount of championship points, I could maybe get behind. I don't like hate the idea of that. Have you looked at what other games? It's called the Open. It's kind of the Open, but that's like for anyone who goes there. Like, but yeah, I mean the Open is like something else to do at Worlds, I guess. Have you looked at what other games do for their circuits? The pre-COVID FGG circuit worked incredibly well. I knew about that, yeah. IC should be for players who have reached a certain level of points. Championship point or play point. Event with championship in the same should not be for everyone. I mean, it's like the international championships. Regionals are also called regional championships. Like championship is just I don't think championship is like an exclusionary word. Maybe I have to look up the definition. Like, maybe by definition of the word it is, but why are we starting from the base that Worlds is not prestigious enough already? Worlds is still very prestigious, but like I don't think like the opinion of that it could be hard to get into. Wouldn't it be terrible? They demonize it because of the historic world structure. It's been ingrained in people that Worlds is attainable by just grinding. Yeah. Also, the flip side of the locals being a lot of points is that players from areas with no locals have a really hard time getting an invite without traveling all over. In a way, lots of points from locals is a pro for elitist players in areas with tons of world players and cups. But yeah, I mean, yeah, elitist is also, I mean, I assume you're making fun of the term elitist there, Haley. Because elitist there in that situation is just like not, yeah, it's just like, dude. And another thing with this like whole thing is like, dude, like this is one of these things that I feel like people are trying to justify in the Pokemon TCG community. Is like everything across the board should be as equal as possible. It's like it's just like life isn't fair. Like life is not equal, like to an extent as well. Like there needs to be like some part of that where it's just like, yeah, you're just not gonna have as many locals in here. You got to go win that regional to get your invite. It's like, all right, that's the way it is. Do it. If you don't do it, all right, that's fine. Here we are. There's like not, yeah, like it feels like people in the Pokemon TCG community expect Pokemon TCG to like solve problems that have existed in human society forever, which is that life is not fair. The Pokemon TCG is not going to solve that in its own structure and systems. Like, it's not going to get fully solved. Like, things are going to be more advantageous for some people than others based on living circumstances and, like, you know, having a job where they have more time or more money to play more Pokemon. Like, this is life. Like, this is not, like, Pokemon is not gonna, like, the Pokemon TCG solving these, like, problems that have existed in the human society for forever. Like, it's not happening. Like, it's not solving that. Doesn't mean we can't advocate for change, but it's like, yeah, Pokemon ain't solving those problems by itself. I've heard a lot of locals say they're even intimidated by cups because everyone who goes is invite grinding. I guess that is true. A lot of people say they're intimidated by cups because everyone who goes is invite grinding. Interesting. I don't know how I think about that. Should locals become more casual? That'd be like advocating for locals to become more casual, right? Cups, challenges. But you want cups and challenges to be bigger and the local scenes to grow and stuff. And I feel like championship points is a good incentivizer for that. It doesn't mean there's not better incentivizers than championship points, but I feel like championship points are a good incentivizer to grow local scenes and stuff like that, right? But you could come up with a better incentivizer. I think same points to qualify for worlds for everyone, more regionals in more countries, and limit regionals to people from the region. No, limiting. That's also like one of the worst takes. I saw someone make that take earlier. Like, limit regionals to people from the region is a awful take. Literally just terrible. Once again, we want to concern ourselves with growth of the game as much as possible. Dude, European players coming over to North America, American players going over to Europe, Brent Tonneson literally going everywhere. That's so sick. Like, why would you want to limit that? Like, that is, you gotta stop. We gotta stop that take. Just stop it. Just stop saying it. It's a bad take. It stunts the growth of the game. Just stop. Just stop. I want Brent Tonneson to go to every single major next season that he can possibly go to. That is sick. That is dope. Brent Tonneson is being a full-time competitive Pokemon TCG player. He can't do it if he's confined to Australia. Like, that take just needs to die. It needs to die. It's gonna die here right now on this stream. If anyone ever says that regionals need to be region locked, you're done. You're exiled from the Pokemon community. Do not come back. I'm so tired. That's another take I'm just tired of. It's a terrible take. Makes no sense. You're done. You're done. We're killing that take on this stream right now. I guarantee the casual players would rather have cool prize packs or promos than the event giving out TP. That's a good point, All Out Blitzel. And I think I agree with you for sure. But, like, you want both, right? You want the more competitive-ish, because you just want to grow the local scenes as much as possible, right? So you want the more casual local players, and you want the... I think maybe that more so comes down to, like, local shops and stores putting in more effort for their local scene individually. Like, that's where true locals... You want your true local tournaments to, like, or your true local scene to, like, thrive, where it's, like, not, you know, just people showing up for your cups and challenges, but, like, your Friday night locals. That's like that responsibility of that, maybe more specifically, like, league. I don't know. And maybe if you did away with cups and challenges, providing championship points, or being it as matters much about your invite, but still have them exist as, like, official Pokemon tournaments that don't lead anywhere, maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, I'm kind of, like, thinking about that a little bit more. I've never really thought about that before. I don't know, but that would definitely stunt the growth of, like, the local scene a little bit, right? Because some people are more competitive and only want to show up to tournaments where there is going to be, like, the potential for... But maybe not. Maybe it wouldn't be that... Maybe it's not that serious. Maybe it's not that serious. It'd be interesting. Well, it'll be hard for it to happen, but I'm not advocating against locals giving a lot of points because I want worlds to be harder to achieve or anything. I just hate how many weekends I need to spend at locals under the current system. It feels like with the current structure, you either need to pay to travel to ICs or hardcore farm locals. So basically, Hale, what you want to be able to do is just show up to a regional, top 8 it, get your Worlds invite, which I think is fair. I think like moving forward next season, I think regionals, top 80 a regional should just get you your Worlds invite. I would be fine with that system or something close to it. An expansion of the auto invite system that we currently have. And I think that would be like a fine, and that would give more opportunity for more players to just be like, all right, I get to go to 2 majors a year. I got no local scene, so I can't do locals. Let me try it for my top 8. Let me try and do that. IC points are kind of super easy if you go to all. IC points are, you can get a lot of championship points from ICs. You can. I'm not sure how I feel about that. A lot of people are against that, but don't just count the fact that locals don't necessarily always grow the game. Kids playing adults due to low turnout is a big problem for parents. I could see that. I could see that. But the locals are the biggest part of growing the game for sure, though, right? Like, locals are the biggest part of growing the game. Like, you got to start we start locally, and then they go from there, and then it builds up from there, and that's how people get into the game to begin with. So you need, like, the local scene matters a lot, and if providing championship points at Cups and Challenges grows the local scene, then that's fine for sure, right? Then that's like a good thing, because like locals is where everything starts. So we need locals to be. We need a reason for people to want to show up to locals in general and come back and play in local tournaments. Because if like locals don't exist, then like the game is not going to grow. So, and if that comes down to championship points existing at locals, then that's the way it has to be, I think, for sure. I don't think it's like a negative thing either. And I gotta like scroll down and check, because like my chat just keeps disappearing, so I gotta like come way down here so my chat stops disappearing on me. What if championship points could get you something instead of an invite, like an online championship point shop where you can buy promos with extra championship points? That'd be cool. Well, for those saying Worlds invites are too easy, wouldn't the tournament itself weed out worse players? Like, why is this bad? Wait, for those saying Worlds invites are too easy, wouldn't the tournament itself weed out worse players? Like, why is it this bad? Like, why is this bad? It's true to an extent, Chills, but it is also just like, you can think about it like the idea of the amount of to get to Worlds, and I guess like in a different sense you could be like, well, the RNG in Pokemon, you could kind of like lose to anyone in Pokemon to an extent. There's a difference if you go up against Tord round 1 of Worlds and lose compared to, you know, I mean basically anyone else. But like the question is like, what did it take for that person to get there? But I mean, at some point, if we're saying it just doesn't matter at all, why is Worlds not just like 50 championship points, right? There's a current bar to get to Worlds. The question is just like, where should it be? How hard should you have to work throughout a season in the Pokemon TCG? What kind of achievements should you have to accrue at the very least to get your Worlds to the Pokemon TCG World Championships? And where do we think where is the bar currently, and do we think it should increase? Or I mean, you could argue for it to decrease, I guess, but like, I mean, do we want to make it a play? I don't think we want it to be 50 championship points, right, to get Worlds invite. It's like, yeah, we probably don't want that. We probably also don't want it to be like 5 play points to get Worlds invite. We don't want it to be that. And then we're at the current system where it's like, all right, it's 600 championship points, no play points gets you to your Worlds invite. From there, it's like, okay, should we go higher? Should we go lower? Right? We're currently at 600. If I miss your question or statement or whatever, and you want to re-put it in chat, go ahead, because I had to scroll down and check because my chat kept getting deleted. I wasn't able to keep up with where I was at. True. If someone wants to go for a pro in Pokemon, all power to them, but I wouldn't handicap anyone else. Keep local CP. I wouldn't force travel on anybody just because of an invite structure. Yeah, I'd be more so making sure that those players, as long as they are consistently doing well in the game, can like continue to like play in big tournaments. Love the idea of expanding Worlds invites to regionals top 8s. Still tough to get, but the dream is real for skilled local players who can only go to 1 or 2 in regionals near them. Yeah, I think that would be cool. And like ICs as well. ICs would be like top 16 or something like that. Why doesn't Pokemon give out travel stipends out more? I think they should. Or at the very least, priority registration to more players. You can make Worlds the same registration process and a regional or IC, and people would still complain they couldn't get in because it sold out fast. People who complain about the travel and expense have probably not competed in anything else. I mean, yeah, for competitions, like travel and expenses is always going to be expensive for everything you want to compete in. You got to be usually leaving state, going somewhere else. I'm from a country where cups are highly competitive, and this gets a lot more players playing regionals, and because of it, it's perfect testing for regional, etc. So I think the current system is extremely good for the growth of the game. I for the most part, I like the current system as well. From like the local perspective, I like the current system as well. It's like, can earn some points there locally. Locals being like somewhat competitive is kind of cool. Maybe incentivizes you to go to more major tournaments. You get your first taste of championship points. And I like to see that expand all the way onto PTCG Live, where you can earn championship points on PTCG Live, but PTCG Live is not ready for that yet. Here in Latin, it's very expensive to go to regionals. Only Chile and Brazil have them. Thankfully, I'm from Chile and can go. If not, only locals. I guess it's like a bigger thing as well outside of America. The biggest thing is like outside of America, like I feel like locals are more important. Like Latin America locals are more important. I guess Europe it's probably about the same as it is in here in America, to be honest. And Australia, I honestly locals are probably super important in Australia because they have like 3 majors. But maybe 3 majors is enough. Leading to the Pokemon lore, each regional or IC top 4 is the Elite 4, and the Elite 4 gets a Worlds Invite, but then it can be divided out to 2 top 8s, get your Worlds Invite, top 4, 4 top 16s, etc. I mean, yes, you can lose to anyone, but will they lose to just anyone consistently? And won't that player who got the lucky Tord win lose as they play better players? I mean, technically, but like, at what point do you cut that off, Chills? Like I was saying, like, do we make a Worlds Invite 50 championship points just because the worst players will get weeded out by losing to the better players? Like, there wants to be like a certain level of prestige or accomplishment for getting to the World Championships. The question is like, where does it lie? The answer being, well, worst players will just lose that anyway, so like it doesn't matter if they make it. It's like, I don't know if that's a great answer. I think the question is like, what level of accomplishment should you have to achieve throughout the year? What level of accomplishment should you have to achieve throughout the year to get your World Championships invite? I think that's a question to answer. To me, the current system doesn't feel terrible, though. To me, the current system doesn't feel terrible, especially like from the local side of things. You could make it a little bit harder. Locals stay the same. Cups and challenges stay the same. Regionals stay the same. Top 4 gets Worlds Invite. Tickets for international are priority to top 16, top 33 in each region for the tournament. Top 8 Worlds. Why aren't you in the call, Liam? Yeah, Liam, if you want to call in and if you have thoughts or opinions and you want to share them, I can call you up on Discord. I think we're in a majority agreement here, pal. Oh no, you're just responding to someone else. People acting like you can earn 100% of your points from locals, where you actually need to go to at least 1 major and get top 8, then also win 12 locals, 6 cups, 6 challenges. In the worst case scenario, how is that easy? I mean, I guess that's like relative, right? But a decent, like a player, you don't have to top 8 a major to get your invite, though. As long as you're able to put enough points together from locals, if you go to like 6 majors and get like 6 top 128s or something, that will lead to the World's invite through that. I mean, it's kind of like relative. It's not that that's technically easy, but it's like, is that the level of prestige that we want to require to get your World's invite is the question. Yeah. It's like, it's basically like how well should you have to do at majors, or how many majors should you have to go to be able to in your Worlds invite? What about a system where at the end of the season before Worlds, you can do a Nationals-esque tournament where you need a championship point requirement to enter, maybe like top 8 into Worlds. You still need a championship point requirement. You can't attend the Nationals-esque event tournament because you're already qualified, while making Worlds harder to get it. So it's like a last chance qualifier type thing. I mean, I'm not like against that, I guess. I can see an argument for raising the bar, but completely taking away championship points from local events seems like a step backwards as far as growth and interest. I agree. I think championship points at locals, or if you do take away, I think I could see it being reasonable to take away championship points from locals if like there's some other incentive there. If there's some other, was of course adjust structure by region. Yeah, I could see an adjustment there for sure. You want to pull up some other tweets, or did you already do it before? No, what other tweets should I pull up though? Someone said, Liam said I should pull up, what tweet did you say I should pull up, Liam? Liam Williams' tweet? I could take a look at that tweet real fast. Hold up. I can't find it. Can someone link me the tweet in the chat if someone has the tweet? Maybe I will be able to find it. What is Liam Williams' Twitter? I found it. All right. I think the argument is that you can place pretty poorly at regionals to get those 240 points, though. How many regionals at a low placement would you need to get 240 points? Like to what, top 128s or top 64s? How many points do you get for a top 128 or top 64? Take away championship points from locals is the cringiest statement in the history of Pokemon. I think the biggest question for championship point, taking away championship points from locals would just be like, how much does championship points existing at locals incentivize the local player base from like playing? 40 and 50 for top 128, top 64. That's a decent amount. I guess like another thing as well, one other thing you could kind of put in with that as well is like you could theoretically get your Worlds invite without like showing any growth in the game or getting better at the game, which like I guess like thought kind of crossed my mind, because like let's say you go to your first major and you get top 128, and then you go to 5 other majors and get top 128, and then you get your whatever amount of local points you need to, then you just have your invite and you like didn't grow, like you didn't grow in the game at all. Well, you could have gotten better at the game. You could have gotten better at the game, but no placement growth, I guess. Also, you could get, I guess you get IC championship points involved as well. If you get like top 256 at a IC, how many points do you get? You get like a lot, right? Dude, that's actually I don't know how close I was to. It's kind of funny though. Speaking of like getting so many championship points from ICs, and I don't know if this impacted. Oh no, I guess this wouldn't have impacted it at all. Actually, to be honest, it could impact my end of year standing, but 512 at an IC is 60 points, and 28 is 100. Yeah, the I think when people are advocating for Worlds being harder, they're just like, they message me on Discord. Okay. To cover this real quickly, well, actually, we can ask Liam about this. I can just add Liam. We can get Liam's full thoughts here. What was I gonna? I had like one more follow up though. How do you feel about lowering the best finish limits across the board with the invite structure? This way, you combat grinding and let people focus more on high quality finishes. Right now, top 128, 6 top 128s is greater than 3 top 32 finishes. Well, that I have to like. The first question I'd have to ask myself, Kieran, is, do I actually think it should be harder to get a Worlds invite? And that's just kind of the question. I guess you could say, should it be harder, or should you have to have more prestigious accomplishments to get a Worlds invite? And I'm gonna ask Liam. We can ask Liam exactly what he thinks.
Yo, man.
You can hear me fine?
Yeah.
And say something again real fast.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can. I just want to make sure the chat will be able to hear you fine.
Yeah.
All right. You know what Liam thinks? Well, yeah, but chat doesn't know what Liam thinks. All right. So, would it be safe to say your current take?
Chat. Yeah.
With like the post you made on Twitter.
Yeah.
What are you exactly trying to fix with the post you made on Twitter? Are you trying to fix the way you can earn championship points, or just how hard it is to earn your invite, or what you have to do to achieve your Worlds invite?
Both. I think the Worlds invite should be a little harder. Arjun Kadse he like ran the numbers, and he thinks there's going to be like 900 people at Worlds this year. I think that's way too many. The Worlds that I remember and I enjoyed the most were the ones with much less players. Like, 10 years ago, there's like maybe like 100 people, at least in juniors where I was. And when there's much less players, I think it's just a much more competitive, more enjoyable environment. So less players. I think that's a good thing. And it makes the event more competitive. Like you said earlier, when there's worse players involved in the event, like there's still RNG, or like a bad player can always beat a good player or a worse player. So like removing worse players so that the games are always high quality. I think makes the event better. And then also changing the way that people get their invites. Like right now, if you get like 5 top 8s at regionals, you don't have your invite. But if you top 256 10 times, you get your invite. Like, and grind locals and hit 3 ICs and top 128 or 1028, all of them or something. Like 1024. Like that seems insane to me. I think being able to do well at regionals is like, that's what should be encouraged as to how you get your invite, not going to as many ICs and locals as possible.
All right, someone said in chat, a bad take, game has grown, so worlds should of course scale. Which I think I would agree with. Would you agree with that? That worlds like theoretically should get a little bit bigger from back in like 2010 to where it is now?
Yeah, I think so. It should probably be a little larger.
But
900 is so large.
There's a lot of people. We're probably not gonna have about 900 show up, of course. But is that even like counting the potential invites from like China and Japan, or is that just TPCI regions?
I don't think it's counting China and Japan.
Apparently, like someone mentioned that there's like 100 invites from China right now. Which is actually, I think that's really cool that the Chinese players are going to be playing at Worlds this year. But, so
yeah, I think it's gonna be really cool.
Of course, locals. I mean, you're not going to disagree with this. Locals are important. That's like where the game initially grows, right? Is like locally. So you do need some incentives there. Currently, one of the incentives for local is championship points. So you put out this system with your tweet, obviously. But would you like be fine with like keeping local points? And then I think Kieran had a good comment.
I think like, if you made it, like something, I think we had a few years back where like you get like 10 points from locals or something, and you have like a BFL of 6, and it's like 10 points for a challenge win. That's like all there was, or something like that. It's like not the worst thing in the world, but the issue is the like local points will always conflict with regionals points. Like even in a system like that where you basically get nothing from locals, you're basically saying, if we compare it to the current structure now, if you go to local 6 times, which is basically just like showing up, you get a top 32 finish at a regional. And like,
go ahead, continue.
Yeah, like that just doesn't make sense to me.
No matter how much locals are worth, it's always gonna change what level of achievements you have to achieve at majors.
Yeah, unless you split them, like somehow, right? Like you have to disconnect locals from like the championship points or like invite structure or something.
Okay. So even at like the super small scales, well, when we had it at smaller scales, it was like what, wasn't it at one point? It was like you could only earn, wasn't it like 50 points for your world's invite or something at some point? Or am I trolling?
Yeah, I think so. You had like way less.
Yeah. So I think the first thing would be if we like, let's say if we remove championship points from locals, you have to come up with a different incentivizer. It seems like championship points are a fairly big incentivizer. So let's say if we don't have an answer for that currently, we have to keep locals championship points. But Kieran had an interesting comment in chat where Kieran was like, what if you like made it like a 3 BFL at regionals or something? So you'd have to, would that be, like, is there any reason that is not as good as just removing local points? Would be like putting a more strain on your major finishes be better?
I think both of those would be good. That's the one thing that wasn't included in my original tweet, which is I think we should drop the regionals BFL to like 3 or 4. But I mean, like you just always have the issue. It's like somewhat intrinsic to
system.
The system I described.
Okay. Yeah, it seems really tough to like remove championship points locally for sure. So I think that I have to say, and I definitely understand the idea of like wanting a more prestigious world championships. I think that would want to come with more ways outside of championship points to earn your world's invite though. Like if we we could even just increase the number. So let's say we increase the number to earn your world's invite to like 900 in the current system. Like we should, all right, it's 900 now, or like get top 8 at a regional or top 16 at IC, right? Like there's kind of always that
I think that should definitely
possibility.
drop down.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's like one thing I don't have too strong of an opinion on. Should the world championships be harder to achieve than it currently is? And that's like something that I feel like a lot of people have said for a long time that that's what they want, is that to happen. And I'm not necessarily against that because it is the world championships. You want it to be a prestigious event for sure. So I don't think it's a bad take. I think people demonizing the take in the PokemonTCG community is bad because it's just an opinion at the end of the day. And instead of just discussing it, people kind of just like say it's bad and like you're gatekeeping.
Yeah, man. I feel like people are taking it personal for some reason, but
I know you don't have anything
Um,
against anyone or like people who grind locals, but it's
Yeah.
just like you just feel like, hey, it'd be cool if the World Championships felt
Yeah, I mean,
more
this is the
prestigious.
system I'd like to see. No, but I think what's good, what doesn't make sense to me about the current system for invites is I feel like it somewhat shoots like the middle of like, are we going to make Worlds like a Pokemon convention that everybody can go to, or are we going to make it like a super prestigious competitive event? It's like, as long as you show up to enough League Cups, you get to go to it, which is like neither like maximizing accessibility nor maximizing like competitive integrity. So like it doesn't seem like a good system to me. I'd much rather shoot like one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think both can happen, and that like becomes more on. I think we've been seeing that more from Worlds, like last year's Worlds, especially in Japan, where it was like, I don't know, there was just like it was just a huge event, and there was like so many people who showed up to it who were not competitors.
Yeah, Japan was amazing.
Yeah, so it's like a huge event. And I think hopefully they do more of that and they make it more like all the stuff they're even doing with just like inviting like influencers and YouTubers out and stuff like that, like more of that kind of stuff. Get people creating content around it as well, or tweeting about it, whatever it might be. Doing stuff like that is always cool to see. And I think that probably something they're going to strive for is to turn Worlds into more of a open convention type thing where they just want people to show up and experience Pokemon in a different way. But it doesn't mean, like with what you said, it doesn't mean you can't have both, right? They can have a lot more stuff going on there that's Pokemon related, and they can also be like, and the World Championships, there's only 200 players instead of 900 players showing up, you know, based on the invite system.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is necessarily wrong. I haven't like really fully, like I said, I haven't fully formed my opinion on that, if I think it should be harder to get to Worlds or not. I'm definitely not against it. I guess like the Worlds invite this year was definitely harder than last season for sure. But like you said, you just want to see. So I think like, would it be fair to sum up your argument as to being you just want players to have to achieve a certain level of accomplishment in the game to get to the World Championships, a higher level than there currently is?
Yeah, sure. I think so. I like there's nothing wrong with like players just attending Worlds, I think. But I think they're like their incentives are out of line. Like I don't really care if PokeDuels gets his invite and shows up. Like that's a who cares, right? It doesn't hurt anybody. But I think like the way that we think about Worlds is like, oh, you have to get your Worlds invite. That's the only thing you can play for. Every time when you wake up and go to locals, it's so that you can get 50 points to get your Worlds invite. Every time you go to regionals, you ID at 6-2 so you can get a few more points to get your Worlds invite. And then like it's just like, oh, when you have to go to 3 ICs and then you ID at like 5-3 so you can get points to get your Worlds invite. Like there's no point to place so much emphasis on the Worlds invite, and like the incentives that we have set up with locals and with ICs and like their current structure incentivizes people to make decisions like that, which I don't think are good incentives.
And if we did adjust the system where it was more championship points for going further or an automatic invite for like top 16 at an IC, that would incentivize doing your best at the tournament as opposed to getting as much as possible from the tournament in terms of championship points.
Yeah. And I think that's a much better incentive structure.
Yeah, actually, I like that point. I do like where it's like we want everyone to show up to try and win the tournament and not just try and play for top 128. To be honest, and yeah, for everyone in the chat, Liam doesn't have against against anyone. It doesn't hate local grinders. You might hate grinding locals yourself. I guess that maybe you could say that. But you did win a regional, so you don't have to grind those anymore. And
yeah, I don't have to go, man.
And like that's something like the more competitive players maybe like instead of complaining about locals, I feel like more of the higher end competitive players should just make that their goal to work harder at the majors they do go to, and maybe go to a couple more majors instead of 10 weeks of locals throughout the year, whatever number that is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think there's a little bit on the other end too, where it's like the top players, the more competitive players who complain about locals all the time, without like giving any solution or constructive feedback on like a future system, is always a little cringe as well. But okay, well, I mean, I think that kind of covers. Did you have anything else you want to expand upon a little bit further with that, or?
No, I think I got it all out there.
All right, sounds good.
I appreciate you having me on it.
All right, yeah, good to talk to you. Anything else you want to mention? I don't know how much longer I'm going to be doing the rant segment of my stream. Who knows? It could go a little bit longer. We'll see. But if there's anything else you want to mention and jump back in, just let me know.
Yeah. I'll message you.
All right. All right. And see, like, I think that's reasonable. And I had like this discussion. This is like the biggest thing is like people just don't want to have discussions in where's my music go? In Pokemon. It's like we can sit here and like I said, my opinion on this, I'm not sure where I stand. I can call up Liam right there and we can have this discussion. I can understand his viewpoint and I like some of his points too. The biggest one was de-incentivizing people to just like ID for top 128 instead of playing it out for top 64 to get like the bigger achievement, the bigger accomplishment, or just to go all in on winning the tournament on that 6-2 record going into day 2. It's like show up to try and win instead of, you know, getting those 40, 50 championship points. I like that. I don't hate the idea. Like, I don't hate the idea. Like I said, I'm not really one way or the other. I don't hate the idea of being like, maybe you at least need to top 16 one regional throughout the year. Or maybe even just top 32 it to like get your invite. If you need to do that to walk with your invite, maybe that's not I don't think that's like a bad thing, right? Having something be more, Frank, it sounds like he actually wants his regional champion points to be retooled, which makes way more sense. I mean, I think like with what I said when I summarized it for him, he just wants you to have to achieve a higher accomplishment than you currently have to achieve in the PokemonTCG to get your Worlds invite. He just thinks that you should have to go a little bit further than you currently do, maybe a lot of bit further. That's how far Liam thinks you should actually go. He thinks you should have to go a little bit further for sure. I think championship points should be linked to match points at tournaments. Fixes the need for people to ID and how many regionals have 600 and some 2K plus. Yeah, that'd be interesting. And all these things I'm not against like that as well. Like, yeah, a certain amount of championship points gets you a certain amount of match points gets you a certain amount of championship points. That'd be reasonable. I mean, we hit like at the major tournaments now, we hit literally every number for match points, right? So there would be a threshold for literally every single layer. Do you think then they should give more than from being the upper end of regionals? Like the fact top 64 is the same as winning a cup should change? Well, yeah, that would probably like go with that as well. It's like the higher end placements would give more championship points. Lower placements would maybe give less to no championship points even. Like maybe you take away anything past like 128 or something championship points. It's definitely interesting, the points. I mean, I feel like was severely lacking from what I heard is that he speaks as if winning every locals is a given. In Denmark, we're getting 2 to 3 cups per month at the moment. That is also true. I think that's actually a really good point. Actually, I completely issue with it being less open. Okay, I'll get you in here in 1 second, James. Go send me a message on Discord. So your name. Oh no, I see your name right there actually. So let's say so you bump up on my chat thing on Discord. And I'll add you here in a second, James. Yeah, winning locals is definitely not a given, and I think that's a really good point. I'm glad you brought that up because when I brought up the fact of how much top / more competitive players do complain about locals, it's kind of cringe. They don't give like any thought to like constructive criticism or feedback. Usually they're just like, I hate this local grind. It's like, bro, just don't go to the locals. Like, it's not that hard. You could do it. I believe in you. You can look at this weekend coming up and be like, man, I could go to these 2 cups on Saturday and Sunday, or I could go to the beach. I'm gonna go to the beach. I'm gonna choose to not go to the local tournaments. And then instead of your tweet over the weekend being a complaint about grinding locals, your tweet is a picture of you at the beach. I think it is fair there with casts. Yeah, it's not a given for top players, more competitive players. It is almost a given that you will, like, if you go to enough locals throughout the season, you'll pretty easily, I think, for most top level players, be able to walk away with 6 cup wins or finals and 6 challenge wins or finals, which is definitely fair. Maybe Liam's perspective on it is maybe a little bit skewed. Maybe like do we know, like, can we even really find out how many players are actually walking away with their invite from winning / making the finals of 6 cups and 6 challenges and then not getting better than like top 512 at IC and maybe some top 128s at regionals? How many players actually fit that criteria? Maybe it's not that many. Maybe the majority of players or a decent amount of players who are walking away with their Worlds invite have gotten that top 16 at a regional or a top 32 / top 16 at an IC. And then you can still make the argument that you think you should have to do a little bit better than that. But that might be a really small number. And maybe it does lean more towards having at least one decent finish at a major. But you could always make the argument that you still think it should go further. That would be true as well, because we don't really have that number. You could still make the argument that you feel like current accomplishments made at major tournaments by the average player aren't enough. Like, it needs to be a little bit more still, which I think is like a fair, like, it's like a fair statement to make. You know what I'm saying? It's like all right, I want Worlds to be more prestigious than it currently is. There already is a mandatory day 2. Mandatory day 2 of what? Making a day 2 at a regionals. Whereas when I talk to Americans, they have like 28 locals a month. Yeah, local, and that also is like region. To be honest, that is also, it's a really good point as well, which I wish I would that's a really good point is made that would have been asked to like bring up to actually Liam. Is America has it way better, and maybe Canada as well. I'm not sure about Canada's situation. At least the Toronto area probably way better than like Latin America. I think in Latin America, I feel like locals are mandatory to even have a possibility. Local championship points are mandatory to even have a possibility of getting a decent amount of Worlds invites from there. Europe, I'm not as sure on. I don't really know. I think some parts of Europe have it just as fine as America, but some like Wittecast here talking about, was it Denmark? Probably not quite as well off. Yeah. Imagine you bubble out of what you need and just can't make Worlds because cups are gone. Yeah, but you could. That's like a bad argument, Zeno, because you could just make that argument for literally the current system currently applies to that. Imagine you max your locals and then you bubble out of a placement and you don't make Worlds. Like, that's not a good argument. The argument is just like, what should you need to achieve? And if you don't achieve it, then you don't make Worlds. If you do achieve it, you make Worlds. I feel like sometimes I'm being hypocritical with when I make those kind of statements, but I'm pretty sure in this situation I'm not. Sometimes I feel like I am, but I don't think I am here. Locals always awarded a large amount of CP. Most people in league come for fun and care less of championship points. I'd imagine that how it is in the majority of leagues. I don't know about like majority of leagues. A lot of people just like playing Pokemon. That's what kind of statement I made earlier, right? That's kind of the statement I made earlier. Like, the vast majority of people who show up to NAIC, we can just talk about NAIC specifically. Sure, some of them are like, all right, man, if I make the finals AIC, I get my Worlds invite. But a mass majority, even if they have that thought, don't expect to, and the vast majority just do not care about their Worlds invite at all. They're showing up to play some Pokemon. So there's like this weird middle. There's like a weird advocation for those players, I feel like, by some by people online in the PokemonTCG community, where it's like these people need to have the chance to earn their Worlds invite just as much as anyone else. Where it's like those players just don't care. There's like this middle, there's like a small section in the middle of like in between vast majority of casuals and then like the more competitive top players who like that actually affects. But it's not as many people in the PokemonTCG community, I think, as we all realize, or anyone thinks, like anyone realizes. Like, there's just so many people who just want to play Pokemon and do not care about the Worlds invite. Sure, they might like, and it is maybe kind of cool. They go to a League Cup and they get top 4, they get some championship points. You know, that's kind of cool. To get your first championship points and like build upon that with more locals and stuff like that. Hazel, I have a question. When I played the Spiritomb, no, we're not talking about Spiritomb and Lost Cena. Actually, I cut Spiritomb for my Lost Cena as well. Too many people got that Cleffa. All right, I'll add James here in a second. I think I've caught up on most things. Do the numbers I laid out even seem prestigious enough though? Oh, wait, what'd you say, Dre? What's your comment again? If you're looking for me to respond. Well, I was living in the UK. God almighty, it is so much harder to get to locals than in the US. Well, no, US definitely has it the best. And that also probably skews, and I think like for Liam's tweet specifically, Liam is specifically talking about his experience in the system in America, right? Like, that's another thing we have to think. Liam is not, well, it maybe would have been good for Liam to clarify that. Like with this tweet here from Liam is talking about his experience in America for locals. Other parts of the world, locals for their point structures are definitely like more important and like kind of need to exist, it feels like, to some extent. But Liam doesn't have any like, I doubt Liam has like an idea about that. So I guess I'm speaking for Liam a little bit, but and if he wants to correct me, he can feel free, but I assume that's where it's coming for. I specified this would be the NA structure. Oh, did you? Oh, you did say that for NA structure. Yeah. And other regions could adapt. Okay, could be adapted. All right, fair. You did specify that. I guess we'll re-specify just for people in chat who looked at it and were like, no locals for Europe. What the heck? How could you ever do that? Yeah, he does specify. I even see that right here in the tweet. NA. I think having it be a placement base right now feels tough when we have such egregious bubbles and events. What do you mean for what? Like invites or something like that? Plus perspective is from winning a regional. Doesn't mean you can't have an opinion though. If you max cups, you could get better than top 512. You should get better than top 512. Oh, if you're able to max cups, you should be placing better than top 512. Probably. Probably on average, yeah, if you have 6 cup wins. Those people still put in the work to go to Worlds. Yeah, but the question is, like, it doesn't matter, like... But, like, that's, like, that's not... You're not wrong. Like, the players who do get 6 top 128s and get 6 cup wins and 6 challenge wins, they did put in that work. The question is just, like, what work do we think is matches the prestige of Worlds? You could make it less. You could be like, all right, you could have you have infinite challenges placements. You can earn points at infinite challenges throughout the year, and someone could only go to league challenges in their invite. They put in the work. They place top 4 at a lot of league challenges, but like, do we want that to equal? Yeah, no one's saying they didn't achieve what it took to get to Worlds this year or achieve what they achieved. It's just like, should the achievement be greater to get to Worlds? As someone from EU, there is such a discrepancy in terms of income between countries that I don't believe at all it would be fair whatsoever to have locals give 0 points. For Europe. Once again, I'll clarify on that. 1 to 156 in North American leaderboards right now have had solid or really good placements. Like winning 4 cups, 4 challenges, and then 2x second at both of them, going to 3 regionals and top 128. And top 128, top 8 is not easy. If that is not enough in for an invite, then well, if you get a top 8, that kind of like hits the, I think that hits the threshold for most people's, like, if you get a top 8 at a major, I feel like that hits the threshold for most, if not all people's situations. Like, what people would put as like a prestige level to get to. My friend did exactly that, has placement at 6 cups and 6 challenges, but needed to attend literally every single North American regional so far and finish at least top 512 at all of them. Did that? Like, did exactly that? Or still needs to achieve that? I feel like Midwest is spoiled when it comes to events available, especially right at the start of the season. I'm imagining such big turnouts when the next season starts. Even then, people in Ohio have it better than people from Montana or something. Yeah, there's always going to be like that kind of situations as well. Like, depending on where you live, you're going to have a better situation. You could scale up the amounts of points needed for Worlds and also increase the scale to which high major finishes give points. That way locals still contribute, but good major finishes are much more impactful. Like, instead of 100 points for top and make instead of top 8, make it 200. Yeah, I think you'd have to do that as well. Mixon, I agree. Like, I think you still need local points to exist to just like incentivize the local scene and get people into the game at some level. So it seems like local points still need to be an incentivizer. So I disagree with this part of Liam's, the 0 points from locals, unless you give some other incentivizer to local tournaments to have people show up locally. So I think champion points still have to exist. But like, if you say that local points still have to exist and you want to increase the prestige required to make it to Worlds, you could just like lower best finish limit at regionals or something like that. Destroying why is the number of players at Worlds a concern? Seems like a have/have-not situation. Isn't Pokemon about inclusion? Well, Pokemon was fully about, let's see, but like, to what point though? So you make that statement there, Justin, but should anyone who wants to play at the World Championships get to play at the World Championships? And no one is saying, specifically like Liam's point is not the number of players at Worlds, but what you have to achieve to get to Worlds. Like, if we ended up with 1,000 players at Worlds, but they all top 8 at a regional, I don't think Liam would probably have a complaint if the game was to that scale where there's that many regional championships that are of like current size of regional championships and they all got top 8. Like, so it's not about the number of players at Worlds. Well, it is to an extent. Liam did bring that up, but I think it more so comes down to the prestige or the achievement required to get there more so than anything. If the game is big enough that there's 1,000 players at Worlds, but they all made top 8 at regionals, like it's like, all right, well, the game's just that big. Like everyone made top 8 at a regional, but there's 1,000 players at Worlds. Like, all right, that's fine. But they all did the hard part. The whole convo needs to be based to NA and NAC in particular. I mean, that's what all the controversies around. So we definitely need to leave like Europe and Latin America out of the potential of like no locals, but like locals have to exist to an extent for sure. And until we come up with a different incentivizer besides championship points have to exist. But you could adjust the major tournament, the accessibility to championship points from major tournaments to an extent to make it harder to earn your Worlds invite. But just local points gotta exist for sure. Latin has a huge disparity. North Mexico players can come to U.S. locals and get an invite just from that. But players from other areas as countries are in a far worse spot locals wise. And that's one of those things where it's like it's always going to be a factor, right? Liam's reasoning for his argument is purely ego driven. He doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to lose to RNG by worse players who doesn't deserve to be there, and that's why it's a terrible take. Yeah, but that's such a bad faith. That's such a bad faith statement. How do you know that, Canceling Cologne? How do you know that? Why would you not just take his argument for what he says, and why would you assume it's the most bad faith worst interpretation of his opinion is that? Why would you say that? That's not exact. Like, he could lose to RNG to a player as good as him or better than him as well. Like, that could be you losing to that. Like, he literally came on and said that. He literally said that. No, I think I made that statement. And then I was just like talking as if that was like as a point. Unless Liam did actually say that and I already forgot. Unless Liam did make the statement, I don't want to lose to bad players at Worlds. Which I guess, like, if he did, then he did. But I don't remember that. I remember I brought that up as a point, but... I don't want to lose because of RNG. We can still lose because of RNG. Like, you just lose to a good player because of RNG. RNG is more likely to beat you against a good player than a worse player. Bob isn't going for his invite, so he shouldn't take him an IC spot, is sadly a thought some people have. Bob isn't going for his invite, so you shouldn't take him an IC spot. It's definitely a bad take. But, yeah, that definitely is a bad take. I think biggest issue is cost for these regionals. Not everyone is able to afford this. Why is that an issue? Not like that goes back to like the life is not fair thing. The PokemonTCG is not going to solve that life is not fair problem. Like, it's just not going to happen. UK has the best. Those locals are free. Let's say people right now at 540, 599 lock it up and get the invite. That's top 156 North American qualified. Let's also say of the 2.8K-ish players we have in NA regionals, 2.5 at least are North American players. 6% of the player base qualified. Shouldn't Worlds be the top 10%? I don't know, 10% is a lot. I think some players forget just chasing for the win of their local or regional, or chasing back-to-back wins for cups. Worlds is just too lofty and unrealistic of a goal. I don't know, 10% is a big number. Is that what we're not currently at 10% though, right? We're definitely less than 10%. 10% is probably too many people. That's how you could like come to the conclusion as well. It's like what percentage of players should be getting there? I have a regionals top 8, 16, 32, and a 512 at regionals this season, but don't have my invite yet because I didn't grind locals early in the season and didn't travel to ICs. Maybe I'm just salty and I'm having to grind locals here at the end, but to me that just feels bad. That does feel bad. I think it should go both ways, to be honest, Hale. Especially with the statements you've made so far, I think like locals should exist as a way to get your invite, but higher placements at regional should give more points for sure. And I think just top 8 and regional should just give you your invite, to be honest. He's 51 points short last. I had talked to him a couple weeks ago. He was going to NAIC in an attempt to fill the remaining gap. I'm gonna close it up. All right, Liam said correct. Was that responding to the thing I just said, or was that responding to something else? That's 5 minutes ago, so I'm actually not sure. Appreciate the 4 months there, Solskjaer. You brought this up, but putting more emphasis on placements rather than grinding top 512 / locals would be a positive change. I think the people who can top 8 one major can beat someone who grinded locals and did 10 majors at 5-3 ones 9 times out of 10. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so. I agree. I think they're a higher caliber player for sure. Like on average, of course, we're talking. I'm trying to catch up here with chat real fast. I am going to call James in here in a second, so James can give his perspective. Let's say even average championship locks up the last 100. That's... Oh, you're talking about percentage still. It's 8.7. I mean, 8.7 for the World Championships. Like, that doesn't seem like an... 8.7 of the best... I guess, like, okay, one argument... Oh, I guess this kind of goes to the argument of the RNG, to be honest. It's like... If... Okay, so Liam did clarify his statement. I said strong players can lose to worse players based on RNG, which is true. This can lower the quality of top tables at events because of worse players running on gas. Fair statement. Which I guess is like something you could think about as well. Which is something you could think about as well. It's like at the end of the day at Worlds, we want like and it's like because of the RNG in a game like Pokemon, you could be like, all right, if you could make the argument that we want to up the qualification process of Pokemon, so the average player at Worlds is better next season than this season, so we're gonna make it harder to get to Worlds, which will then lead to just like at the end of the results of RNG throughout the tournament run and how players play, we still just have the best of the best up there, right? Like when you look at the top 8 of Worlds, no matter who the top 8 is from the people who qualified for Worlds, you're like, oh yeah, I know all those players. All those are great, amazing players, right? No matter what. Which I'm not saying like past Worlds don't fit the well, they definitely would fit the criteria less just based on the registration system, right? Or the qualification system for sure. Which would be something to think about. Yeah. Another like what's it called? Towards like the idea of like increasing it. Ultimately, if you're good enough, tournament size doesn't matter for yourself. Therefore, every regional IC should be as big as possible and cater to the most amount of players for every region, from new to pro. Well, yeah, I agree with that for sure, Pablo. But what are you talking in terms of? Like in terms of like qualifying for Worlds through these major tournaments, or? But again, if it's 8.7% of the whole player base, but only 50% of the player base is trying for Worlds, it actually is 17.4% of the people actually trying. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, not everyone is trying. In fact, I would say it's more extreme than that. Are 50% of Pokemon TCG players trying to get their invite? No shot, right? Like the players who like play locally, show up to their maybe 1, maybe 2 majors throughout a year. That's a lot of players who like only play like their local major, or maybe 2, travel to like 1 outside of that. I think it's more than 50%, right? I think more than 50% of the Pokemon TCG players are not trying for their invite. So out of people who are trying for their invite, what percentage should that be? Is a good question, actually. It's a good point there. Because everyone else just doesn't give a fuck. Like no one else fucking cares. Yeah, no one else cares, which is fine. And if they do spike a regional dub, that's dope. Bad take? Wait, what was a bad take? What I said? I don't want any players other than over any other player at Worlds. Why would I? I don't want any player over any other at Worlds. That's elitism thinking, no? You have to like clarify that statement again. I'm not sure. Also, when you guys are like responding to something specifically I said, try and like make that a point so I know what the heck you're actually talking about. Like, yeah, I mean, it makes it easier for me to respond to people if you, because I'm like reading chat in a little bit of a delay, so sometimes you're responding to one thing instead of something else I think you're responding to. Makes it easier to go back and forth with the content. Increasing your you can't measure that though. If you're just saying I could lose to being unlucky, then that goes for everyone, even worse players. Just say you want only top ranking players in the world. But to get only the top ranking players in the world though, like you still want it to be like a process where like anyone can get into it, right? Because like if Pokemon's like different than something like becoming like a pro in sports, right? Because there's like a system from when you start playing basketball when you're 9 years old that can lead you up to being in the NBA. But Pokemon's not big enough to have a system like that. So you need an open-ended system where theoretically anyone can achieve their Worlds invite. And you're not just like, because otherwise at that point you're talking about like an ELO system, right? Where the ELO system sucks because it doesn't allow anyone to get into the game on the competitive level, like reasonably. Well, I guess not technically. I guess you could just win a lot with the ELO system. But the entry to air is just entry to barrier to entry is just so much higher. Having the system be fairly open-ended, I think, is like important in something like Pokemon. But from there, you can still have the discussion of how difficult should it be to get your Worlds invite. What should you have to achieve to get your Worlds invite? And just like, yeah, having the opinion that it should be harder isn't like a bad thing. Over 180 players qualifying from China as well. Is that the number now? Last time I heard it was 100. Bad players can't ride the RNG wave forever, so it's a bad reason to exclude people from the tournament they worked hard to place at. From a tournament they worked hard to place at. It just comes off like you don't want people to have fun because it can possibly lower your chances at winning, which I think is why people are saying it's elitist. Well, no, I mean, it would increase Liam's chances of winning Worlds. Juby. It would increase Liam's chances of winning Worlds. The easier it is to qualify for Worlds, the easier it is for the better players to win Worlds. Like, if you made it that anyone can play in Worlds, or if you made it, they can get 200 championship points to play in Worlds, it becomes easier to win Worlds, not harder. It becomes an easier tournament to win for the best players, because there's a chance the other best players get beat by worse players, and then you just have to beat worse players the whole run to winning the tournament, right? The tournament gets harder. The harder it is to qualify for Worlds, the tournament gets harder, because you're only playing against like players who aren't making mistakes. But what Liam is saying, at the end of the day, when you see the results for Worlds, you want to see, well, I guess to an extent of how many rounds you'd have to play in the tournament, right? If the tournament is massive and you have to play a ton of rounds, I guess that would affect it. But if the tournament is like 9 rounds plus 6 rounds day 2, no matter what, you probably would be preferring to play against worse players overall. Although James just said I'm wrong in chat, so I'm going to call James right now, and he can tell me why I'm wrong. I guess to an extent, if you have to go, if you're playing like 10 rounds as opposed to 15 rounds, you'd probably rather be playing the 10 rounds. But if it's like equal number of rounds, but it's only against the best players in the world at the equal number of rounds, you'd probably rather be playing against worse players overall.
Yo, all right, so the first, oh, yours up first.
Yo, go ahead.
Anyway, okay. So the first thing, I have tons of things, but the first thing I respond to you is literally what you just said. I don't think that if you make the tournament bigger, I think that the smaller the tournament is, the easier it is, definitely, even if it's concentrated the best players. Because you're saying like, okay, you could hit like only bad players in your way there, but you could also only hit good players. And so like on average, it has to average out to like, because I think ideally, so my main point that I want to bring up is, in an ideal world, if I am playing the 32nd, like if I am, let's say I'm playing the best in the world on the day, I would like to win Worlds. And I don't think anything else should matter. Like I would, yeah. And like, but that never happens, that every single Worlds, the best person on the day wins Worlds. It never happens. It never will happen. So if you're the best player in the room, you want there to just be 6, like let's just like, you want there to just be 4 players, to just be 3 of the other best players in the world, like as the most extreme example. You just want there to be 3 of the other best in the world, and then you just be the 3 of them, and then because you play better, and then you go about your day, right? But the bigger you make it, there's like, you know, there's more variance. You could lose to, and you could lose to anyone, like just like you could lose to the top 3. Okay. If that makes sense.
I do agree with that, to the point where it would be like equal number of rounds. Because I do think it's harder to win. It's harder to win the bigger the tournament is, the harder it is to win. I guess like that also goes in with like how many points you need to actually make top 8. So I guess that is
Yeah.
true. So I guess if all else was equal, if you had to play, I don't know, if you have to at least play 16 rounds one way or another.
Yeah.
But I guess even then at that point, even if it was, yeah, if you have to play 16 rounds one way or another, if you have the best players in the world, that would be a harder tournament than 16 rounds of just kind of open. Like, would you say?
Nah, I fully disagree, because then yeah, it's literally just less match points. It always ends up to being less match points.
You think the match points are harder to achieve than the opponents you have to face?
Yeah, because it would decrease by so much, right? If you cut 200 players out of the tournament, it decreases by a lot. Or it's like it's a whole extra 1 or 2 match points. Like,
I can see it. I mean, if I have to play against, but if the trade-off is playing against you and then Tord and then Brent like in a row versus getting 2 more match points, I don't know if that's actually harder, to be honest.
Yeah, well, how do I explain this? It can't be easier. I don't know, like, because it's just the number of people that you have to beat to get the placement. I don't know how to, like, fully contextualize this, but like you have to. It's just the number of people you have to place higher than.
Well, isn't that?
I don't know.
Wouldn't that only be assuming that you're playing perfectly? Because like,
but the thing is, like, you could hit harder players. You could also hit the. Yeah, I mean, you go ahead.
I was gonna say, yeah, I feel like that's assuming you play perfectly. But when you play against worse players, you can misplay and then still beat them more often, right?
Yeah. I mean, you're more likely to be worse players, absolutely, 100%. But there's also, and like the other point is, if you add more bad players to the tournament, you're saying like, well, you're more likely to hit bad players. But there's also the chance that you hit a bunch of good players in a row and like get the bad side of variance as well, which I think evens out for the most part.
I could definitely. Do you think there would be a breaking point? Well, what if I only hit Tord 16 rounds or 15 rounds in a row? At that point, would it be better to have the bigger tournament?
Well, you're saying ifs and buts, but I think it just like
on average,
it shouldn't matter. It should the average should matter. I think, because what I'm basically saying is, if I'm the best player on the day in the world, then all that matters is I want the absolute highest statistical chance of winning worlds. Is like what worlds should be. But yeah. So
okay.
Yeah. So I disagree with what you just said. That's the first thing.
Yeah, I could see that. Being, I have to like think about it a little bit further, but I see your point. That probably does make sense.
Yeah. But my next point is, I actually don't think that the solution to this is to give less invites, because at the end of the day, the invites come out of Pokemon's pocket. Like, it doesn't come out of anyone else's. Like, yeah, you want as many people to like be at Worlds and like competing. Like, as you said, there's like content advantages. Hold on. There's all these things.
So Kieran just put in chat. So I guess Kieran's agreeing with me here. If the number of rounds stays the same, then I think more people in Worlds makes it easier. But
if the number of rounds stays the same, then I think more people. But like there's like the match points things.
It would be like, to what extent? Like, if we're talking about like needing one more match point to make top 8 versus like one less match point to make top 8 and only the best players in the world, versus like a little bit more open, you need one more match point, versus like 500 people in the tournament compared to 4,000 people in the tournament, right? At some point there is probably a breaking point on both ends, right?
Yeah. I do truly believe that and I can't imagine how this wouldn't be true, because if you bring it down to like the smallest example, if you have 10 people and you have to make top 8 and you play 10 rounds, if you just add 6 other random people, it has to make it harder. So like,
you don't think
I don't know how to explain it. It's so, I mean, this is pretty hard to explain. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it being true. I just feel like that, like, the skill discrepancy eventually becomes pretty big.
Yeah.
With the more people you're letting into the tournament, because like one thing I know for sure.
Okay, wait, let me explain it to you this way. So like, if you had like a list of everyone's percentage odds of winning the tournament, if you add an extra player, let's say they have like a 0.01% chance of winning, that percentage chance of winning is still cut from the rest of the room. Like,
that's true.
So like, yeah. So
but couldn't it? I guess I can't. Yeah, I guess you're just right then with that, right? Yeah, if you have 4 people and it's 25 each because they're equal skill level, then you add one person who's worse than everyone else, and they only have a 10% chance, or like less, like they have a 5% chance. That still takes away from everyone else, right?
Yeah, exactly. Their chance of making top 8, chance of winning, top 16, top 32, whatever. Yeah. Could we ever?
Well, I guess we could never quantify that they never have a chance on winning the tournament, though, right?
Yeah. Well, I think at the end of the day, at a Pokemon tournament, everyone has, even if it's trending towards 0, it's some chance of winning. And like, I think the argument is it never makes it easier. It has to be harder.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I guess okay. That is. All right, I don't know if this actually tracks, but what I was gonna say, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I don't even know if this actually matters to the argument we're having. It's like, it is easier today to American regionals today than it was back in 2016. It's gotten easier, despite more people being in tournaments. But I guess it doesn't matter because you're just reaching a threshold irrelevant of everyone else's threshold. Everyone can reach it. Well, not everyone can reach that threshold though. But percentage-wise, is it the same? No.
Wait, say again.
Is it? I guess the same. Are the same percentage of people? Actually, no. Are the same percentage of people who are making day 2 in a 500-person tournament the same as in a 2,000-person tournament? I guess it is, right?
But day 2 doesn't matter. It's just number placements, right?
I guess yeah. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because you're not winning the. But it's a certain number to get you to day 2, just like a certain number to get you to top 8, right?
Yeah. Well, but I think that yes, but I don't think it matters. I don't know. It's just at the end of the day, all you have is when you go into the tournament, you have a percentage chance of winning, and like this whole like match point things is like kind of generally, I don't know, kind of irrelevant.
The top 8 argument is valid because that's percentage based, like 10%, but top 8 is a number. Wait, I'm just trying to think if I guess
if you increase the tournament, you almost certainly have a better chance of making day 2, but you don't have a better chance of making top 8.
Your average placement goes up, but your chance to win doesn't.
No. Your average placement still goes down. Just getting into day 2. Your match points goes up.
Okay.
Your number of match points goes up.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But your placement doesn't on average.
All right, you can go ahead to your next point then. Yeah, I guess that's fine. If someone else makes someone else has an interesting comment, I guess we could circle back to this. But.
Oh yeah, sure, whatever. But I think like the issue isn't really that. I think that we also like it would be ideal if as many people got invite as like Big Pikachu allows us to. Because yeah, I mean, you know, you get stuff for being at Worlds. I mean, people want to be at Worlds. Obviously, people's lives are being made better by people being at Worlds. The issue is that Tord is being put into the same field as, you know, 800 people who definitely don't deserve to be in the tournament as Tord. I don't think anyone can argue with that.
Like a tournament to determine the best Pokemon player on the year per season. Tord should be there, but who should be there with Tord is the question.
Yeah, exactly. Like who should? But I think so. We can give people invites, but I think the issue is like that so many people get to go to Worlds that. Like we've kind of seen this the last couple of years. I mean, no shade to anyone, but with the world, you know. Okay, no, I'm not going to say this. Anyways,
I mean, you don't have to say it if you don't want to. But like, these are the kind of conversations that really annoy me. That like people are afraid to say these kind of things because like they think people will come after them, and there is like an unreasonable amount of demonizing certain takes in the Pokemon community when people are just trying to have discussions and like have opinions. People need to stop attacking the person or the category of quote unquote like top players most of the time and attack the opinion or the idea and like break it apart to the point where you convince the person of something else or whatever. You don't have to say what you were going to say if you don't want to, but just want to like put that out there for everyone in chat to hear.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna say, I think we can say that the world champions for the last 2 years were probably not the best player in the world at the time.
Yeah, so that's fine to say.
But I don't know. I forgot my argument. Anyways, what am I getting to? So, what I would like is that if, you know, the way like it scales down the whole way that people get advantages. Like right now, we only have top 22 gets a round 1 bye, and in my opinion, that's kind of like top 22 in Europe, top 16 US, whatever. And I don't think that really gives. I don't like that it doesn't like give advantages to people who play a ton and like earn a lot more than like earn a lot more, do better across the season. So I don't think we should exclude people from invites, but I think the day 2 system was really good. Definitely better than what we have now, in my opinion, because it gives the people who perform better and in theory are better a higher like percentage chance of winning the event, which I think is good because like let me think for a second.
So what you're saying is
everyone has a chance throughout the whole season, but you want the best players to have the best chance essentially.
Yeah.
Which I think we should do things to help people, to help the best players get a better chance at the World Championship specifically. And the fact that we have such an open system throughout the rest of the year, like, it's still fine, I think.
Someone in chat just said elitism in a nutshell, which is why I don't like this term being used. That's what people would tag as elitism. But so, all right, Alberto, I'm going to call you out specifically because you said elitism in a nutshell. Are you not saying so? One, my first question to you would be, are you against elitism? And my second question would be, is something earned elitism? Because I think what James is saying is like he feels like these players have earned an advantage over others due to their performance and placement throughout the year and their dedication to the game. Would that be fair to say? Is that's what you said?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So then my question to you, Alberto, which I'd like to hear a response is, is earning something elitism? And are you, and if you just want to say it can be, and this would be, then are you against elitism? Which I'm assuming your answer to follow up with that would be no. Then are you specifically against this type of elitism? Are you against the idea of Pokemon players earning something? So Alberto, if you want to respond to that in chat, feel free. Because I feel like that's where like so many people in the PokemonTCG community go is like, they call it elitism, but it's like, are we really going to call something that is earned elitism? Because I think we could very easily say that that's something earned. It's not just like we're like picking like, I don't know, just put a name out there. It's not like we're saying like, I think this is actually good. Sammy Sakum, who's like been playing. I saw he was at EYC, playing Orlando, I think as well. Really, really good player for a little bit more old school. A lot of players don't know that name. We're not saying let's take Sammy Sakum, who's had the accomplishments of the master, and we're gonna give him a priority registration or default qualify for Worlds. No one's saying that. We're saying players have put in the time and effort throughout the year to then qualify themselves to give themselves some kind of, not like specifically advantage, but like they've earned something to give them advantage. And you're saying like you liked the day 2 system, and I think I don't dislike it, and like I guess like the way you worded it there makes me really think that maybe you should just expand upon it. Like if you're in the top,
that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, if you're in the top 16, you get like a 2-round bye, and if you're in the top 32, you get like a 1-round bye or something.
Yeah, or I think you could even. I mean, I think that the literal perfect system goes like the full way, which is like, you know, the top 10 get 8 rounds, the top, or like something stupid like this. But I don't know if that's necessarily perfect or it's too complicated, or, you know, there's also like something people are saying is like, like finishing 6th in the world. There's also a lot of reasons why finishing 6th in the or finishing like 5th or finishing 1st in the world doesn't mean you're the best 2nd, 3rd, 4th best player in the world as well, which is kind of like the flaw with making a really hard cut system as well. It's the reason that we have so many people at Worlds.
Yeah, but we have to go off of something, right? Something is better than nothing.
Yeah, we have to go off of something, and you can give like an advantage. But the thing is, everyone has a chance at the end of the day. Like you don't go, you just have to win a little bit more, which, you know, you do less throughout the season. It is what it is, but you still get a chance.
All right, Alberto. Because all people who qualify comply with the requirements. Okay, this is my problem. Another problem that I have with people who make this like a elitism argument. It's like, okay, the current requirement is you do get favoritism. If you get top 16 in the current system for America or North America, you get a round 1 bye. And like everyone knows that. And it seems like everyone's fine with what Big Pikachu says. You guys got to break out of, oh, this is the current. We're talking about making changes that we think are, or James specifically, and I think I agree with most of these changes that James is talking about. We're talking about making changes to the system in the future. Obviously, nothing's changing right now. And if Big Pikachu, I feel like all these people, all you who make these statements and make these arguments in this way, you're like, oh, if Big Pikachu comes out tomorrow and is like, top 16 has 2-round bye at Worlds and top 32 has a 1-round bye at Worlds, you wouldn't disagree with it or hate on it. But because the top players in the game are like, these are things that we think should change, and they're advocating for these changes, all of a sudden it becomes elitism and is wrong. And it's like, well, there's already current requirements, just follow the current requirements and just do what you can in the current system. It's like, it doesn't mean the system can't change. Like, to put that, I talked about that at the beginning of the stream as well. But I feel like you guys like stop at what Pikachu says. You got to stopping at what Pikachu currently says. If you get top 16 in America and Canada, you get a round 1 bye at Worlds. I don't think anyone ever like freaked out about that or called that elitism or anything like that. But as soon as top players are like, hey, we should probably expand on that further and do more with that, it's like, oh, that's elitism, that's bad. It's like, there's already a system. If you don't follow in the current system, then you just need to do better next year. It's like, bro, it's like Big Pikachu does have a take, and we have to do what Big Pikachu says, but it doesn't mean we can't think Big Pikachu could put out a new policy or a new system. So just talking to chat with that one real fast. There was a comment on the thing we were talking about earlier. That's I don't know what Kohler was specifically responding to. I guess I'll just read this comment real fast. But Kohler, if you want to follow up on this, it's irrelevant to say everyone has a chance to win. Some players have a better chance of dying on the way to the tournament than they do of winning the tournament. I get that is going back to like you saying everyone has a chance when they show up, which I guess that's like kind of, it's like, but do we do some chances we not count because of that?
But here's the thing, like, if you don't have a chance to win, it's because you're not good enough to win, which is fine. Like, if you're not, like, if you're saying that they have 0% chance, if you're the best player in the world, you don't have no chance to win, even if you're going in even in the worst of a like really harsh system, like you'll still have a pretty good shot. So, and what we want is the person who's playing the best on the day to win the tournament, ideally. But that's never, obviously, that's never gonna happen.
Another question in chat. The elitism is saying that certain players should not be attending Worlds because they are weaker players. The grounds for determining who the weaker players are is subjective and opinionated. Well, yeah, of course. But does that mean that means like any system that Pokemon implements is elitism, right? Because they are excluding certain weaker players from not playing at Worlds. But if they just lowered the bar by 25 championship points, then those weaker players would make it. But if we lower it again, they would make it. Then more players would make it, and more players. I don't think like that's just not elitism. It's like, here's a system. Can the system be better? Unless I'm just missing a big point of what elitism means. But after like doing research on elitism, like this is the most misused term in the Pokemon community I think ever.
Yeah.
Why the previous 2 days world system is better? Aren't all players who qualify to that tournament good enough? Otherwise, let's change it and only players who top 8'd go to Worlds. Middle ground. I mean, why can't? But like, okay, but that's like an extreme. I feel like that's like going to the extreme. Like, I guess that could be the structure. Like, if you don't top 8 a major, maybe you don't make it to Worlds, and that could be like. I mean, I'm not 100% against that, but I think having it be a little bit more open that is probably correct. And if you want to,
I think the championship. Oh yeah, I think the championship the championship circuit thing has its flaws in like not getting the best players to the highest. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty solid. the best player in the world gets pretty high the best players get pretty high most of the time. So like, what was I saying? Anyways, that's the point.
So yeah, I guess like we could for the chance of a person has a higher chance of dying on their way to the tournament than winning it. Has anyone with a 1% chance to win Worlds ever won Worlds? Or I guess 1% chance, actually, it'd be less than 1%, like a 0.005% chance or something. Have they ever won Worlds? Because like at some point we could probably discount them as far as like the previous discussion. That's like still on my mind after the higher chance to die on the way to the tournament comment from Kohler. Follow-up question, or Liam, yes, this is my question I posed to someone earlier, which is if you really take the anti-elitism high horse people are standing on to its logical conclusion, they would advocate against any Worlds requirement in the first place. Don't see anyone doing that though. That's what I'm saying, Liam. Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. It's like I just want someone to say like they're fully against a qualification system for Worlds at all, or fully against any form of priority registration, which we currently have in the stipend and award system, travel award system. I just want someone to say that. And if you're fully against all of it, you actually have an opinion instead of just whatever Pikachu says is correct and isn't elitism, but wanting to expand on what Pikachu says is correct is elitism. That's where the Pokemon community like completely loses me, and it's just like a wrong interpretation of what elitism is.
Look, I want to say something. The one argument I see for like being elitism, the best argument is person with more money wins more. And we can get into locals as well. But like I think as long as you give a good enough shot to the people who can't play as much, I think I think you can still reward the people who have performed the best. And give them like a slightly better chance, but not an extremely better chance, while still like not, killing it off, like. Yeah,
Pokemon's not here. The PokemonTCG is not solving world hunger or, poverty, right? Like it's like you do need to be able to do a certain amount of you do need to be in a certain place in your life where you're able to. It's like PokemonTCG at the end of the day, especially if you're going for Worlds, is a luxury hobby, right? For the majority of people. Some people can turn it into a living, which is a really cool thing, which I don't think should be discouraged at all, and we should try and make that more of a reality, for sure. But at the end of the day, it is a luxury hobby, and Pokemon's not here to solve that and be like, they're not solving world hunger, they're not solving poverty. They're just like, this is a thing you can play in and get to worlds if you want to play enough of it. So that's always going to be a barrier to entry is going to be being able to travel to tournaments and stuff.
Yeah, I think you can get to a point where it's less of an issue, and I think making it less of an issue, where the person who can only afford to go to a few regionals is still, given a pretty good shot compared to the people who can go to everything. But like at a certain level, yeah, I mean, you just have to give an advantage so people can go to more, because it's just how it is.
Yeah, I think for sure. I think like a good answer to that would be like if you get, I mean, we could even go down to like top 32. If you get like top 32 at a regional, you get your invite or something, right? That would be like the fix for that. Or top 32 is probably at its stretch, but like top 8, top 16, whatever. Royal One, the original elitism argument.
Or just lower BFLs as well, I think, and like a lower, lower cutoff. It all should be good. Also be great.
The original elitism argument had nothing to do with worlds or players getting a bye. It was people upset that they didn't get into NAIC over a person going for the first time. That I mean those. But all right, so even if it like sounds mean, that take isn't like necessarily. It was worded poorly by the people who made the take. Their opinion isn't. I hold the same opinion as them, but not. I wouldn't word it the way some of those people worded it. It's basically like, hey, I've put in so much time into my season. I'm ranked X in the world, like top 32 in the world, or North America or something. It feels like I should be able to play at NAIC. And them directly coming out and saying, I deserve it over Joe Schmo. Definitely, I understand why that rubbed people the wrong way. But if Pokemon next season came out and said the top 32 players in North America deserve the spot over Joe Schmo, no one would say anything. And it's just that currently, when the players are saying it without it being a rule in place, people like take extreme offense to that. And the players who did make those statements worded it poorly, but basically what the players are doing is advocating for change. So next season, hopefully the top 32 players do get in over Joe Schmo. Nothing against Joe Schmo, great guy, love him, but if you're in the top 32 in North America, getting priority registration at NAIC doesn't seem like a terrible thing to exist in the system of the Pokemon TCG. So I just want to like put that out there, that when you're calling that elitism, it's like the top 32 players in North America, or just to take that as an example, feel like they have earned their spot to play in the North American International Championships over Joe Schmo, and people take offense to them making that statement, but they're not saying they're not saying that they should, Pokemon tomorrow should kick Joe Schmo out of the tournament and add them. They're just saying like, this should be something that changes in the future. And if they do change in the future and Pokemon officially changes it, no one would like care. Like no one would bat an eye or be like, oh no, Joe Schmo is now being left out. It's just like in the moment when a top player is making the statement, people's response to that is being like, bro, why do you hate Joe Schmo so much? But like worded poorly, but that's basically what people are advocating for with those statements. Just to kind of put that in chat.
I think also it's like, it's fine to give I think, as I said, like, giving a small advantage to like people who are really committed is kind of important. I have an interesting argument. I think for this that I came up with the other day. I think that the goal of registration in general should be to have the greatest like positive effect on the lives of the people in the registration pool. So the people who care the least should not register, ideally. So like the people who care the most is going to be, it's not necessarily top players. Like there are definitely people who like have no championship points who care a lot, and ideally they would register, but we don't really have a way to filter this system out. So I think that giving at least some priority registration to the top does like a okay filtration of this, like slightly positively impact lives more, because like missing an NAIC for people right next to top 16 can be a massive hit to their lives in general. Not like brutally, but like it's something. So that was I don't know, a point I wanted to make.
Yeah. So is elitism about wording or about how you feel about you consider lesser than you? No one thinks any person is lesser than them. No one actually is looking down on anyone with any of these comments or thoughts or opinions. They're just saying, hey, I'm ranked pretty highly in the Pokemon TCG this season. It'd be kind of cool if I could play at the biggest tournament in North America. If you're like, let's say you're ranked 1 in North America, be like, or like you're in the top 16 in North America. It's like, hey, it'd be kind of cool if I could play in the North American International Championships with all the time and effort I put into the game up to this point. They don't think less of the people under them. It's just like, the question is, have they earned it, like, by the dedication and time they put into the game throughout the season? And I would argue yes. I think if you're ranked top 16 in North America right now, I think you earned the right to play at the North American International Championships or any of the ICs if you're in that rank at that time. Julian says no one would say anything, responding to my comment of if Big Pikachu just said something, no one would say anything, but the growth of the game would slow down. I disagree. I don't think the growth of the game is going anywhere. I don't think 16 more players getting priority registration into the North American International Championships affects any percentage of the growth of the game at all, not even remotely. And it would take away, like, you could say like those slots shouldn't be like affect the open slots given to everyone else, but it would have to affect, like, those seats have to come from somewhere. So it would be, let's just even say it as what it would be. 16 players would not make it through open registration anymore, probably. I guess maybe they could like calculate it where it doesn't affect it, but let's just say it, 16 players would not make it through open registration anymore for the 16 players that are in the top 32 rankings currently to get the priority registration, which I just don't think is a bad thing. It does feel like those players probably earned it. You know, they put in so much time and dedication to like go through the whole season to get to that point and then not be able to play one of the biggest tournaments of the year, which I think a lot of players also, like, expand on this a little bit for people in chat. If you're not a super competitive person and you're not a competitor, it'll be harder for you to understand not being able to play in like these big tournaments. Like, being someone who's like played in, if you're someone who's played in like 10 plus majors throughout the season, you know, you already have your invite obviously, but maybe you're playing for the top 16 slot, like missing out, like NAIC isn't Worlds and you probably have your Worlds invite at that point if you're that competitive of a player, but you just want to show up to these major tournaments and give your best shot at trying to win as many of them as possible. Like, that's your goal as a competitive player in the competition you're competing in. So it feels really bad when you're someone who's put so much time and effort into the game up to this point, and then played in so many tournaments and stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like you miss out on the second biggest tournament of the year. But they weren't advocating for change. They were saying they deserve it more than others when they didn't make the established cutoff for priority. Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, they do deserve it more than others. That's why they would be given priority registration, because they deserve it more than just the general player base, because they've earned their spot to get priority registration. So they do deserve it more than others. That like, and whether you say that now when it's not possible for them to get the priority registration, or you say it after Big Pikachu implements it in the next season, like, that would be Big Pikachu admitting, yeah, they do deserve it. If next season Big Pikachu is like, and instead of top 16, it's top 32, Big Pikachu would be like, yeah. Big Pikachu would be like, yeah, I think they do deserve it more than others, with the amount of accomplishments and dedication they put into the game up to this point. I think the top 32 players over the top 16 players from America and Canada should get priority registration going to NISE. Big Pikachu is saying they deserve it. Currently, Big Pikachu does say that the top 16 players in the stipend quarter deserve to play in the tournament more than everyone else. That's why they get priority registration. They're saying, yep, we're going to give you a stipend. Some of you get a travel award, and you get priority registration because we think you deserve to be at this tournament. So we're making sure you get there. And if they expand upon it next season, they're saying, yep, these players deserve it more than everyone else who goes through open registration. And all the top players are saying currently is that they feel like they currently deserve that as well. It feels like for the time and dedication that the top players put into the game, that they should be given the priority registration over others. And that, and if we do see that going to next season, like, that's my problem, is like, you should either be fully against any form of priority registration, which means you think the current stipend and award system should be done away with, or the idea of expanding on it for how long we've been around here is probably not a terrible idea. Or you could have a discussion, or you could think 16 is the perfect number as well, which would be fine. You could think that as well. But it feels like people are just like, whatever Big Pikachu says, they're okay with. But the idea of building on that is bad. The idea of having an opinion of building on that is bad. Speaking more to chat than you specifically, James. But yeah, did you have anything else? Did you have any other points you want to make? Because we stopped up. Where do we stop off at? Exactly.
I'm happy to chill here while you're talking and chime in when I want. But also, we didn't go over locals, which is a pretty big thing. And I didn't. So I think I have a pretty strong opinion on locals. I think we need locals, and like I am someone who absolutely hates locals to death. And yeah. I do. Okay, let me just give my opinion. So, we need locals because, I mean, you even see right now, championship points are mattering less. It's the end of the season, and locals are dying. There's way less people, like a fifth at some locals, a fifth of the people than there was at the beginning of the season, and a lot of locals. It's like, the thing is, CP actually matters, or championship points actually matters at locals, or it being at locals. So even though we all hate it, and I think the argument that locals being on the invite is, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense to me, because if you just cut locals out of the invite, what would happen is they would just be like, okay, what is like the person who's getting exactly their invite, like what should they get on average from locals? Let's say, okay, like we've ran some numbers. Okay, we think like 280 is like the number, or like 300 is like the number that most people from locals should getting. All right, let's just cut that out of the invite. Let's say that, okay, it's now 300. The invite's 300 and locals are excluded. Well, that's pretty reasonable. It wouldn't change anyone who's going for invite. Literally would not matter at all. Or it shouldn't. It should only matter if you're getting above average points from locals, which I think locals are one of the most random tournaments, because you could be in a like an area that's really good for locals, that has really easy locals or hard locals, or has no locals or has lots of locals. Like locals are one of the more variable parts of the world's invite, in my opinion. So I don't think it actually matters to competitors at all, but what it matters to is like the TOs and new players as well. Story time. The only reason that I basically played this game is because when I was 12, I met Brent Tonneson at a local in Sydney. So I think it actually is a huge deal for that good players are at locals, in my experience at least. So we should have locals, but competitors shouldn't care that we have locals. And nobody should be saying like, oh, it's like elitist to cut out locals. Like I think that's or whatever. Like it's a stupid take, I think. Yeah.
So locals will always exist and need to exist to some extent. But are you saying you're for or against the idea of cutting championship points, or like?
I think they have to give. I think it's just like a part of being like a top player, or like competing for an invite. Like everyone who competes for an invite is to some extent a top player. Like the locals are kind of just a part of it. Ideally, there would be less of a share. I would love for them to be less of a share. But if Pokemon wants to make you go to 6 locals every quarter, then whatever. Like, it's kind of. But I do also think that it is a pretty big negative that, you know, people have to go to a ton of locals. You made the argument earlier that people should just win more, basically. Which, I don't know, if you're playing on an uneven playing field, like I truly believe if you're 16th in an A, you should get 16th. But if you don't want to attend locals, then if you perform the 16th best in an A, you won't get 16th. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's true as well. Like locals do affect and aren't like a greater test of skill for how good of a player actually is, right? Like if you have like locals winning a bunch of League Cups, doesn't really matter at all, right? If you're better than someone else, one of the other better players in the world, all right, comparing you to the other best players in the country or the world or whatever it might be, locals aren't going to be a determining factor, but they do provide championship points to then rank you against them. Which
yeah, but I think the actually bigger issue is how random locals are in like, you know, difficulty and like how many of them you have. Yeah. So they're not the best ranking system, in my opinion.
Okay, that does kind of make sense. Yeah, for how difficult you're. But I feel like if you're at that upper end of players, you should at least have like 6 finals and League Cups, and then you should get at least 6 top 2s in both of the categories, right? If you're showing up
for most people, But even like but for an invite player, if we're going for like a lower invite player, I mean maybe you only get like three. You're in like the middle of nowhere. You only get 3 locals a quarter, and I mean you don't get finals at all those locals, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely true for sure. I mean, I guess like one thing where you could separate it is like if you kept if the ranking amongst qualifications for priority registration, stipends, and travel awards was only from major tournaments, and like locals were just completely removed from that qualification process.
Great.
But then locals were still kept around for the World's Invite. It was like, for everyone else, like you get points from locals. They just don't matter at all for like the top level players ranking against each other. That's only major tournaments qualify for that. But locals still exist at the exact same level that they currently do, just for acquiring your World's Invite.
But the issue is, I still think it cuts. I still think that cutting out top players is actually a big hit to stores and people in general.
Yeah, that's what you mentioned. Like top players, currently. Like you like the, even if you like a lot of top level players, and I think when you're saying that, like you players don't like showing up to locals in general, you're just talking about top level players, right? Like because it's like such a because you just go to so many and you're already playing so much Pokemon to begin with. It's just like that much more, right?
Yeah.
And for like for people who are more casual, they probably like there's definitely like a separation there of people understanding, like I don't want to say like the hate for local tournaments, but like you know, you just don't, you know, James hates them. You just don't play as much Pokemon as James does, right? If you played as much Pokemon as James, then you probably would dislike locals a little bit more, because there's just like you're competing in Pokemon, but it's not like competing at a regional or a major, right? Like there's the adrenaline, the excitement, all that kind of stuff. That's like more enjoyable experience of playing Pokemon in, or atmosphere to play Pokemon in, right? Man, I had like a follow-up to, I had someone else actually mention that to me literally the other day, is like the idea of the system like not forcing but incentivizing top players to go to locals. Someone told me that like the other day, that's what inspired them to want to get better at the game, was they showed up to locals and they played against a player, a pretty good player at the time, and they were like watching them play, and like that incentivized them to want to play the game more and get better.
Yeah, I think it actually probably happens more often than people think it does. So actually, I do think it's a pretty big deal, and I think that growth of the game should actually be like almost #1 priority, and it has to be for Pokemon, right? It's all they really care about. So,
yeah, I think I agree.
It's growing the game.
Yeah,
whatever the game.
Whatever grows the game is best, and like locals have to matter to an extent. Like there has to be. It's possible you could remove championship points completely from challenges and cups, and maybe they become other tournaments or other things, but then there needs to be a equal incentivizer there, or greater, right? There needs to be some, because that's what grows the game for sure. I mean, that's one of my big advocations recently, because I kind of just had this realization this morning more so than anything, behind one of my biggest realizations recently behind making sure the best players in the game are consistently there at these major tournaments, getting on stream, doing pieces about them. Like there was that video that John had done about him recently, you know, like picking out the players who are consistently showing up and doing well, and then even putting a bigger spotlight on them by making like the videos and making sure they go on stream and stuff. Is like having stars and superstars in the game allows you to grow the game in like a different way, in a different market, and more potential to just make the game bigger. So I almost just had this realization this morning. It's like, yeah, that's just like a good thing to have people who are good consistently being good, because you look at any other sport or any competition and people rally behind the stars and the superstars of the game, right? Like even if you don't, like I don't play chess, but I know who Magnus Carlsen is, like like, or like I didn't watch the example I give earlier in the stream was, I don't know if you know who Caitlin Clark is with like the WNBA, but I didn't watch the WNBA at all. I didn't care about it at all. But then Caitlin Clark is such a big deal. I was like, all right, I'm interested. I got into it, and then like that makes a difference. I mean, I don't think Tord will ever give us the same spotlight that Caitlin Clark did for the WNBA, but it doesn't mean it can't help. It doesn't mean it can't help.
I mean, Wolfie for VGC. I mean,
that's a great example. That's actually that's a great example. Like Wolfie does so much for the Wolfie. It shouldn't be, especially because like as long as you're like at a high level, right? As long as you're still like, there should be some kind of qualification process. Like if you're in the top 32 players, but Wolfie's there, right? That's actually a super good example. Like Wolfie does so much for the video game scene that he wouldn't be able to do if he couldn't compete at these events consistently. So it shouldn't be like, as long as Wolfie is still competing at that level and does what he does for the game, I don't see a reason why Wolfie should have to worry about registering for tournaments literally ever. Like if he's still winning regionals like he is, then he should be getting in every time. It shouldn't even be a question. He does so much for the game in that way that it's like, it would be at such a detriment to try and like cut that out potentially.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's literally just people watch longer, then it gets promoted to more people, and then like the viewer number higher, then it gets promoted to more people, and then we grow. I mean, it's just just how this works. And people definitely watch longer when there's better players and stuff. So yeah, I think it's necessary that we sort of, I feel like we don't even do it enough, to be honest. But yeah, we need to foster like big names to allow them, to give them opportunities to basically grow within the community. Yeah, exactly.
Someone in chat said, yeah, but VGC doesn't have the same player size. That's just like not relevant. Their tournaments still sell out, I'm pretty sure, at like reasonably the same rate that, if even not at, I think the VGC tournaments are still like selling out faster. It's like when TCGs weren't, the VGCs were still selling out. This doesn't matter. How many players there are just doesn't change anything. Doesn't mean anything at all. I don't know, unless you want to explain to me how that would ever make a difference. It just doesn't matter. Like the VGC is blowing up, especially this last 2 years, the same way the TCG has. Like the VGC tournaments, like back in the day, would get like 100 players, I'm pretty sure, or like less. But now they're getting like 800 up to 1,000.
Yeah, and then, you know, there's more people watching VGC, and then that gives bigger opportunities for people to like create content and all this, which helps as well. I mean, for literally anyone, I don't know.
I think that top players should have priority. Definitely AzulGG Yapping, because he doesn't accept this elitism. If it is truly elitism, I'm fine with it being elitism. I don't like if that's what the definition of elitism is. That's fine. But when I have like a discussion with people about it, I feel like they don't know what elitism is, and they don't know what they want, and then they won't have an opinion besides whatever Big Pikachu says is correct. That's my problem. Is like people use the term elitism, but then when I have a back and forth with them, it's just basically whatever Big Pikachu says is correct. I'm like, that doesn't, like, I want your opinion. What do you think? If it is elitism at the end of the day, then sure. But my understanding of the definition of the word is that it's not. So. It's not always about who is on the stream. It's more of the decks. If Pokemon listed the deck names rather than players. I mean, of course, to some extent, but people care way more about who's playing than what they're playing. Like, if you watch someone with a cool deck on stream and they just throw every other turn, like, that's not... Who cares what deck they're playing? Also, some of the coolest decks, most of the time, come from the best players, right? Also, the cool decks are not going very far if it's a cool deck, but a bad deck. It's not going to be going very far in the tournament. So you're going to end up with the really good players on the really cool decks. For sure.
Oh yeah, this message in chat, the reason Todd is always watched is because he makes the off-meta plays and still does really well. Yeah, I mean, it's literally, it's not correlation, it's causation. He's really good because he makes the off-meta plays. Like, that's what makes him so ridiculously good. So, and that, we need the top players for, you know, that to happen. Because otherwise people are just like fiddling around with their Dialga decks. It's not fun. Not interesting to watch. Yeah,
exactly. Just like this what you want to watch. More people are watching the stream when Tord is on than probably any other player, or the biggest percent increase. You make it to a finals, a decent amount of people watching no matter what, but
I think you definitely rival that, but people also care about content and stuff, but
true. Definition of elitism: the belief that certain persons or members of certain groups deserve favored treatment by virtue of their superiority, as in intelligence, social standing, or wealth. So I don't think, I mean, none of those things apply to earning championship points or a certain rank in Pokemon, I don't think. That's what I'm saying. Like, I've elitism this, elitism that, but but I've seen people go back and forth about it in the chat as well, whether this is or isn't elitism. At the end of the day, I don't care if it is elitism. As long as we're all on the same page that elitism is fine in certain aspects or certain situations, or things earned are elitism. If we all agree to that, then I'm fine with it being elitism. If we all agree that things being earned can be elitism. It's not elitism, it's privilege earned by performance. Yeah, I mean, that's what I think it is. That makes sense to me. Some people view the ability to travel to more tournaments financial elitism. It's more of what elitism they are arguing for or against. Yeah, at the end of the day, you could kind of say everything is elitism, if that's the definition. Meritocracy is fine. Elitism is not. I don't know the difference of a meritocracy. Meritocracy. I don't even know how to pronounce the word. Man, I'm gonna look it up.
Look, I don't think this whole what is elitism, what is X, man, it's just a way, it's basically just a way to make something look like bigger than it is in a tweet. So
by using the word elitism,
I don't think that people care that much about X's or like people calling it elite. I don't know. I feel like it's just a lazy way to give an argument on Twitter. That's just all it is.
Yeah, that's what I agree with. But that's my problem as well. Because, like, I mean, I said this a couple times, but if there's new people on the stream, I guess you'll hear my breakdown of it as well. Is that just, like, elitism in general is a very negatively loaded word in today's society. So, basically, when people have a take or an opinion, and then your response is that's elitism, it basically changes the way that people potentially perceive that take or opinion, and giving it a more negative light than it people then looking at that through a more negative lens than they normally would have if people had just been like, instead of just like calling it elitism, instead they just like attack the opinion or the point with a counter argument or a counterpoint. That's like my problem. I feel like the words are like being very overused in the Pokemon TCG in a bad way. People need to have more discussions and less, no, that's elitism. And there was a tweet that someone told me to pull up.
Can I just read out and respond to your comments in your Twitch?
Yeah, go ahead.
Worlds is truly for the best players. So the best players goes 0-4 from Worlds, and then what? They were the best player and lost. His was not even meta game exploited by anti-meta decks. I mean, like anti-meta decks, I mean, that's like a holodeck. It literally doesn't matter. But like you can't. 100% of the time, the best player won't win, and we know it factually. So
yeah,
like saying, I mean, there's no substance to this argument at all.
I guess like another thing to expand upon, I don't know if I like made this point exactly, but I guess I'll make it right now, is like giving some more of the top performing players throughout the season priority registration is not like, it is taking, like when people make the argument that takes away slots from Joe Schmo and takes away Joe Schmo's opportunity to win the tournament. Let's say it does. But then I've never seen someone advocate that strongly against the stipend or travel award system, because that's literally what the stipend and travel award system does. And players, or some players, are simply, myself included, are saying it would just be good to expand on the stipend and travel award system, because like 16 players just feels like too little for how big the game has gotten. There's too few of the top players getting priority registration for how big the game has gotten. Just like everything else has grown in the game, the size of the tournaments, the prize pool. One thing that hasn't grown yet is the just top performers in the game getting priority registration. And it's been top 16, at least in America, and top 22 in Europe since 2016, right? So if you have that take, I feel like you also have to have the opinion that the stipend and travel award system should also be done away with. But whenever I challenge people on that, they always say, no, that's fine. But then why is it expanding to 16 to the 32 with how big the game has gotten such a bad thing then? Because 16 more Joe Schmoes don't get to play in the tournament? It's like, yeah, that's true. But then why are you not advocating for the 16 Joe Schmoes that don't make it in because of the current travel award stipend system? Like, if you're not against all of it, how are you only against some of it? Especially with how big the game has gotten, and why are we not expanding on that? So I don't think I made that point quite yet in the stream, but just to put that out there for people to think about. And let me see if this tweet, if anyone has any like tweets to like for me to take a look at and expand upon as well that we can go over, feel free to put them in chat or let me know that you have one. For sure, one thing I'd advocate for is League Cups winners of that region should have priority reg for majors, or even stipends if done like state champs. It's not elitism to want the best players competing at biggest events. It happens in every sports game. It should not be different in the Pokemon TCG. I agree. The people, I agree for sure, Benji. And I think if people who aren't top players say it, people are going to be a little bit more open to the idea and not just jump on the elitism train. But it's as soon as a top player says it, who would benefit from the privilege of it existing, people don't maybe this is the word I'm looking for. People don't have a thought on the opinion. They just jump to it to being like, well, it's just the elitism. They just call it elitism. Like, people aren't like, oh, you just want more top players to be playing at high tournaments. It's like, oh, that's interesting. And if like a non-top player, someone like says that, people don't just immediately jump on the elitism. What is the word I'm looking for? Not interact, but fuck. What is the word? Perceive? No, not perceive. It's like interact, but not interact. There's another word. It's interact, but but it's not interact. It is engage. They don't engage with the opinion or the topic. They're just like, oh, that's elitism. Because a top player or someone who would benefit from the system change says it, immediately it's elitism, instead of engaging with it and being like, okay, why do I think more priority registration shouldn't be given out? Here's my thoughts and opinions and takes and my counterpoints to your take. It's just immediately, nope, elitism. It's like, no, that's not really what it is. But it does depend on who says it. Boo's, that was Boo's tweet, right? I did respond to Boo's tweet. What was Boo's tweet again? Engage was looking. Boo tweeted. I actually responded to this earlier, but I actually don't know what Boo is referencing here. Boo tweeted, would you like to grow your game and encourage everyone to play and get involved? Question mark. Competitive TCG player, yes or no? Check marks no. Maybe let's not post these takes to the timeline. I think posting opinions like wherever is like fine. And if you do choose to engage with it, I mean, that kind of gives more of a spotlight to it than anything. But I don't know what she's like referencing here. Like, is she referencing Liam's tweet about no championship points at locals? Or is she referencing like, I don't know what, but I did respond to her tweet, but then I deleted because I wasn't sure what she was referencing. I think you are grossly misinterpreting their actual take. No one is complaining about the growth of the game whatsoever, and you know it. Some saying to remove the local scene altogether. That's a gross misrepresentation. Yeah, so that's what Boo was referencing. I don't understand why people are trying to keep playing PokemonTCG. Yeah, so my tweet, I thought she was just talking about... I didn't know that Liam's tweet had gone so far at this point when I saw Boo's tweet. That Boo was referencing... Well, like, I don't know if other people made tweets similar to Liam's, but I didn't know Boo was referencing Liam's tweet with the idea of removing championship points from locals. So I responded to Boo's tweet initially, but when someone pointed that out, I deleted my tweet. Look at all of Rowan's recent tweets. Rowan's reply got a lot of likes. I mean, I think I agree with Rowan's tweet here. I think telling people to not post their opinions online just because you don't agree with them is never the correct approach. I know you should just engage with the opinion, and if you have a different opinion, bring up your counterpoints. Otherwise, just don't interact with their opinion. But like, I don't think Liam's initial tweet, I don't think it's like terrible. I think it's like starting a conversation. If you want to engage in the conversation, then go for it. But if not, then just don't engage in the conversation with the... She responds to Rowan. Oh, what's her response to Rowan? Elitism so high they're gatekeeping us from talking about gatekeeping. It's wild. Like, you want to work against your own game, I guess.
That's a crazy tweet.
Elitism so high they're gatekeeping us from talking about gatekeeping. Wait, so Travis is agreeing with Rowan, and then work against your own game, I guess.
No. Travis is agreeing with Boo. Like, he's saying that Rowan is gatekeeping Boo from gatekeeping.
Oh, bro. I guess that is, well. It doesn't make any sense though, right? Because Boo is the one who's saying you shouldn't post. You shouldn't post to begin with, and Rowan just saying you should post, and you shouldn't be. I think Travis agrees with Rowan. That's what I'm saying.
No, Travis agrees. Yeah. I misread it. Yeah, it says talking about gatekeeping. Yeah.
And work against your own game, I guess. No one is like against the growth of the game. Like, yeah, I mean, that's for sure. No one is against the growth of the game. They're just everyone's takes. Although some of them would hurt the growth of the game. Like I said, like Liam removing championship, like Liam's like restructure, removing championship points from locals, I think would just like inherently hurt the game moving forward, unless there was like some similar incentive like put forth, right? Like equal to championship points or greater than championship points as an incentive to play at local tournaments. Especially like you said, even to bring good players to those tournaments, right? Like you said, that is how you met Brent. And like I even mentioned earlier, I literally had a discussion in a Discord call with some people yesterday where they were like, yeah, showing up and watching good players play was like what motivated me to want to get better at the game when they went to their first local tournaments.
Yeah. Well, I think from Brew misread it as well, it looks like.
Like Travis's response or Rowan's?
Yeah. Travis's.
Wow.
Because it looks like Bruce agreeing with Travis, who disagrees with...
Wait, but is Travis actually agreeing with Rowan? Elitism so high they're gatekeeping us from talking about This one's too hard, too big for my brain, to be honest.
Yeah, I get it.
Right, there's another one. Why does it keep popping up here? I need it to pop up somewhere else. Oh, it's gonna put there. Gotta vet these links before I go to them. Just because you're a good player doesn't mean you're a good role model. Look up to the people who want to improve this game and make it accessible to anyone, no matter where you come from or what skill level you're at. Pokemon is for everyone. But I don't think anyone is saying that. Just because you're a good player doesn't mean you're a good role model. True, I agree with that. Look up to people who want to promote this game. I think people who inspire, want to promote the game, inspire you, whatever. Yes, sir. I agree with that. And then make it accessible to anyone, and make it accessible to anyone, no matter where you come from or what skill level you're at. Yeah, nobody's trying to like gatekeep any of those things, though. No one's trying to gatekeep it from wherever you come from. No one's trying to gatekeep Pokemon in general to whatever skill level you're at. Oh, I guess people on the stream can't see this tweet. I'll pull the tweet up here. Yeah, no one's trying to gatekeep those things. Everyone wants PokemonTCG to be accessible to as many people as possible. And then, like I said, like the idea of like expanding the priority registration to more people isn't like cutting into the mass amount of like open registration that would still exist in the PokemonTCG. Locals is also a big benefit for small businesses, such as the local game stores that host a tournament with no championship awards for cups or challenges, etc. It would be a huge detriment to the lives of those store owners. I literally have almost no reason to go to locals, which means they lose money. Yeah, it does keep that kind of whole thing flowing, right?
This is exactly what I said. This is exactly what I think. Like, this is why we need CP.
Pokemon is for everyone, and we want worlds to be more prestigious are just totally different way. Like, yeah, like they're not like they can like making a tournament more exclusive for the best of the best in the game doesn't mean you can't also have like, the whole tournament circuit besides Worlds is open to everyone. If Worlds did end up being a more exclusive tournament, that's not like it's not going to hurt Pokemon, the PokemonTCG as a whole. And like my biggest problem with all this, now of course we'd have to see these changes implemented and see how people respond to them. But my biggest problem with all this is I feel like if Pokemon comes out tomorrow and implements some of these changes like that we've talked about here today, make Pokemon or make Worlds a little bit harder to achieve your Worlds invite, increase the priority registration to more people, I feel like no one would complain. Because it's like the official Pokemon
people would complain if
I don't know if they would
increase the invite. Oh,
okay. I guess people would neutrally complain. I guess that's true. People would complain about the invite increasing. I guess they are actually true on that. That is 100% true. People would complain about the invite increasing, but they wouldn't tackle it from the same point as like. See, I feel like the people who would complain about it though are the people who like feel
at the end of the day, everyone's like, we don't know if it's actually better or worse, but everyone's like thinking about themselves for the most part. So the people who are losing their invite are going to complain, for sure. Or like, I can't get their invite because of it, will always complain. But I think those are the people you need to weed out who are only thinking about themselves. Like in every like spectrum of the argument, there's people who only think about themselves.
That's true. I guess but like, people who only think, well, I guess there's people, I guess if you're only thinking about yourself, you would complain no matter what. No one you have contact with would complain. That's not the same. I see everything on Twitter, bro. I would see, if there's enough complaining, I'll see it on Twitter eventually. I was having a good day until someone told me that Boo started tweeting again, and he goes mad. Azul, I think the majority of the problem is people complain about something that is completely out of their control, and they need to take a step back. But that's a problem. That is a problem though, Stefan. Like, that's one of the problems that I have with the way that people respond to people advocating. They advocate for change in bad ways, sure, but you shouldn't just be like, well, you can't do anything about it. Big Pikachu didn't say it's official or that this is the way it is. So the way it is the way it is, so just deal with it. That's not good. Like, even if you think their change is incorrect, that's fine, but it doesn't mean you should like be like, there's no reason to complain because it might not change anything, right? Then what is the point of ever advocating for change? Majority of the player base is not on Twitter. That's fair, Julian. Invoice should never represent the player base. Double the Australian players qualified, then double the Australian players qualified, then the largest player base North America shows the imbalance. Wait, is that true? Is there that many Australian players qualified?
Dude, you don't want to know, man.
Is it a lot?
The invite is way too easy. Oh well, I mean, you know, anyone can say how easy the argument is, but compared to NA and EU, the invite's like 10 times easier. A lot of them are getting it just off. Well, it's possible to get it off just locals, which is an issue.
I didn't know there was double the amount of Australian players qualify.
No, not compared to US. It's like the same people as qualifying as US, as almost.
Oh, okay.
Less of them.
Who's saying don't complain? I think someone in chat was, unless I misinterpreted there. Yeah, the majority of the problem is people complain about something that is completely out of their control, and they just need to take a step back. I think how you complain about stuff should definitely be adjusted, but I think complaining at the end of the day is like, it depends on if you like view it as advocate for change or wanting the system to change or something like that, or if you just view it as just complaining. But I mean, it depends what you're complaining about, I guess. But like just taking a step back, I don't think is like correct. Sometimes you're on the right track. It's just like whether or not anything's gonna happen about that isn't irrelevant to you wanting to advocate for what you want changed. That's not true. At last count, it was 88 Australians compared to 94 North American players. Okay, but yeah, but player when you factor in the player base, yeah. Yeah,
when you factor in the temps. Well, yeah, exactly.
Something that frustrates me is a lot of players will not be this vocal in a room with actual people as opposed to online. I mean, that's true. I don't know if that's like matters too much. There's not like a platform IRL for people to like express their opinions in that way to begin with, so I don't think if you question someone IRL that had a certain opinion on Twitter, I think they would probably still say, yeah, that's still how I feel about it. Not sure. Let's see. But yes, there's an argument that it's too easy right now for Australians, but I suppose they didn't know where to set it given they removed OCIC. Yeah, that's probably a big factor as well. They're like, well, there's a lot of points not in the region anymore.
Yeah, they had no idea. You'll never hear an Australian, and you also never hear about it because no Australian's going to tell you how they got their invite. Nobody's flexing over there.
That's like the meme. Don't ask a man his salary. Don't ask a man his salary, a woman her weight, or an Australian TCG player how they got their invite.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm more of a fan than a player. I have 2 kids and a full-time job. From a fan's perspective of the game, I think that having the best players get as many tournaments as possible is important to me. I also enjoy the dark horse runs, so having as many players in general is important too. And that's not going away. We got a ton of players. Like, that's not a problem. It's like, and yeah, that's like exactly like kind of my point is like people like you, Slim Brady, is like an audience that the PokemonTCG wants to reach and create to grow the game more, to have that the people who are fans of top players. That's why like having stars and superstars in the game is important, and putting the spotlight on them more than just the average player is good for the game and makes sense because those players are doing more for the game in general. So making sure they show up to the tournaments and can consistently compete and perform well will allow them to become stars or superstars and have people be fans of them. That's like just another avenue to grow the game, right? So that's like that's one of the couple things that's something I mentioned a couple times now throughout the stream, is like that's just like another way to grow the game, and it's like a good thing for those people, those players, to exist in the game. It doesn't mean it's not necessary, but if we're just thinking about we just want to grow the game as much as possible, which at the end of the day should be the goal, for sure, just to grow the game as much as possible. That's just another avenue to grow the game. I wasn't trying to say that people shouldn't complain. People absolutely have the right to complain. Well, yeah, having the right to complain for sure and express their concerns, but I think people just complain way too much in this community when TPCI has been adjusting things over the past few years. I agree. I agree. I think how people complain, like how people word stuff as well, is pretty poor. I'd say the same thing that you say, actually, against, to be honest, Stefan. So maybe I was like I jumped a little bit too much to conclusions with your first post, but I guess I didn't know for sure what you're talking about as far as complaining goes. Yeah, I agree. I do. I say that all the time on like the podcast and stuff, whichever. Like people like, stop complaining about some of this stuff because this is just like ridiculous. It is ridiculous. This is a spicy tweet, bro. What tweet did you just link? I'm about to time you out, Edwin.
Do you know who that is?
Who?
Do you know who Edwin is? Don't worry.
This Edwin, I don't know. I don't think I know this Edwin specifically. No.
Oh, that's tough, Edwin.
Do we know roughly how many people wanted to register for NAC but didn't make it? I feel like in NA the event space shortage is largely overblown. Oh, it definitely is for sure. Hale. Just look at the percentages. Look at the year-over-year percentages of room they're giving us more. And some events are going to sell out fast, like Vancouver, 100% increase, like NAIC, 33% increase. 33% is still a pretty big number. If we start to get to like the sub 20s, then maybe I think complaints would be reasonable if it's like consistently a problem. But if we're looking at the percent increases year over year, I think we're on track for the game's growth. Also, like another thing I mentioned, the game's growth over the last few years is like unprecedented, unpredictable, and that would also lead to the potential situations where we're having like shortage. But we're reaching the high end of the we're definitely reaching the high end of the threshold in America, because Indy and Orlando, I believe Indy still hasn't sold out. I could be wrong on that, but Orlando didn't sell out until the event happened. So like we're reaching the high end of participants who are going to show up to tournaments. So we're already like there. Like we came in there like pretty close to it at the end for where the tournament scaled up to this season. And we'll see next season there's not going to be as much growth probably for sure if we're like at the high end now.
Could I argue with someone? I think Hearthstone actually suffered from professionalizing the game. There were so many popular players and streamers who helped make the game so appealing, but I do think Dark Horse runs from people who can't dedicate much time to the games better. I fully disagree. I think Hearthstone died because nobody watched it. Which, I don't know, was due to a lot of reasons, but...
Wait, what was their statement? They said Hearthstone died because of what?
It wasn't that nobody could compete. It was literally just, in my opinion, that nobody was watching it at all. Nobody cared, and then it died.
Yeah, what did happen to Hearthstone? I mean, the game got worse too, right? I'm pretty sure the game just got worse in general.
But people were still playing it, as far as I know, people were still playing it a lot when the competitive ecosystem basically just fell off a cliff. It was just because it wasn't interesting enough. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I think that's just unrelated. It was just like they took a YouTube deal, which was really terrible for them. So they couldn't stream on Twitch anymore.
Oh, is that where the tournaments went? Did Blizzard sell all of the rights to YouTube? Dude, I didn't even realize. I just like stopped.
People that got phased out
because I didn't follow. I just like watched Hearthstone tournaments sometimes, like the World Championships when they happened. I didn't know it moved over to YouTube. That also, I mean, that's what happened with Overwatch and everything, I guess. So like that makes sense. They all Blizzard's games went over there.
Yeah, I see someone disagree that did anything.
I did see someone on Twitter post like I don't know who it was, but they posted. The post was basically giving emphasizing the higher end of players more is what kills other games. I don't know what games he was talking about specifically. We did kind of see that. We did see that. Well, I say we see that in Magic a little bit with like the Pro Tour completely leaving, but I feel like Magic in general is just kind of coming from the developer side more so than anything, with they don't care as much about the scene anymore. That's my understanding of it from what I hear from people who play Magic. But like giving, once again, like expanding the priority registration for NAIC from 16 players to 32 players to even 64 players, we could even go as far as 64, is not like still not leaving the overall circuit and tournament structure of Pokemon tournaments very much open-ended to the open, like being an open tournament. Like everything is still very much open, even if you went to that far of tripling or quadrupling the priority registration for American and like Canadian players as an example. So like even at that point, even if we went to 64 from 16, that's not that much. It's not that much at all. Yeah, I think that's like overblown for sure how much that would like ever impact. And that's what I'm saying. Like people are like, one of the things that people jump to is like, if you give more priority registration to top players, then if 32 more top players get in, 32 more Joe Schmoes don't get in. It's like, okay, but like it's not that big of a percentage difference. It's really not that big of a percentage difference. And it does more for the game, which will inevitably do more for Joe Schmo if we can create these storylines around top players and turn them into stars and superstars through them consistently showing up, giving them the platform to consistently show up and do well. And then the ones that do push through to the next level, like Tord, like Brent Tonneson and stuff like that, you know, that can create more attraction to the game through having those kind of players in the space, for sure. Any low amount of play points is easy enough to just get your buddy who runs a league to mark you down, to get you through. I don't know how play points would solve much for registration. It would change it a little bit. It would get rid of scalpers to an extent for sure. I don't know how big of a deal that is though. The people who are just registering for NAIC to get the swag. Like, I don't know what percentage of there actually is of that. I don't think it's that high, to be honest. There definitely is. Joe Schmo would have gone 0-3 drop anyways. That's not a good argument. The argument Joe Schmo would have gone 0-3 drop anyways is not really relevant. I'm just talking about like the potential of having Joe Schmo there versus Tord there. One does more for the game, right? Which is Tord being there, right? I don't care what the Tord could go 0-3 drop. It's possible. He's definitely done it before, I think. So it's like that doesn't really matter what their end record would be. It's kind of irrelevant. But it does more for the game in the long term to create, you know, the stardom of the top players consistently doing well.
And I think the thing is, it's not even just Tord. I think it does go down a decent amount further than just saying Tord.
And this is also one of the
people want to watch.
Yeah, of course. Tord's just like a good example.
Yeah.
Also, on top of that, this is not like it's not that for the next 10 seasons, Tord will get invites to every single major tournament. It's if Tord is still in the top X amount of players every single season. And it isn't open-ended to literally everyone, because not everyone can go to enough major tournaments to actually get into top X to get priority registration. But just like everything else in life, not everything is 100% fair across the board. Pokemon's not here to solve world hunger, right? It's like, all right, here's a system. If you can go to enough tournaments to get into top X, boom, you get priority registration to these major tournaments. If someone has like the time to be able to commit that much time to it, then boom, they can do that. It is like available if you have the time and money to be able to do it. And at the end of the day, Pokemon, once again, luxury hobby to even try and attempt for your World's invite. If you can go further than that, you can compete for top 32 or whatever the next point is. Or ideally, we get to the point where people can compete full time. And it's like, you know, if they can consistently be in that top 32, get the priority registration to every major tournament, they show up at every major tournament, they're full-time competitors in Pokemon, that's just sick. And like, being against that seems really crazy to me. Like, I don't know if anyone is against that, but it'd be wild to me if someone's like, I don't think that should be a thing. I don't think you should be able to make a living competing in Pokemon. Why would you not want that to exist in our game? Like, that's crazy. Like, even outside of like coaching or any other way to supplement your income, if you could just compete full time and that's it, don't coach, don't make content, show up, play in tournaments, maybe get some sponsors for like being a competitor, that would be dope. That's super cool. That'd be super cool to see in the future of Pokemon at some point. Yeah, honestly, since Pokemon is already a luxury hobby, aren't we all just elitists? Exactly. You think you're not. You're calling people elitist. You're saying stuff is elitism. But at the end of the day, as soon as you pick up that Pokemon deck and compete in a locals, are you not also an elitist? On the topic of growth, is there an argument for having some priority registration if it's a player's first tournament? You could check their ID on other regionals and ICs, and if they have none, they could register before it opens. I mean, I guess I'm not against that idea, to be honest. I'm not against. See, I'm not against like any of these things as being ideas either. But
this is what Japan does something sort of similar. It's like if you don't get in to one event, then you have higher odds of getting into the next event.
Okay,
they don't do RNG, but you know,
I don't know. It's like
maybe
that.
Because our registration, we actually don't have that many events to register for. So if you tried and missed at the previous event, like getting priority registration to the next event could be something.
Yeah,
that'd be a good idea.
You see, like I wouldn't be against that happening either. And we even like outside of top players, I'm not against like play points leading towards priority registration for players either. Like if you have the highest like Poke Duels, running it up, priority registration at every event, I'm fine with that. Like you played it, like, your dedication to the game is higher than the average player. I don't mind that person getting priority registration at, you know, follow-up events. I think that'd be fine. And they already did that with play points to some extent for players under 18. I just think that's a weird, what's it called?
I think it's just a trial. It sounds like it's just a trial.
They could have just done play points in general. It's just weird that they did like the under 18 part, but I guess they're whatever was in the email is basically we're trying to make sure like, you know, the youth of the game is able to compete at the youth of the game that is putting the extra effort into playing the game. So even Pokemon is recognizing dedication to the game. They gave it the under 18 criteria, but they were like, if you have a lot of play points and you're under 18, we want to recognize your dedication to the game by giving you early registration or priority registration at NAIC, which I'm fine with that. Like, I think that system's cool. I can't qualify for that system, but I think it's a cool system. I think giving the more dedicated players, the higher achieving players in the Pokemon TCG priority registration to these tournaments is a good thing. Like, you want to reward your player base for being like the people who are going to show up and consistently compete in your events and support your product. Why would you not want to give back to them? That's also like I guess like a weird point that it seems like people like kind of are against is a weird point that is kind of like against that. It's like you're almost like against rewarding people who are dedicated fans of yours. Like, we're fans of Pokemon, the Pokemon TCG, playing in Pokemon tournaments. It's like you're saying you're against that dedication, and you're against a company or something rewarding their dedicated fans and loyal fans, which, and when you break it down to like that seems kind of cringe to be against that. Like, if you look at like anything, like in terms of like a video game or a franchise or like any kind of thing like that, like rewarding your most loyal supporters seems like something that you should just do. And this is like a way that they're doing that with the play point system. Let's see, was it? I can't wait until this elitism privilege conversation continues more and more to the point coaching and Metafy classes are elitist / anti-new player because you have to pay for them. Feels like that's the next progression of this stupid argument. Honestly, it could get there. That would not shock me if that comes up eventually, for sure.
And you guys can come to my YouTube channel. Hey, it's free over here.
Yeah, James's YouTube channel is free. You have no complaints but to go check out James's YouTube channel at that point. James actively against the elitist coaches in the scene doing his part.
Definitely not self-interested. I'm for the same, guys.
There are surely very talented players all over the world that would even make an Azul sweat. They're just not wealthy enough to compete in bigger or even smaller tournaments. So all this talk about elitism of top players is truly fruitless because any competing player is very privileged by default. Yeah. I think I agree with that. Yeah, if I'm fully getting what you're saying there. Hot take here: Pokemon does not care about adults. They want to focus on the kids, juniors, and seniors in the future, and they cater to them, making it easier to make worlds and events. No, I think Pokemon cares about, at least as far as the competitions go, they care about the adults. I guess the kids impact more because the kids are actually like buying packs of Pokemon. Most adults are just buying singles, so. I like more so providing promos or other incentives for play points versus championship points as a measure of access to higher level tournaments. Yeah, sure. I mean, everything's good. More like everything can be good, I think. Get it all involved to some point. As long as priority registration doesn't overtake the capacity. No, and it never will. Like, priority registration is always going to be a very small percentage of the very open tournament circuit that we're in. It should just be a higher percentage than it currently is. But it's like going from 1 to 2%. It's going from like less than 1% to 2% or something like that. It's still a very low number are getting priority registration. The tournament is very much still an open tournament. I mean, I don't know. I guess what is priority registration numbers at right now? Because we have like EU, NA, Latin America. We have all the regions, but not everyone's going to go, even if they have a stipend. And then you also have the play point under 18 priority registration that happens. So it's still a pretty low percent. Like, even if we got up to 5%, it's still a 95-5 discussion. 95% open registration, 5% priority registration. Even if we got to a 95-5, that seems fine. That seems like a fine number. I was gonna go with something with that as well. I forgot. I agree with that. Play Pokemon should be considered for the registration process. Dedication should be a part of the criteria. Yeah, I mean, that's what doing well, consistently going to tournaments and doing well in tournaments too. There's like a dedication there. Also, oh, that's what I was gonna say. I think it would be really cool, and I don't know how many using code AzulGG at checkout is capitalism elitism. I don't know if how many Japanese players are actually gonna come to NAIC. I'm sure there's gonna be some, but I think Pokemon should be like inviting some of the Japanese players over to play in all the ICs, to be honest. I know they're like, because they can compete in them. It's my understanding. I mean, they don't get anything from doing well at our tournaments, but just having like top Japanese players over here playing our tournaments is like just so cool. Like, I know some of them just kind of make their way to our ICs, But I think Pokemon should be inviting some of them over. I wish the Elite Four from Japan would come to the ICs to bridge the gap. That's a good start. Bring the Elite Four from Japan over to our ICs. That would be a good start. If Pokemon paid, and I think they should pay for them. They should pay for their flight, their hotel, priority registration, the whole shebang. Get the Elite Four from Japan over to our ICs for all of our ICs. That would be dope. That would be super sick. Azul's cranking up the views on this Twitter video. I know, just keeping it on loop. God, I think it could be 15 to 20% priority and it'd be fair. I'd have to like see what those numbers actually look like. I mean, I'm not against the idea of any of it. I do agree that I think we want to keep the circuit, the competitive Pokemon circuit needs to be fairly open. But like I said, 5% to 95% is not a huge deal. Daichi couldn't register. Oh, I did see that. I did see Daichi missed registration. Oh, I saw it was for Wave 1. Did he miss Wave 2 as well? Is Daichi in the Elite Four? See, like having Daichi over here and playing would be sick. He's like a big content creator over in Japan. Yeah, just having like that'd be a good the elitism for who's the Elite Four in Japan. They have an Elite Four tournament. I don't know quite how everyone, like the previous Elite Four plays in the Elite Four tournament, and then some other players make their way into the Elite Four tournament, and then whoever wins, whoever's the top 4 from that tournament becomes the Elite Four in Japan, and they're like ambassadors of the game. They can play in pretty much every tournament they want to, I'm pretty sure, stuff like that. So yeah, they get to play in all the major tournaments if they want to. Like they get priority registration to all of them, like stuff like that. So, and yeah, it'd be cool if they also got invited to RICs and stuff as well. They don't have to come if they don't want to, obviously, but okay. That's why yeah, Daichi, Ryota. That'd be dope. Top 64 getting priority in NASC would still be 98% still open registration from all regions. As well, if you pull up the tweet about the guy who never made a top cut until 2016 Worlds and his points to qualify was just from locals, I did not know. But like, well, what is going to be your response as? Like, that's why is this like proof of the bar should be lower, or you just want me to pull up the tweet? We definitely had a back and forth earlier, Royal One. I don't know what we disagreed on earlier in the stream, but I thought Daichi lost for the last spot in E4. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure he's in there, though. I played against James once on Limitless. He's pretty cool. What do you think about an Espathos Spidops build? What do you think, James? Espathos Spidops? Broken?
Yeah, keep that one in the binder, bro.
Keep that one in the binder,
I almost lost
bro.
to a Bennett Espathro at EYC.
Really? Well, that deck's like
wait,
okay.
No, Bennett, no. That's the normal deck. Bennett, Spidops. Bennett Spidops.
Bennett Spidops.
It's terrifying. They kill my Charizard and they have Bennett. Terrifying.
We disagree with how charitable you were being with the guys who were making statements about not getting to NAIC. Oh, that's right. That's what we disagreed on. Yeah. I mean, I think everything that I've said in this stream so far about that stuff is what they're basically saying and advocating for, is like they want change, need change, or they think change should happen. They just worded it really, really poorly. And hey, if any of them want to disagree with me and say I'm misrepresenting them, go for it. But then I definitely disagree with them. The tweet thing was basically to show more regionals don't necessarily mean better players. What do you mean more regionals? You mean just like how you qualify for Worlds doesn't mean better players? Well, I mean, but this will go back to like the idea of like going to more regionals, placing more regionals doesn't necessarily mean better players. It's just trying to like minimize. It's just trying to like have the best players be there more so than not. Is like if we're going to like Liam's point, but yeah, there's a lot of really good players who don't go to many tournaments. Like that is true. Am I gonna play some games today? I'm not sure. All right, well, I think we've gone through most things here. I don't know if anyone else has any other points they really want to bring up. I think we've covered most things, and I've given my opinion on most things. I don't know where we stand as far as if any of the chat was actually swayed on anything, or if anyone else has like a point or an opinion they really want to make. It's easier to like have that back and forth in a voice call. So if someone's trying to jump into the call that I'm in here with James and voice their opinion in the call instead, for something we've covered or didn't cover, we can do that as well. I can't believe it. I've been streaming for 4 hours already. It's been a lot of yapping.
For a long time, yeah. We've been here for like half of it.
How would you feel with point systems being a 6? I'm not quite sure what you're saying. Point system being a 6 ball, but you can only get one type of points placements. I'm not. Oh, 1 point for each placement. This conversation has been much more interesting than TCG live gameplay, to be honest. Definitely, for sure. But these situations don't come up too often where there's enough stuff to talk about, or where I actually have like that strong of an opinion on stuff. So I've got a really good sesame meatball recipe if you want me to hop on the call and discuss. Sesame meatball? Like sesames in meatballs? Doesn't sound very good. It sounds like it throws off the texture a little bit, but I would try it. Some real elitist amounts of yapping for sure. Yeah, my yapping is unmatched, and because of my yapping alone, that's why I should get priority registration in every Pokemon tournament. Would that stray people away from continuously trying to ID for the top 128 placement? How do you feel about 1 BFL for all events? Like 10 events, 50 CP bar, 1 BFL for ICs, regionals. I mean, we want to get very many people showing up to Worlds. If that was the result, get your 15 points from your league challenge, 50 points from. I'm gonna have to get more points from the events maybe. Azul, I'd love to hop on. Are you being serious, Boo? Because you're always trolling me. I'll add you if you're serious, but I feel like you're always trolling, so just say you're not trolling and I'll add you. Serious? Okay. Send me a message on, because I'm sure I have you added. Send me a message on Discord, Boo, so I can add you. I don't remember. Oh, actually, no. I can probably do it like this. Actually, no. I have no idea what your Discord is. It didn't pop up. Wait, we're not friends. You have to send me a friend request on Discord as well. Can I just drag you? Maybe not friends on Discord. How do I do this? Add friends to DM. How do I add someone as a friend? Mutuals, no. How do I add you as a friend? Hold up, I'll figure this out. Add friend. All right, I sent you a friend request. Accept the friend request and I can add you. Oh wait, then I should just do it. All right. Can I not just add you to this? Dude, why is this so hard? Oh. Okay. All right, I figured it out.
Hey, good job.
I do what I can. All right, go ahead. Or it's yours, Boo.
All right. Well, I have a couple of issues overall. I think it's twofold, right? One is the elites, right? And whether you like it or not, you're obviously included in that. That want some sort of priority because of the registration issues. And then I think I said it in one comment, you know, elitism, plebes want plebism. And we're trying to find that middle ground, right?
Yeah.
I'm getting really tired of the grow the game argument. The game is so strong.
I agree.
And uncontrollably to the point where Indianapolis, Orlando, those are 3,000 people. It's just not fun to go to events. It's fun to play, but it's not fun to go to the events. So how do we fix this, right?
Oh wait, so what angle are you coming? Are you saying events are too big?
It's way too big. Yeah.
I think, okay, I do think you can have that perspective. I think in this Discord call, me and Azul are both incredibly incentivized or incredibly happy with the game growing, but I can see the perspective of like, not the absolute newest, but like, you know, people have been playing for a bit, that compared to 2 years ago, events are kind of like harder, or not harder, but like, yeah, less fun, in general. Like, Like, you're just.
I mean, it's a
wall of
night.
people.
It's a nightmare.
Yeah, I agree.
And that's maybe on poor design on some of these, convention centers. Like, we're all stacked up right in front of the entrance, and the bathrooms are just so shitty to even navigate. You find a good bathroom, but it's like 15 minutes to go in and back out, and so you're like keeping track of like trying to update and the Wi-Fi going, and it's just it becomes a whole hassle. But I mean, what's the middle ground, right? We're trying to figure out how to fix this on both ends. We could have huge events, and we're running into the do I ID it, for the 621 again, and then you're playing day 2 for nothing. The pricing, everything's sort of just broken on the whole, right? The pricing doesn't really work out. Playing day 2 doesn't really work out for some people. I don't have the fix. I've been trying to think about it. And I really want, I'd like to see maybe more of a capitalistic approach. I joke about it sometimes, Julian was in there too. So charge more, right? Doesn't that fix the issues? The TOs make more money at some point. People that can't go, and now it's more capitalistic, right? People who can't afford it can't go, but we're kind of controlling the entire direction of the regional. And you guys are at a different point. A lot of you get stipends and are actually playing for cash, right? This cycle keeps working for you, right? You have to make the money to keep playing. I can pay. I'm fine with that. A lot of people can't. So maybe regionals, make it true regionals again.
I don't know if actually were regionals ever region locked. I don't know if they ever were. No one, because I think like maybe like people like Sammy Sakum came to like Orlando regionals back in like 2010. I don't know if regionals were ever truly region locked. So you're just saying the experience of regional championships is bad.
It's fine. It's people, we're trying to, again, this grow the game thing. So we're getting up to 3,000 people. It's their first regional. You see a lot of people, you play them, you talk to them, right? And you're like, okay, it's great. And that's awesome, right? You want more higher level competitive across the board. But growing the game by having toured at every event, what does that help? The game's already huge.
Yeah, but we want to go bigger. And that's
bigger.
Okay, but that's okay, but not just in terms of people, but like especially Tord would emphasize the game being bigger in terms of more people caring about just watching tournaments and stuff like that. That's where you need people like a Tord, like a superstar in the game to push viewership and stuff like that. And that like grows it in a different direction. That's why like someone like having superstars and stars in the game is that much more important to not just grow people showing up to tournaments, but to grow the people who care about who's doing well at tournaments, what's being played at tournaments, who won the tournament, right? You want that
For
growth,
sure.
right? And that doesn't come without stars or superstars at all. Or if it does, it happens way slower, right? So
Absolutely. If you look at basketball, Michael Jordan to LeBron, there was a lull between there. I mean, Kobe a little bit, but like basketball wasn't watched for 4 to 6 years.
I'll try and give because I think that it's definitely possible that a lot of people don't see, or we don't get, a lot of people will never see positive impacts of growth and only really see negative. I think that's where you're coming from, right? Is that you don't, because I mean I don't think it's obvious what the like impacts of us actually having growth are to you, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, okay. If look, I saw somebody posted the top 15 card games. Pokemon's selling billions of dollars of cards. It's still the #1 card game. It's huge. It's huge. It's bigger than it's ever been. COVID did massive numbers for Pokemon, and their response is so lagged, and these events are so clustered, and I mean, the TOs are doing the best they can. But how do we manage having everyone wants to get in? So that's 6,000 people events.
Well, I think in North America,
limit?
in America, we're reaching our upper limit here because Orlando and Indy both did not cap. right? So and those are like the two most sought after locations, or the two most available locations, probably, right? They were the biggest, or will be the biggest after Indy happens, right?
Easily, yeah.
So we're reaching the upper threshold here in North America. There's still a lot of growth to happen in Latin America and in Europe, I feel, and they aren't really quite reaching their upper numbers, I don't think. I mean, Sweden, you can still register for Sweden, but all the other European regionals sold out fairly quickly, if I'm not mistaken. And someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong. So they still got some like work to do to like reach where's our upper number of like people who actually show up for tournaments. I'm sure there'll be growth in Orlando and Indy potentially next season if those happen again. We might see like slightly higher numbers, 200 plus players maybe at each of them. But I guess like what you're saying is like if we're there, and I saw someone post about this like a little while ago on Twitter about disincentivizing people to show up to tournaments, which it almost sounds like is what you're trying to advocate for as well, is how do we disincentivize people to show up to tournaments? Like you said, increase registration fees, which I'm sure TOs wouldn't be against as long as the numbers still show up. But let's say we're working with the 3K people here at Orlando or Indy, and at that point is one of your would fixing that simply be get more venue space for the same amount of people and have everything less clustered, more spread out, just a more enjoyable atmosphere and experience when you show up to just play Pokemon on day one, or bathrooms.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's actually two issues. As you pointed out, the two regionals here, the two biggest ones are not sold out. And so I guess if we're addressing people complaining online, it's about not being able to register for an IC, right? Yeah. So I don't know if there's really a fix for it. This one was clearly a catastrophe. What a nightmare, a stupid idea. Again, TPCI does not know what they're doing at all.
Yeah, for the whole reg process and everything, right?
Yeah. So maybe there should be some factor of elitism to that. I do like the play Pokemon points. I think that's a decent way to say, hey, you've been to a lot of events. I don't know if PokeDuels is the best example of that, as he's committed his whole life to driving around and doing these things.
He's grinder, man. He's grinded.
Yeah, he's crazy. There should be, and that also makes it bigger because as we've seen the ICs, it's a lot of big names obviously at the top. Also, I don't know what happened to the pod system at NAIC a few years ago. The one you won, that was a great run IC. I don't know why we don't go back to that, but different topic. Was
your first event, Boo? Was it Salt Lake City after COVID?
Yeah. Okay, I'm a post-COVID baby. Yeah. And
what do you think about that one compared to where we are now?
Oh, it's 100 times better. And Indy at that time, that was my first day too. A few weeks later, that was the biggest regional west of Japan at the time.
Yeah.
And that was awesome. Still, for 1,000 and some, I think 1,200 people maybe. And now we're getting up to 3,000. I mean, that's just in 2 years. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I'm saying that's why I hate when people bring up cap space as such a negative thing in the game. It's like if they're giving us like 33% increase from last year to this year at NAIC, like that's a lot. That's a lot of people. Let's see what they do next season before we start complaining about cap space. Like some of them are just gonna sell out fast. That's just gonna happen. Someone in chat did post, we're in a period of growing pains until we find an equilibrium for regional sizes. Would it be like, would it be fair to say that that's where we're at now? We just need to let it ride out the next season and see what happens next season? Or do you feel like we're past the point of, and everyone's just going to be like, we're content with being all crammed into a convention center with one bathroom and no space to walk around or sit down?
Well, I think it's interesting because we're actually looking at capitalism on the other end, where these TOs, there is space in all these convention centers. We've walked around them. We know, I look at the floor plan, I try and pick my hotel on the closest side to it, right, to minimize the walk and all that stuff.
Maximum optimization.
Yeah, and so like, okay, we're in ABC, and there's DEF halls that host, as many more people. So there's space. And we know they plan these things out, 2-3 years in advance. So the space issue really is just not really, we call it a growing pain, I guess. It's more about what are we really trying to get to here? there's so much we can tell, like some of the shitty cities like Peoria. There's 2 decent restaurants in the area. You couldn't get food there, for 2 hours. So you end up eating crap, or you're and some people that's fine. But like to enjoy the experience or see the city and all these things, like we got to get rid of the bad cities. These TOs are cheaping out some of them. Peoria should not be a regional city. Orlando, yeah, it's a big tourist town, but also same thing as chains, bad stuff. But they just want to maximize their profit. So expanding it's at a scale to how many people they can fit in there for the cost of the convention center. And we now know exactly what the size of it is, 3,000 people. We don't have the exact cost. I know a little bit just from some industry experience of what it costs. I know they're making decent money. So then to get the next hall, you'd need another 1,000 people. So it's not worth it yet. Right, so they went from 2 to 3,000.
So you're saying if they want to keep their profit margin the same, they have to like wait out a little bit longer.
Right. Yeah. So they're greedy enough, and they know now 3,000's the number for Orlando. 3,000's for Indy. Okay. We'd need a full wave of demand to fill it out, and juniors and seniors isn't going to do it. Right. We know VGC's numbers are pretty much what they are. It's just what we are doing. As masters in TCG, which is just expanding. So if you want to bring the Elite Four over, and if TPCI wants to pay for more people to come in, maybe that grows things more to make them 4,000. Can they handle the infrastructure to actually run the event? Right? I mean, I think we've seen a trend here recently where events are actually being run pretty well. The no lunch break thing has really turned these things into you can actually go out to dinner with your friends after day 1. Which is a huge improvement, right?
Yeah. So some people are talking about like losses in chat. So the TOs are definitely not operating the regionals at a loss. ICs probably do operate at a loss, and TPCI is always technically losing money at regionals as well because they fund the whole stream and everything. But it's like they're hoping that it's like a trade-off of advertisement versus. So TPCI is always losing money at these. Like on the books, they're losing money. TO's profit. TPCI does run the ICs though, and they're probably running those at a loss as well. Or at least I guess TPCI only runs NAIC actually because they're no. I don't know run who's UIC. Copag runs what's it called? So I guess maybe just TPCI only runs NAIC. I guess actually they only run one tournament throughout the whole season and Worlds I guess for sure.
Which is fine for them because if we look at the cost, it is not that much. If the numbers are right on that card game, from 2023 to this year, the last year, billions of dollars selling cardboard, you can afford to spend a few dollars and giving out the prize and half of being cards in the first place is.
Well, I think for the events,
pretty easy.
So yeah, actually, I had no idea what you wanted to talk about when you got in here, but you're just saying, as a competitor, as a person who wants to show up to these tournaments, the environment is becoming more and more miserable because the growth of the game is not being matched with the with putting on a better event, right? Like it's like
that's definitely a part of it. Yeah,
we're cramming the same amount of people into a venue last year that we were cramming to this with like a 50% increase in player attendance, right?
I mean, you go to the same events I do.
Yeah. How definitely. NAIC last year was packed.
Yeah.
And compare that to NAIC the year before, there was so much space. Yeah, the one that I won, there was so much room and space. It was like super nice. So I get what you're saying. Yeah, this is actually, I never really thought about this at all as being something to like think about, but you're not wrong. The tournament area and just venue in general has gotten less enjoyable for sure. I never really thought about it before. I kind of just showed up and played and kind of was like, this is now where we are. And I guess because I go to like every single one, it incrementally gets worse and worse. But it has definitely gotten worse. The whole showing up and playing on day one is definitely a way worse experience than it used to be for sure. Because yeah, even thinking back to Salt Lake City, like you said, your first event, Salt Lake City, post COVID.
They had the walls down. You could see the whole event center.
Yeah, it was super open, tons of space. Like it was like a very enjoyable play experience, right? No, very not cramped, very spacious for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think now that we've hit our upper limit, right? Because like that was post-COVID season. when there wasn't that much. There was growth in comparison to where the game was pre-COVID, but it wasn't like, oh my gosh, this is like uncontrollable, right? But then these last 2 seasons, it's definitely been like exponentially huge. And now we're starting to hit the upper limit here this season, right? Which is the 3K TCG players that we're seeing from Indy and Orlando. Event spaces or events are not capping. That seems to be the upper limit. NAIC, who knows? NAIC could have been like 4K players if we got there. And there might still be another wave. I feel like for most ICs, there has been that extra wave. So we might still get that, I guess. But I feel like I think those are like reasonable complaints about the current system and if we just keep heading down this path. But I think that would be a thing as well. Last year, NAIC had a third wave. Yeah, so we might still get a third wave for NAIC. Actually, I'd almost be surprised if we didn't. I feel like we've almost always had a extra wave. Oh, EUIC this year did not have an additional wave though. Okay, maybe not.
Do you think? I guess the biggest issue right now is people complaining about not getting into NAIC, right? Okay,
yeah.
That's what we're really talking about. Can you boil down your thoughts to me in a sentence or two, just so I can get caught up? Because it's all over the place. I can't read all your replies to Halliburton's tweets and stuff.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like my thoughts on it?
Yeah.
I think, went fast. I think this is a good indication that we need more priority registration for dedicated, most successful players in the game in the season, maybe even the prior season as well. And even though it did sell out instantly over both waves, the registration process was obviously bad. No one's going to argue that, right? The new site they used.
Yeah, it was terrible.
But they gave us a 33% increase in size for Masters. So I don't think we can really complain about them not increasing the size. Like the growth in the game the last 2 seasons, which is what I was going to say, is like unprecedented, right? And unpredictable. No one probably predicted this much growth in the PokemonTCG on the TO side these last 2 years, right? And with what we saw last year, were you going to predict it to happen 2 years in a row, which it did.
Right, yeah.
I was going to say, with that in mind, like, now that we know the upper limit here of the 3K, I don't think we expect a year 3 of this, although that would be kind of crazy if we got 3 years. I think we now wait and see what the TOs do with this information, now that there is kind of like a better framework to work around, right? Some actual stats that they can work around without it increasing by like 50% or something crazy.
So, okay, if a top player misses regs, do you think maybe there could be like an appeal process? Like, hey, this matters to me. I think the only real thing that I don't think anyone's really mentioning, right, is that it's really about the stipends for you guys. Like, you've had your Worlds invite all year.
Yeah.
You're playing for stipend, you're playing for money. This funds the machine. You're obviously a unique case as a content creator and full-time pro Pokemon player. But a lot of the people that are sort of sitting there at the top, like, we need to be in, we're chasing this level. That's difficult, and if you miss it, it could be because you have bad internet. You could get the bad luck of the draw, or you just slept through it, like something like that.
Yeah.
So the giving, I guess, that's where kind of people are kind of fighting back on, well, why do the people get a great spot at it when they're just playing for the same sort of spot? There's no incentive. You've already made your Worlds. It's just for the money that no one's talking about. There's only 22 of you that are really, or 30 total, maybe they're fighting for the spot that aren't really talking about it, because it feels like that's the elitism, right? You're talking about it behind closed doors.
Yeah. Well, I think if I have to like pick a system right now, what I would change is I would take, if you were in the top 16 players from last season, you get priority registration at every major tournament. Maybe the only thing you wouldn't get priority registration at would be out of region regionals. I don't care one way or another about those. And then if you're currently, and this would be for America/Canada, if you're currently in the top 32 ranked players, like the current top 32, you also get priority registration. And then I think on top of that, and this would be like overall leaderboard, I think on top of that, you could still do the quarterly thing if you wanted to. It'd be like, all right, you get, also if you're in the top 16 between ICs, you get the stipend plus travel award to the next IC, and you get priority registration. I think that's how I would do it. And I could be like swayed on these numbers, right? Like if you argued with me about not doing the last season stuff, I'd be like, all right, Kurt, okay, sure. If you argue with me, it should be top 64 instead of top 32, then I'd be like, okay. But I think I would hold pretty strongly to at least top 32 of like the current top ranked players in top 32 right now should get priority registration to every major, maybe not regionals outside of your region, and then let's go. And then maybe we still have the thing between ICs, because then there's something for everyone to compete for throughout the year. Like if you have a really good, you spike a regional dub or top 8, and that puts you in contention for like the stipend race for the next IC. Then having those things still be around seems kind of cool as well.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Just having some sort of trailing number, like in the last 18 months or whatever. Like if you're clearly competing.
Yeah.
We have to appease those people.
Like
to
I
some
said,
degree, because yeah, like having the stars in there makes a big deal to viewership.
Yeah, I mean, like how much and like I said, it might not be as big of a difference now, but as the game does continue to grow, and people being fans of the competition grows, then you want those players to be there for them to be fans of, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, how many play mats do you sign, cards do you sign during an event?
A lot.
You know, yeah.
So yeah. But they're not going to be there if they can't get to the event, right? If they can't get to the event, they can't be there for people to root for or whatever. I think that is like a thing in the game for sure. And like it's not like that's something that like shouldn't even be discussed as like whether or not we want stars and superstars in the game. We do, and we do want to also give them a platform. And like people will always say, Azul, you're in that position right now, so of course you have this opinion. If I quit tomorrow, I would still have this opinion. Like as a fan of competition, this is what I want to see in anything I watch. As far as like something competitive goes, you know, and it's not like, and then once again, this is like a 95-5 situation. Like even if we cap out, even if we get to the point where priority registration is 5% of registrants, 95 is still percent open. Plenty of opportunity for many players to like stake their claim and make their name.
Yeah, I mean 5%. I mean that might be a large number, but if you're looking at it like that's 150 people of 3,000.
Yeah.
That's not that many.
Yeah.
And if we're not capping these events, we're fine. But
yeah, especially
some of the
then,
smaller
right?
ones though. Yeah, some of the smaller ones though, I can see it where the same people. Maybe the invite number. Oh, that doesn't really work either. I'm trying to think. Like my favorite one's Vancouver, just because it's like the smallest event.
Yeah, I like Vancouver too. I just like the city, Vancouver City.
Yeah, the city's awesome. Hotels right on tons of hotels right on the convention center. Great food, great views. But like, Orlando sucks. 3,000 people going. Like, it's a 15-minute walk from the closest hotel. Like,
so I see what you're saying. You're especially because you're coming from a side of it where. I mean, did you play for your invite this year? Played for it last year. I know that, right?
Well, I wanted to go to Japan. Yeah, I played last year. That was awesome. Didn't really care too much this year.
So you're coming at it for a perspective is like. You love playing Pokemon. You like hanging out with people, the people you know in the game.
For sure.
You like playing competitively. You just want, when you show up to these events, to have a more enjoyable experience.
That's right.
You're taking your weekend out. You don't. I mean, if you get Worlds Invite, dope. If you spike a top 8 at a regional and that gets you there, or getting a top 8 at a regional, that's dope, right? But it's like your priority is showing up, competing in the PokemonTCG, and then you want to have a good time as well. So you want to be in a cool city with good possibilities for just making the whole experience more enjoyable. And this is like what I was talking about earlier. That's the vast majority of people who show up to Pokemon tournaments. Is people who want to play Pokemon and have a good time.
And accessibility too. That's the other issue. Like obviously the Florida stuff, that's an issue. But also like when we do an IC, we were having it in Columbus. I don't know. We'll see what New Orleans is like. But like having them in international hub cities to make travel for all these people that are coming to our country that we're trying to show, or our, North America, I guess. We're not really having NAICs in Canada or Mexico yet for some reason, but to show off what we have and to make things easy for people. And we're making it in Columbus, Ohio, which is just a nightmare of a city, and the area just sucks.
That is, yeah, Columbus was kind of everything closed at like 7 p.m. or something, or 8 p.m. That's fair. Yeah, it'd be nice to show off some of the bigger, cooler cities that America has to offer. I've never been to New Orleans, so I'm excited for that because I heard a lot of good things about like just kind of the culture there and all that stuff. So I'm excited for that. I want to enjoy the food too. I hear the food's really good there. So.
Yeah, do you like seafood?
Yeah.
A lot of seafood. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely like not something I've heard many people complain about. Besides, like I said, just like people previously have been like, all right, like I said, someone on Twitter was basically like, we were getting to the point where I feel like almost disincentivizing people to come to regionals is like the correct thing. But now we've hit insane growth over the last few years. Crazy growth. We've hit the upper limit. I think we like wait and see what they do next year, and before this maybe becomes like a huge concern in just terms of like, what are these events supposed to be? Is it just cram as many Pokemon players into an event as possible until one of them wins, or is it how do we create like a cooler kind of more convention experience around competitive Pokemon?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think we're thinking the same thing here. I think it probably should be leveling off as we're seeing these things cap versus, you know, the Indie when it was the biggest was 1,200. And sold out in 2 seconds. RK9's done a great job of getting to the point where, you know, that the weird little thing where the wait list happens, but either way, like, it's by priority. So if you're there, you register, you're in. TPCI with a huge fail at the NAIC registration, but I think we're actually in a pretty good spot as far, you know, as the whole ecosystem goes. Like to see some better cities again, but yeah, I think there's really no solution to fix what, you know, if I'm speaking for the plebes here, registering as a common man. And,
you say that lovingly, not.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I'm with you guys. Now, see, on the other hand, it's like I'm an adult and I have money and I don't care none of this. Like, I'm paying for the nicer hotels and I'm flying. That's the other thing too. A lot of these people are driving, right? Packing 4, 5, 6 people into a car and driving 2 to 6 hours to go to a regional. Should they have priority? I mean, this is their one regional they get to go to. You know, that's the problem. If somebody misses, like, what the hell? You know, this is my regional. I don't get to go to.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is part of like the growing pains thing and like the one to point to. But like once again, like if the game gets big enough to the point where like there is no convention center that can hold the amount of Pokemon players that want to show up, then maybe that's where we like start looking at something like a lottery system. But as long as they're giving us like, you know, sometimes there are going to be those people who kind of like, you know, they're an hour away, but they miss out on registration. But as we get to the end of the season, that is not happening very much in America. It still needs to be figured out a little bit more in Latin America and Europe, of course. But we are kind of speaking to like America here, because this is also, as far as things that are going to change first, it is going to be American tournaments, right? If TPCI steps up, it's like, all right, we're running the regionals now. It's going to be American regionals that happens to first, right? And the big changes are going to come through America. Like they streamed our regionals first, then they taken over Europe now, but it is going to happen through America first. And I think eventually TPCI will just take over all the regionals. Like there's no way it doesn't eventually, where they just like put a department together, like tournament organization department, because the game is getting so big to the point where it just kind of makes sense for them to just do it themselves.
I don't know. But
you think they'll always outsource it?
Yeah, I think as we talked about earlier, it's a lost leader for them to host NAIC.
Well, yeah, but like if the TOs are making money, why aren't they stepping up and making the money themselves for the regionals?
Right. I think maybe the production value they put into it, you know, they film a lot of stuff. You and Chip can talk about on the podcast how much effort goes in. I remember I was waiting in line at the Pokemon Center in EUIC, which was horribly run, by the way. And all the casters walked in, they're filming stuff and, you know, getting, you know. So they put a ton of production value into these things. So if you make that for every regional, I mean, they already don't stream the first 3 rounds, right?
Yeah.
And everyone in chat don't even say union issues, because that's not a thing as far as these events go, because we see on the ICs that they can stream every round. Yeah, there's no labor laws on that issue, so please put that to rest.
Trevor they don't want to pay for the extra round hours to the production.
It's an easy, clean cut to do the double lunch round, and for the rest of the day. Plus, you know, like you're not going to get we're trying to get all the top names in. You're not going to get top name matchups per se every time in round 1 and 2 as you would in an IC. But now ICs are as big as regionals, so maybe you do. Who knows? But yeah. The overall thing, I think the only issue that people are really complaining about, and it's amazing that you can turn a 4.5 hour stream out of it with good viewership and interaction in the chat, is just signing up. Some people can't sign up for NAIC. Like, well, that's on them. Send a complaint ticket in, support ticket.
Yeah, I mean, I think if like Pokemon, like if we're saying TOs are going positive, and you said you think they're going fairly positive,
Oh, absolutely.
and TPCI is broadcasting regionals at a loss, maybe they break even if they take over regionals as well, right? Because then they're making the profits that the TOs are making. They're still doing the streaming stuff, but now they might be breaking even at the expense of the streaming stuff versus the profits made from the tournament. I mean, I just feel like it makes sense for them to take over eventually and just run everything themselves. But I guess
Maybe
it might not
somewhere
happen.
else. Maybe somewhere else, because we saw it here with the new with gaming whatever from the West Coast taking over the competition between.
Oh, the TOs.
Yeah, we're seeing it internally, like to be a better TO. And I didn't post the last couple times. I should, but I keep track of all the times, right? And I post that.
Yeah, I saw that you've been doing that, the round times.
I try and get under Chris Szymanski's skin a little bit, like, what are we doing? Because I know how much that means to them, and they are trying. Like each TO is trying to run better events, and you saw it this year, getting rid of lunch. Like, oh shit, this thing runs so much cleaner.
Yeah,
we're getting things done in and out, and there's nothing you can do about the early rounds, right? If we have 1,500 matches going on, there's gonna be a ton of judge calls. It's going to take forever. You're going to have 30 minutes, 45 minutes between the first few rounds. But as it whittles down and people drop and it becomes a little tighter, these things can really click, and we can get some rounds in pretty quickly, which has been really impressive. I think most of the TOs would be tough. You did your last tier list of TOs. I think like Kopag's obviously down there, but I never got my promo from LAIC. I don't know about you.
Which that one? I think I did. I think I eventually mailed it to me. I think I did. One thing with that is, I mean, even like at the end of like Team North, like Fresno, Team Northwest, whether or not the location was great is something else. But their tournament was actually ran pretty well.
That was pretty quick, yeah. But that was only like 1,200 people too. That was a pretty small one.
It was pretty packed in there though.
We played in that one. In day 2.
Oh yeah, we did hit each other. Yeah, I thought we'd only played against. Yeah, I remember that.
What I do? I pile shuffled to try. It's like, how do I beat this guy? Okay, get under his skin, pile shuffle.
I don't know why people don't. I don't think people get that. Pile shuffling doesn't annoy me. It's just like the fact that people don't understand what they're doing is what annoys me. If you fully understand what is happening, I'm like, I don't care. But the people who preach optimal way to randomize your deck is through pile shuffling. That's what annoys me.
That is annoying.
But I know, even if you said it to me, I know you know better, so.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get me with that one either.
I think I did something else, but that was a fun one. I got my invite there. That was good. Well.
I mean, that's yeah. I mean, those are all good points, I think. I think we did, like, yeah, we've hit we're gonna plateau a little bit here going into the next couple seasons, so we'll see what they do with everything. I'm interested to see how things progress, and I think like your kind of gripes with the current way things feel to play in a tournament, I think that's like pretty reasonable. The bathroom situation is pretty wild.
It's atrocious.
I am always hunting for, well, there's no secret bathrooms anymore, but the most secret bathroom.
Well, if I can say anything to people, like, I mean, the main thing, it's tough. EUIC's terrible. It's like they're all in the basement for some like fire code reason.
They're all in the basement, yeah.
But the one thing I always say, if I see something like before an event I'm about to go to, or someone's like, what do I do first regional? I'm like, poop before you go. Like, that's literally the best thing you can do.
Booze, Pokemon regional tips. Is that number 1?
That's number 1. Easily number 1. Because, and I guess number 2 would be like 1A, 1B, is then when you see a huge line, is just walk up and say, are you pooping? Are you peeing? Because like normally the urinals are all like open, right?
Yeah,
Everyone in line early is just there to poop because they didn't heed my advice earlier.
They didn't. If you're in line at the bathroom, that means you didn't do tip number 1. Go back to do tip number 1 next event, and then you won't have to worry about tip number 2. But yeah, that is true. The line is always for the stalls and actually not for the urinals.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's like 40 people. It's like, oh man, if you had to go that bad, I mean, that's got to be a nightmare. I'm up at like 4 a.m. I'm like, I'm not going to the gym, but I'm, maybe walking the stairs or something and making sure like we're good to go for the whole day.
Yeah, getting ready.
Yeah, that's tip number one, and probably the only tip actually. That's the only thing you need. If you do that, you're set up for success. You'll make day 2.
The rest of the day is smooth from there.
That's a guarantee.
That's the Boo guarantee. Send your complaints to Boo if you do not day 2 after the poo in the morning.
That's good stuff. All right.
All right, Boo. Thanks for jumping on.
Absolutely.
Venting your frustrations with the current system. Yeah, I mean, I think those are all good points.
It's just good to talk about it because like I feel like you guys, like I said, you're obviously an elitist. You're where you're at. You're in your lane, and there's you speak for the people. You stream
what I
to the
can.
people. But we know what we are, and it's really good just to hear all sides of the argument. So
that's what I want to. Yeah, that's what I want to do with this as well as general. It's like just have people want to discuss things. I think the Pokemon community is just super toxic on Twitter. No one's having discussions. It's just
well, it's like 3 people that missed registration and then they vent and freak out.
Yeah, definitely. They have like their overall point is I think valid, but the way they articulate themselves is not optimal.
Well, yeah, we live in a capitalist world. There's a communist world that's out there too. We either all get in, or the elites get in, or some sort of mix, and we're trying to figure that out, right? So
Yeah.
we're almost there. We're getting there.
Stuff is changing. TPCI has never changed so many things so fast over like they have over the last 2 seasons. So
They could double the pricing up down to 64 at least, cash pricing. That'd be a start, I think.
yeah, or day 2 promos. I think day 2 promos would be. I'm just saying. I think it would be a lot of people would be very happy with day 2 promos.
I mean, you're in the chat. I don't know if you've seen the Lorcana promos.
Are they sick or?
Oh, they're. Locke called their first regionals coming up that I think I'm going to. He called it. They're going to be $200,000.
The promos?
Which I think is an absurd number that he started with. Locke
Like,
is probably in the chat.
Entry promos or like?
No, the top 8 promos.
Oh, okay. 200. Well, honestly, I don't know how expensive the game is right now. People are kind of crazy about Disney, so.
It was like a 500 cap, and I think they tripled it or quadrupled it to 2,000. But still, a top 8 for 200,000 is way better than anything Pokemon's doing.
That's true, but I don't know how I feel. I don't know how sustainable all the promo stuff is. Like people brought that up about like One Piece and stuff, but I think Bandai's already given up on One Piece where they've moved on to their next game. So like,
Really, One Piece is huge.
Well, I don't know how much longer it's gonna be around for. I guess that's what I meant. Like, they're big, but like people move on from Bandai game to Bandai. I mean, I want it to stick around. I'm not saying I don't want it to stick around, but they do generally. It seems to die off after a time. You know, they don't stay around as long as the player bases would like to see. I mean, if it does survive and thrive, and that's dope. But
well, that's why you find a franchise that sticks, right? Disney's iconic, and Pokemon's obviously the biggest brand of all time.
I mean, seeing more games stick around longer would be pretty dope. The Lorcana, One Piece, all that kind of stuff would be dope to see. But a lot of them do filter.
I heard you talk about Hearthstone. Like, I was aware of the word Hearthstone, and maybe had seen it like as an online client once, but like, what is that? That has no lasting power, or, any recognition to people.
I mean, that's true. It was a Blizzard. I mean, it was huge. Hearthstone used to be massive.
But like, I know Aladdin. You know Aladdin.
I know Aladdin. That's true.
Yeah.
People hear Hearthstone.
Hearthstone.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of. Oh, yeah. Like if I say Dr. Boom, you won't know that, but a lot of Hearthstone players will know what I'm saying.
Dr. Whom? I know Dr. Who.
Dr. Boom.
Oh, no, that doesn't mean anything. See, what's he practice?
Jesse knows though. Dr. 7 in chat. What does he practice?
Yeah, it's a pediatrician.
Explosives, bro. Doctor of explosives.
Oh, boom.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh, like a fart doctor. Fart stone. There we go.
There you go. Fart
Got
stone. It. Yeah. All right. Well, you got any more gripes to get out, Boo?
Oh, I mean, I have plenty, but I don't want to take up too much time here.
I mean, if you got anything that you think would be interesting to talk about, drop it. I don't know if anyone else in chat is trying to call in, or if James has any follow-up thoughts. We might be winding down towards the end of the rant segment of the stream today. I don't know where we're at with all that, but if you got any more gripes that you think would be worth discussing, go for it. I almost like feel like I want to do like call-in streams more often now.
I mean,
Okay.
go ahead, James.
Skill-based Rego. What do you guys think about making Rego more skill-based?
Wait, when you say retro, you
Skill-
mean
yeah.
registration?
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
with
yeah.
you. Skill is.
What if we made,
more
made
money.
Rego more skill-based? We made it a memory test. What do you guys think about that? We had
Okay.
Click Simulator, but what if we had a memory test? The people with more effort get in, bro.
Just do a bunch of
IQ
captures.
test?
IQ
A
test
bunch of
beforehand.
captions, yeah.
A bunch of captures like beforehand. The ones where you have to like pick out the hydrants or whatever.
An IQ test in there?
The funny thing is, CAPTCHA is like literally the most Australian sounding word. Hey, CAPTCHA?
That is what someone said on Twitter. I'm sure they were trolling, but they were like, if anything, the current system is most elitist because the people with faster clicking speed, better mouse mechanics are the ones who generally get through registration first.
It's true. It's true.
Bro, and I'm all for it, bro.
Yeah, if you look on the Arcane, well, what was interesting about this NAIC site was that it pre-filled your stuff. Again, so you had like the log out, log back in shit, but it pre-filled it. It's like, oh, I don't have to do anything. I'm skilled already. But Arcanine used to let you kind of miss the box a little bit towards the right, towards the text. So you could be pretty decent clicker, miss the box, but I think they fixed that. You actually have to hit the box. I'd love to see on your profile. I mean, they know who you are. It's your profile. You've made it. You've signed up for things before, or you went in beforehand to say, I agree to these terms. Why aren't those boxes clicked already?
Well, I guess like the one thing would be the one thing why they have to do is because you are giving away your appearance by clicking the boxes, right? So for every event, they probably at least have to have you click the box again.
No, I'll send them pictures. They won't want to see some of the things I'll send, but they can have it.
They can.
I don't care.
That is actually like I mean, like there definitely is like I don't want to say like a skill level to registration on Arcanine, but like I've never missed a registration that I tried to register
Same.
for ever.
I think it actually is. I mean, but the thing is, it's not really skill. It's like, yeah, it's clicking speed and internet, which is
yeah.
you know,
It's not like a real skill, but it's like definitely if you're like.
If you're good at it, you'll never miss.
Yeah, if you're good at it, you never miss. If you've done it, you put in time after time after time, you try and register, like you do have an advantage over like someone trying to register for their first time. Not like a real advantage, but especially now that Arcanine went back to like first come first serve, where it like puts you in the queue or whatever, and it's like
A
actually
little bit
like
of theory that these people that are complaining so much they actually just missed it. They missed by 15 minutes.
I think-
Because you never see anybody say like, oh, my internet cut out. No, it's like, oh, I can't believe I missed it. They don't give a reason. Like, oh, you didn't click that. You've done it a million times. You know how to do it. Don't complain about that.
Well-
You clearly missed your alarm or didn't set one or whatever. Like your Discord didn't go off and you didn't hear all your friends say something.
yeah, some people definitely just like show up 2 minutes late and then don't register. But we definitely want the game to be past the point where you can show up 2 minutes late and register. But that's definitely
that's what it
some
is.
people. Yeah, right now it is. If you don't show up on the dot, is a possible, especially like for stuff like NAIC, possibility you whiff. Although that had like other problems as well, obviously.
Yeah.
NAIC was like a different beast. But if we're going back to like last season, beginning of this season, or the initial post-COVID season, it was like, yeah, if you showed up on the dot, I think most of those people would get in. The people who were missing were people who show up like even 30 seconds late, obviously. And obviously like that's like a very small window, but you could have showed up on time.
Yeah. I mean, you as an elite, me as a plebe, we've both never missed a registration.
This is true. This is true.
It's possible for everybody.
The
If
only
you're there at the time, just click refresh, click, 3 boxes, register, boom.
yeah. It's true. Yeah, I wonder if like
James, you ever miss one?
I almost did. I almost missed a little, but I got in second wave.
Okay.
I interestingly, I had this like really bad Ethernet cable that like basically just like a tenth to my internet speed. So I got a better Ethernet cable, and I never missed ever again.
See?
make the
That's all you gotta
upgrades. It's an investment. It's an investment.
Well, I did wave 2. Yeah, for wave 2, I was like, you know what, we're going all out. We're getting the better Ethernet cable. We're like, I spent like a couple hours grinding the Arcanine things and didn't miss.
Simulator. Dude, somebody needs to make an
Yeah,
Arcanine simulator.
Yeah, I talked with Brett about this at some point. Maybe we need an Arcanine simulator.
Training tool.
Yeah, Julian, get to work.
I just go to the previous the ones that are the US regionals that are still open and just like click the boxes and I refresh the page and then click the boxes again, so refresh.
Yeah, all the other tools that all the other Pokemon, like Robin has made and Julian's done, like Pokédata's sick, but like, could we get a Arcanine simulator? Robin, next project. Listen, I'm just saying it'd be pretty cool.
I mean, a speed run that, like, if you could do that, that'd be awesome.
You can compare time. It'll become like a competition. You can compare time with people and stuff.
Yeah,
Record.
I have a
World
leaderboard.
record. Like I look at mine. If you refresh right after you register, it'll show you how many people have registered. My fastest was 27. I was the 27th person. I'm like, that is so amazing. And I did that in lightning speed. I'd like to see who was number one. You know.
Maybe just had faster internet at that point. So wait, like right after, if you click on your dashboard, right after, it'll show you which basically.
Yeah.
Where you landed.
Yep.
I've never done that before now, but I kind of want to do that next time.
Oh, you have to. Yeah, it's amazing to see. Because then you refresh again, it's like 27. Okay, that's a great time. Like literally near world record. Then you refresh again, it's like 400. Refresh, and then you keep doing it to the end point. It's like, okay, they're at 1796. Is the cap 1800? You know, it's kind of fun.
I want to know where I stack up against. If I need to work on it, because if I'm coming in at like 200, 300, I might need to put in some time.
That's scary. That's like 200, 300 is like the scary point. You know, at that point, like if you get lost in the refresh of the IP pings or whatever they call it, you're donezo. You know, one miss ping, you're done.
Gonna be under 100 every single time.
Oh, hey, LAIC.
Cool.
Do you guys remember LAIC? Either of you in the in the midst of it?
Oh yeah. Great venue.
Oh, it's bad. Great venue. Not good registration process.
Not great registration. Great venue. Terrible TO. But having the food trucks in the hall was awesome. That was pretty cool.
Oh yeah, the food trucks in the hall is super nice. Yeah. No, the venue for LAIC this year was pretty good, right? It was pretty good. Well, except for the food.
Yeah, it was. There was a secret passageway from the back of that hotel straight to the hall through that parking lot. But other than that, and the rain, it was always raining. And I brought an umbrella. I'm like, I'm so smart. I'm like the smartest person here. I have an umbrella. I'm not getting rained on this walk. And they wouldn't let me bring my umbrella in to the hall.
Wait, really?
Okay. Yeah, I'm like, okay. I get it. It could be a weapon. What do you fucking push the button and start whacking people? give me your Brazilian Charizard. What the fuck, dude? Just let me have my umbrella. It's raining outside.
Maybe they're afraid of it like opening up while you're sitting at your table and it knocks the table over.
No, it fits perfectly in my little backpack. I sound like a nerd. Backpack umbrella slot. Good venue though. Terrible TO. I feel bad for our friends from Latin America that have to deal with this stuff. Like, they didn't get all these regionals announced till like what, a few weeks ago. It's like, how do you even prep for shit like this? Like, that's so tough. And then all of us Americans come down and invade their events. Messed up, guys.
Messed up indeed.
Anything fun from chat coming in?
I don't know. We're seeing chat. Got any opinions? Any takes? Is anyone else in chat as well want to get on, and have a take or opinion that they want to put out there? Let me know. But I think we've covered like most things at this point, so I don't know if there's. But if there is, you have a different opinion on something else to discuss. To be honest, at this point, we're just kind of so deep into everything. We talk about, like, yeah, we've gone through all the other stuff, but is there anything else like in the Pokemon community related? If you want to call in and just voice your opinion, voice your thoughts.
If you want to hit a few more things, I've got one. The last real complaint, it wasn't really that big on Twitter, but the tier 0 meta.
Oh, should there be a tier?
Yeah, we're in Charizard, we're going to Dragapult, we were in Lugia before that. What do you think about that?
This is why we actually need, this is why I want to do this more, because even something like this is a cool topic to just kind of talk about and discuss. So you're saying, what are thoughts on tier 0 metas?
You're a top.
Would you say
we'll call you top 10 of all time player? We'll give you that. What are your thoughts on the tier 0 meta that we keep having?
Would you say we were in Charizard? Did you say we were one last one?
We're in Charizard, right?
Yeah. What about last one?
We were in Lugia. few formats back, and then
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
going
yeah.
to what appears to be another one with Dragapult. Well, although it's like the first week, so obviously everyone's playing it, so it'll probably stabilize as we saw Lost Box go back up after the last one. But what are your just thoughts in general on the tier 0?
It just depends on how far it goes. Like Lugia, I think was a terrible format. And all right, so I guess we can go back and forth with me and James.
Yeah.
So I think Lugia was terrible. I did not enjoy it. Wasn't very fun.
Yeah, Lugia sucked.
Okay. And then I think the one to go back before that would be Palkia. And it's like Palkia didn't feel as bad, but there was like 3 decks.
That was just a format, though. That was one set.
Yeah,
Well, to
that
be
is
fair,
true.
but Palkia day 1 was like 50%. I mean, no official stats, but it was ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was the Australia regional, right?
No, day 1 Worlds.
No, day 1 of Worlds.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, sure. Okay.
So like, and day 2, I mean, it was better, but it wasn't that much better. I don't know. I think that was pre tier 0, but I think that format was good. I just care about the decks being fun, playable. They interact with each other. I mean, I know a lot of people care about there being a lot of decks, but you know, top player hero, literally, I don't care at all. I just care what the best deck is, and if it's fun, if it's skillful to play, if it's like last one we had Guardian, that was sick. And Charizard I think is fine right now, and I think I don't know, as long as because Lugia form was bad because Lugia was just boring and nobody liked Lugia, and
It was like more dominant too, right? Like Charizard.
it was more dominant, yeah.
There's a lot more you can do with Charizard too, right? There's different ways to play Charizard. Different ways people are building it. Of course, there's going to be like one best way for any given tournament or expected metagame, but like there's a lot more around it that can compete up against Charizard. Like even something like an Ancient Box that has like a rougher Charizard matchup. You don't go into it being like, well, I hit Lugia, I can't win. It's like, all right, you know, it's tough, but like it's winnable, right? Think the way things can fall and the way you play can impact the game. But going up against Lugia, unless you're playing like a couple different decks, it was like you go up against Lugia and you're like, well, can't win. For most decks, it was like, well, can't win. So there's like really shrunk the pool of like potential decks. But yeah, Charizard doesn't feel as bad for sure, but it definitely is like another. I guess it definitely is a tier 0 meta. But there's so many other decks around it that can even be favored against Charizard, but then you're like sacrificing other matchups is like the problem. Something like a Chimpao is probably a good example of that. It's like you're sacrificing a decent amount of matchups to be like favorable against Charizard. And even then, it probably depends on the Charizard build. Because the Charizard could definitely build for the matchup slightly, and then you're probably at least 50-50 to favor against Chimpao, depending on how far you go. So generally, I don't like tier 0 metas. Because they generally are just feel less fun. Because you can play the same amount of Pokemon in them, but it's like instead of playing like looking at like 5 to 8 different decks, there's like 3 to maybe ever even consider or look at.
I think that the issue is when it's a tier 0 deck, there's only one deck you get to choose from. So that deck is either like good to play or it's not. Like obviously, this is everyone's point. But from a top player perspective, like if it's Charizard, it's fine because I'm happy to play Charizard. But if it's Lugia, it's not so fun because I'm not happy to play Lugia. As in like it's not skillful enough. Which definitely is a problem for me specifically, but
yeah, that definitely is.
You get 2 turns to get your 2 turns, and you set up. It's like, all right, well, that's the game. Versus, I get to play 8-9 turns with Charizard. There's interaction. I have to think.
To make
the numbers matter. Yeah, comeback. If I have Roxanne, when do I do that?
Your list matters.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these things like really important, but yeah. Because most of the time, be specific, I only care about playing one deck. But if I'm gonna play one deck, and then it needs to be like actual playable deck. That isn't just Lugia.
Yeah, a more enjoyable deck to play for sure. That makes sense.
So then, looking at the next format, I know this is getting a little ahead of ourselves. Yeah, Dragapult, but we also get the unfair stamp and some other tools that make other decks sort of more reliable. What do you guys think?
We're definitely a little early, but Dragapult, I mean, just based on having no weakness and its attack having so much more versatility than Charizard's, it almost feels like it might be potentially harder to counter than Charizard. Because, I mean, weakness can get involved against Charizard, and Charizard's attack and strategies are a lot more linear. So, yeah, I almost feel like if Dragapult just is as good, or is a tier 0 deck, it feels like it's gonna be a less enjoyable format because like its attack severely limits creativity in the format if it is popular enough, just because of the spread. Like the way Dragapult spreads just like kills so many decks.
Yeah,
Like-
you need whatever the new Pokemon is that I don't even Ragapult.
Rabska.
Rabska.
Yeah, and then
whatever.
they just fall behind in counter catcher at like turn 2 or 3, and then it's like
Yeah.
and it's an evolution. So I guess like theoretically, maybe the answer to Dragapult is like a 3/3 Rabska, and you just chain Rabskas over and over again. That could be the answer, maybe. But yeah, that Dragapult being like by far the best deck in the format sounds pretty like an unenjoyable format. That sounds like a Lugia type meta, to be honest.
Well, I think it just depends. Like, we need to see how it plays into Zard first, or how it plays into. If these matchups are literally just, well, I hope I like go first and can he Dragapult or something, or like I don't know, can he Dragapult Zard to attach energy and then kill 2 things? Well, it's like, well, I mean, what are we doing here? But otherwise, Charizard wins. But if it's like, you know, a fairly playable matchup, Pult doesn't really have much you can do early game, and I don't know. Or yeah, like, you know, the Lugia matchup is interesting, or maybe, you know, Lugia beats it or whatever.
Lugia should beat it, right?
Missed energy.
Well, you can
protecting
kill.
the Reds.
Ooh, yeah, you missed energy. I was thinking you can just kill them in Chinos off bench, but
Yeah. The biggest thing that I'm worried about is like you got the spread things that like locks down like anything like the Diplin deck. I don't know how like the Diplin deck. Like Diplin seemed like it would be pretty good, but I don't know how you deal with Dragapult sniping your bench. And then even against stuff like any evolution slower deck, like you just get Team Devo involved with your spread from the Dragapult. So we'll see. We'll definitely have to wait and see for sure. It's always like the one thing you always have to wait and see for sure, but it does seem like a pretty good deck. That's definitely where I'm at with it. It seems pretty good. And if it is the you know, S tier, tier 0, whatever you want to call it, then probably won't be super enjoyable. But cause yeah, there's just like, so when you look at it, it has so much, I don't know, less flaws, less exploitabilities than like a Charizard. Like the no weakness is probably the biggest thing.
yeah.
And then like built-in draw engine and all that stuff with like the little guy.
Yeah.
But I mean, from my perspective, I will be completely fine with it if it's like Guardy, where it's pretty skillful, like the mirror is really skillful. That's chill. But yeah.
Yeah, and I
That's
would
the best
be
part of the tier 0, right? It's like if you play somebody who knows how to play it, they'll win. Like it's better. But like you'll see a lot of people that play it. Like James, we watch you play a million games of Guardy on stream, right? And like you play somebody who plays Guardy, you're like, oh, this is tough because I've watched James play it. And it's like this is a regular person playing Guardy. they make 1 or 2 missteps and it snowballs, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's still a super high. These decks become so high skilled. It's like, all right, I'll run into people playing the best deck in format and just suck.
Yeah, I probably enjoy because like it sounds like James's criteria for just like an enjoyment of a tier 0 format is if he enjoys the tier 0 deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I just generally don't like tier 0 formats, even if I enjoy the deck, because like Palkia, I like playing Palkia, but just like overall, like it's like when I'm trying to get away from playing Palkia. Whereas like, yeah, James will sit there and grind Guardy stream after stream. You know, that's not overly what I enjoy doing, especially with like my content and stuff. I gotta switch things up a decent amount. So it's like you get away from Palkia and you're like, bro, this deck does not beat Palkia. Like go back and play Palkia. It's like, this deck's pretty cool. I enjoy this, but yeah, so for Dragon, so it'll be like always be the same thing for me for tier 0 format. So it'll just be like, is it like I enjoy playing. I've just played so much Charizard at this point. I don't know if I enjoy playing Charizard anymore, to be honest. So maybe I don't enjoy playing Charizard, but Charizard is I just also like with decks like Charizard, I just don't want to play against a bunch of good players in like Charizard mirrors.
Oh yeah.
Unless I figure out an edge. If I can come up with an edge in the mirror, but it's so hard to nowadays. Like everyone has so much information and like there's so many more players competing to try and find that edge. That well, it's funny because it all comes back to just like Tord playing the most straightforward list out of everyone and then winning. But but like yeah, there's so many more players competing to try and find that edge to take advantage of the like when there's a very obvious mirror. I
will say well, apparently, as far as I know, Carwin has said that the Aleki Eri Zard mirror is the most skillful matchup he's ever played. So. You know, come to the Aleki side, bro.
That sounds so draining, bro.
It's not as degen as you think it is, but it's like it's just hard to play. It's just really hard to play.
Isn't it just opening? You're just lecking back.
No,
Whatever you
it's not. It's not that degenerate because you can take like the Charizard. If a Charizard comes active, you got to do something against it.
Yeah. You have to
like,
respect their
sure.
attacker. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to do things, but like, yeah, apparently it's just hard. And like, yeah.
Yeah, you can like run them out of resources before they can draw 6 prize cards, so there has to be a decent amount of back and forth.
Yeah, exactly. With the like Alekia and stuff.
You can't just evolve attack.
Yeah, I'll leave that to you guys, the elitists. I'll sit here with Lugia and try and hit hard. Speaking of, okay, if we're gonna hit a few more Twitter topics while I'm here.
If you got them, let's go for it.
People are asking where did Tord's Pidgeot Bibarel deck come from? Well, I know Azul, you're in the Discord and seen me working on it forever, but it came from the first Champions League that Charizard was legal. It was on stream on day 1.
Yeah, I saw it there.
Yeah, that's where it was. I mean, everything always comes from Japan, right? And I've been trying to work it into the regular format before rotation, and then Tord said this is what I'm playing. I'm like, oh well, I've been working on this forever. And we played the same 59. I played Belt, and you can tell the skill difference between players that play the same list essentially. For somebody who wins and somebody who peters out. But that's where that came from. What do you think? Do you know Japan held an expanded tournament? Like
yeah.
Just a standalone regional?
Was it alongside the Champions League or no?
I thought it was separate. I only saw the post about it later. It was like 800 people maybe.
Oh,
No, it was separate.
Yeah,
It was
so like a
separate, but-
event, which is crazy because normally they run them at the same time, right?
It happened during day 2 though. It was on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was on the 14th. Champions League. So like day 2. So for anyone who didn't make day 2, there was an expanded tournament, and they've done this before. They've had the expanded tournaments before. And I can like pull this up so the chat can see it too. I think these people in chat maybe seen this. But...
My question would be, I guess, what do you think about the return to expanded in some sort of capacity?
We're good, bro.
yeah.
Well, okay, how about a day 2? Like, we're not getting these cups. I mean, sometimes we get the cups. We didn't get an open. We could do, some events like this. I mean, it's...
You're on whatever side you want, but I won't be playing.
Well, you'll be in day 2. You're fine.
I don't know if are they running like expanded tournaments at regionals right now, like side event stuff, or no?
I think it's like more retro.
They're doing
I haven't
like
seen anything.
More like GLC.
yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
If they're doing GLC, why are they not doing expanded? Maybe someone in chat knows, because I don't ever pay attention to like what happens on like the side event stuff. I know like the GLC tournament still get like 100 players though at like regionals and stuff, so like they're cooking. But I'm surprised that they don't have expanded as like side event stuff, to be honest. More so than anything.
It just sucks to sit with I've got boxes and boxes of cards, and I don't. GLC just never appealed to me, but it's like, expanded was fun. I mean, it was degenerate and sucked,
Yeah.
but like at least like, right at the time it was like Dedenne, Crobat. Like, okay, I can see everything. Who sets up? Do I have a counter in this? Do I know? Have I planned accordingly? Mad Party was fun. You played Mad Party on an online event, I remember.
Yeah.
I think you won it with it. I mean, what a fun deck that you never. I mean, you could play in standard, but it sucked.
I think if like, yeah, I mean, for me it would just be like, I feel like they shouldn't just like, I mean, I don't know, looking at some of these decks from Japan, they're just like, it's just like, this can't be. I just feel like this, I mean,
Everything's lock.
everything is just like some weird lock. Like everything is just a lock in a different, like a lock, or I basically win through prize cards immediately.
There's a Volk deck, and apparently there was one deck that did like Calyrex. I think it's good, but didn't get top 16 or something. There was one deck that's like good, but didn't get top 16.
Dude, look at that.
Sounds like a real deck.
Yeah, that looks awesome.
It doesn't even play the Tina Chomp, so maybe this is a real deck, attacking deck. But yeah,
but it's like you're still just going, you're still Wally turn 1, go second, nuke your active. Like that's the plan.
Yeah.
Like that
Okay.
still feels like. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't. Like, I feel like some decks, I feel like
If Guru, player and owner.
generally the decks that feel like you're not really playing Pokemon is like when you go up against when you play against Quadlax,
This is cool.
or you go up against like the deck that I'm kind of scared of being good. Hopefully it's not good. Is that Quad Iron Thorns deck that's popped up in Japan? Hopefully that deck's not good, because that deck being good is just not, you're not playing Pokemon when you play up against that. And all of these decks, even though they're attacking decks and drawing prize cards, I feel like this is just not, you're not going to feel like you're playing Pokemon in Expanded. It's just, everything is just like Turbo Nuke. Or some lock, right? Turn 1 Vileplume.
What do you think happens if they announce an expanded event tomorrow? It's in 2 weeks.
Oh, I'm going.
Regionals.
Oh, hell yeah. I'll fizzle out, but it'd be so much fun.
I would help Grant test whatever he wants to test, and then that's what we play. I wouldn't like put any thought into it. I'd be like, Grant, what do you want to play against? What matchups do you want to play against? And then whatever he comes up with is what I would play. I would just help him work on whatever he wants to work on. I would not want to think about it at all.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate that.
This deck looks fun. Surely this deck is fun.
For chat that doesn't know, my name is Grant.
Yeah.
Some would say I'm the 4th best Grant in NA.
Is there another one? You might be just the 4th in NA in general who plays Pokemon. There might not be another one.
No, it's Manly, Shen, and Hayes before me.
Yeah, no, and then you. That's what I'm saying.
I'm 4th. Yeah, it's
you are
us 4.
It's
A 4
solidified.
horsemen. We'll take on anyone. Hey, if you can find 3 more Azuls, we'll take you on. That's your next event.
Do we have another name like that has like a bunch of top players? Is there another?
Surely.
I think we've gone through them. I think Pedro's a pretty good name.
Ooh, Pedro.
Okay.
Yeah,
Pedro's Grants, bro. That's a show match.
Yeah, we've gone through a few. Pedro seems pretty strong.
Grants versus Pedros.
Yeah.
Wait, we'll take it on.
Hey, a Mew VMAX deck is up here in the top 16. That's something they got in 9th.
That's a real deck.
Yeah, this deck seems like it's too slow though. Like you're not attacking turn, you're not doing anything turn. Oh, you have Quaking Punch. They have Quaking Punch, of course.
Quaking Punch, yeah.
Turn 1 Quaking Punch.
Apparently, Quaking Punch is only for the Zod matchup. Like, it's
Wait,
actually it's not a real card.
Oh,
they have Wally. They have Wally. They're just gonna Wally turn 1.
Yeah, they're just gonna Wally. We're attacking turn 1. Don't you worry. They have Stamp as well. That's kind of cool.
This is pretty gross.
Hey, I'm down if expanded. Oh, so the Regidrago deck is the most popular deck out here, and then Vileplume Bunnelby. I'm down for them to bring expanded back, but I think it's got to be like a big overhaul. They got to like go to like Sword and Shield on or something, and then be a lot more aggressive with banning cards. And I think they could make it work. And they also have to like release products periodically that like have the big cards in them as well.
But that was my thought when they announced A-Specs back. I'm like, this seems way too familiar. Like because our issue, right, is the A-Specs are bent and hard to get.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we're gonna give you new ones.
Oh, and then you thought they were bringing expanded back with that?
Yeah.
I don't think we're playing Com Search anymore. Maybe Dowsing Machine, but Com Search will probably get phased out and expanded, which is cool.
Well, now, I mean, Prime Catcher's pretty sick. We see it in a couple of these lists already over, like, Lugia playing Prime Catcher over, like, Computer Search. We see Master Ball and Standard, but, yeah, what's this guy got?
Oh, that's
Fair
cool.
Sam.
Yeah. But we get the new A spec next. These Lugia decks are not. They're definitely playing the new A spec, not that A spec.
Which one?
The box.
Dude, that card is so bad.
Oh,
There's
yeah,
no
yeah,
way.
Dude, Lugia, expanded Lugia would 100% play.
Oh, expanded Lugia. Sure. I guess the one card I forgot that card gets, so it could be good in standard. It does get 4 Sealstone. So like maybe the card's better than I'm giving it credit. We have to discard 3 cards, which is tough. The 3-card discard is
can't
like...
for a Sealstone in Lugia, unfortunately.
Yeah. In Lugia specifically, it's not gonna work. But... Oh, this is like a different Bunnelby build here.
Maybe.
Bunnelby
That's
Vileplume.
the classic Arceus with Aerodactyl. It's like, well, I can't Starburst and block your...
That's always the biggest hang up with that deck.
Damn. Yeah, I'd like to see some sort of expanded or just at least like a rotation or put it as a format. And that could also be part of the solution to all the issues that we're having. If you have an expanded regional, it's going to be half the size, right? And if it's the full size, that's crazy. And talk about growing the game, that means people are out buying, and that helps the online sellers, the local card shops.
Yeah, I mean, expanded coming back would be like the hugest boost would be online stores and online sellers. Like,
I mean, look what Mahone did with GLC.
Yeah.
I mean, his shop went public. They had an IPO. They were selling so many cards. No disrespect
Conspiracy.
to Mahone.
Yeah, no, I think
Based.
them bringing it back would be fine. They should they just need a big overhaul, more aggressively. The thing that's weird with that though is like they're currently rocking it in Japan, and does that mean we would just because like it still feels what they have going on over there still seems pretty degenerate, like as far as like the format goes, like
We could play. Dude,
No.
this seems
This
playable.
seems fun. Yeah,
the whole
This
format or the
is-
Reggie Drago deck.
the whole
All of it.
format.
The whole
The whole
format.
format. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, maybe
You can
I
find
also
a deck that's good based in here, surely.
I have
One
no
deck.
experience.
Look at that on the top 5 there. There's four different formats there.
There's a lot up here. I mean, like the
you
deck
might-
that one was a Vileplume deck, and the other deck under that was a Alolan Raichu Donk, or
Yeah,
effectively a Alolan Raichu Donk.
5 of the top 6 are different archetypes. They
I don't get this
all do
deck.
different stuff.
You just
So
like
we're going
Gengar.
second.
Yeah, go second,
Yeah.
Gengar Mimikyu, and then Raichu does like 30 for each energy attached to it anywhere.
Okay, but how much does it actually do? What if I put like a bunch of Genesects and Mu V in my active? Does this deck just like lose? I don't know. This is a real
I would
deck.
assume.
Could you actually ever play this?
I got second. I don't know. Ryota played it.
Well, there's only in the top 16 there. There's only one Mew.
Yeah, maybe it's only Mew that you actually have issues with.
Yeah, and if no one's playing it yet, that was somebody came up. What's his name there?
What about a Gouging Fire? Surely Gouging Fire just puts a couple Gouging Fires in play.
Tashiki only. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Reggie Drago puts a bunch of Reggie Dragos in play. How much damage do we actually do? Hold on.
How many cards have you
30x.
seen? I can see the 4 quick ball. You can find the Dene, you can find the Crobat. What are the other attacking options in here? Like it is all through Raichu, right? That is our attacker. We're trying to win the game with Raichu turn 2, I assume.
Or lock with Gengar, right?
Well, Gengar first into the Raichu, and then
Yeah.
play for game.
Or Klefki, I guess.
Yeah, so how much damage do
3.
we actually do? Quick calc. So 30 times 12.
That's
12
360.
plus 8 plus 4. So it's just 24. We do
Prize
720.
a couple.
We do prize a couple, but our cap is 720.
Not terrible.
Wait, but you can only pop 2 electrodes. Does that matter?
Well, then we're not getting. How much
Can you
electro
only-
get? 5.
Yeah, because
Can you
if you
pop-
pop the 3rd electrode, you lose, right?
You're getting 10 total then. Oh yeah, because
yeah, we
yeah.
got 10 plus attach to turn.
So that's 2 turns, right? Yeah.
Read the
okay.
Whismer. You only use attack if you go second, and only on your first turn. Your opponent can't play any trainer cards from their hand during their next turn. Oh my, that's pretty good.
No, that's okay.
Wait, was this expanded the whole time? Maybe, I guess it was just not good.
Wait, where's this from? It's from Celestial Storm.
Celestial Storm.
Yeah, that's an old card.
Huh.
But it's only turn once. This card
Yeah.
wouldn't have been good in standard. And mid
Or
and
Jet?
expanded.
Turn
Game
one
cards
ball on
better.
him. I don't know. Dude, I'm like,
So yeah, so we can get 12 cap. 12 energies, which means that our max is like 22. So we can still do like 600 damage. But if we whiff, like, what do we do?
go next.
Nothing.
Whenever
Go
time.
next.
If it's well, I guess it's best of one though, right?
Well, that's Japan.
But how long is your turn though? How long is your turn?
It's a pretty long turn.
Okay. Well, here's what I'd also say about expand. If we're talking about the regional experience too,
It says Billy, Crobat, and Dedenne. It's got the squad. Like,
It's all good.
that's the dream.
Lele, it's literally all 4.
You could finish a best of 3 in 15 minutes, and if you're staying at the hotel right across from the convention center, you get a little nap in there.
Yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Also, I mean, I get on top of
don't-
that, you could go use the bathroom at the hotel multiple times throughout the day.
That's
Not
right.
even just when you leave.
So my rule is falling apart. You just go poop whenever you want.
Yeah.
We had a regs in we had a SP in Utrecht, which is right where I live. So I went home for lunch after IDing in one of the rounds.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah.
That's
that the
pretty
dream?
funny.
True story, yeah.
Went home for lunch.
Went home for lunch and then played Lost Owen and missed cut. It was great.
I've actually gone back to my hotel room and taken a nap before in a regional. Like there was like, it was like a ridiculous long lunch break. I don't know which one it was, and my round ended super soon, so I just went back to the hotel and took a nap.
Pre-order my Uber or DoorDash
What?
to my hotel like right before the round starts.
Ooh,
It's like I'm
Genius.
like let's get out of here, and then I come out, food's right there. I get the lunch break to eat. But
That is something that they have changed. Does any tournament organizer still do lunch breaks? I don't know if they do them in Europe. Do they do them in Europe, James?
Oh, lunch breaks? Hopefully not. Oh, no, we don't do lunch breaks. I don't
Okay,
think so.
okay.
I don't remember having a lunch break.
we didn't have it at EUIC, right?
No,
Nah,
I don't think
no
so.
way.
I've been liking
There's no way.
the tournament ending that much faster does feel pretty nice, to be honest.
Yeah, there's
Lunch
no way
breaks.
we should be having lunch breaks. There's no reason for it.
Oh, that is true. Paul just said
Nobody
in
likes
chat,
lunch break.
day two events still does lunch breaks, but their events
Yeah, it's
are
fine.
on par with everyone else, even though they do lunch breaks, to be honest. So, yeah, Indy will have a lunch break, I guess. But yeah, the doing away with lunch breaks is definitely, the tournament's going smooth. It definitely feels nice so far. I've definitely enjoyed that. I haven't seen too many people complain about it, but you should prepare. Just bring snacks if you get hungry throughout the day.
I guess Indy has a lunch break. That's gonna be a long one.
A little bit long one.
That's actually fine because Indy, the food scene sort of in that area sucks, so you're not missing much of your friends' dinner.
Are you coming to any more American tournaments, James, or just NAIC?
Nah. I regret going to the one. Yeah,
What
just NAIC.
What one did you go to?
I went to Toronto.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah.
What? Is Toronto bad?
No, Toronto's fine.
I've avoided it. Yeah, I've gone to most of them, but I avoid Toronto. It's way too expensive.
It is expensive.
You're going to Stockholm, right?
Yeah, I'll be there. Are you going to that one?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, it's cool, huge.
right.
That was one of your goals, right?
Yeah.
To get a European regional.
Dude, I kind of want to. I might do the Brent Tonneson next year. I don't know.
No, shut up.
Maybe.
Do the 30-hour flight to Australia.
Well, I might just not go to Australia, but I might try and go to like the majority of other stuff. Like going to Europe's like fine, but yeah, I don't. Going to Australia is such a. It's such a. It's not even that it's a long flight. It's that it completely messes with you.
Yeah.
Like that long of like that being set back that many hours, and then on the comeback as well, it hits really hard as well. That's the problem.
If you fly quick
Yeah,
enough,
you're out for days if you go to an Ozregs. Yeah.
It feels.
If you
feels
just-
tough.
if you don't stay long, if it's just like the 2 days or whatever, it kind of works out. But if you go and spend an extra day or two and get like adjusted,
True.
that's what messes with you. It's
The
like,
thing is
I'm
you're-
used to this time in the sun at this point. Like if it's just like a day, like all right, whatever. Wear a sleep mask when it's light out.
The thing is, if you don't go to Australia, you're not even close to doing the Brent Tonneson.
That's true. Well, that's the
you
one
can't say
thing.
you're doing the Brent Tonneson if you're not going to Australia because he does everything from Australia.
It'll be the Brent Tonneson light. I'll go to like Latin American
Tonneson
regionals
light.
to make up for it.
Yeah, like 4-hour flight. Yeah.
Yeah, because those ones are like pretty reasonable as well. It's definitely something I'm
Yeah.
thinking about doing, like just a lot of competitions next year. We'll see though.
Well,
That's
fine. I'll take over your stream when you're gone.
I would have to cut back on the content a decent amount, but
I
just
mean,
just one
if
season.
The handle's
just one
there. If the handle's there, I'll do it. Channel be. Channel have a heyday.
You
Talking
just-
about my place.
season. Just have like an AI version of me up on the thing.
Yeah, like a VTuber.
Yeah. Yeah.
How long do you think until people realize we need someone with like a crazy sleep schedule that's down to do what Brent is doing, but Brent actually probably has one of the best locations, arguably one of the best locations because he gets all 4 travel awards. So like in terms of money made, Brent is probably doing one of the best. Well, almost certainly doing one of the best because he gets all his travel for the year cleared by travel awards, where basically no one else can do that.
That is
That's a
true.
good question.
It's like a lot
So
harder.
someone's
to
going
do
to move over there at some point, but which is why.
I mean, that would be, yeah, with that in mind, that would theoretically be a good reason to compete out of Australia because you do just pick
Yeah.
up the travel awards every single time.
Yeah, I've had at least one conversation with someone talking about it.
They're gonna move out to Australia to compete full time. I guess if you're gonna compete full time,
I'm
I
not
guess it
going
makes
to,
sense.
but thinking about it.
Thinking about it, I guess if you're gonna compete full time, I guess like it makes sense. And it's not like
Yeah,
you'd be spending so much time out of Australia. It's like you're not like you could still make when you leave Australia to go out, you could still just stay out of Australia for a while and then just make your way back. I assume you have to like. I guess I don't even know if you do. Do you just have to get a residency there and then? Oh no, you have to like.
yeah,
you have to
that
officially
seems like
live
the
there,
hardest
right?
part,
It's gotta be
right?
tough, yeah. It's gotta be really tough.
Like somehow, yeah. I mean, that'd be the hardest part. And maybe if you're like part Australian, you live in the US, then you can just move back. But then that's not. But yeah, it would be hard, but
Yeah.
James, do you do coaching?
nah, I did the same as Azul. I quit. I have plans for something in the future, but
That amount of travel can't be conductive to coaching.
Brent coaches.
Well, he's a madman.
But to be fair, it's pretty funny because I obviously stay with Brent a lot, and he definitely has a lot of problems with scheduling time zones. He's had a bunch of times where he's like, "Oh shit, I had a coaching session 3 hours ago."
There's an app. There's an app idea right there.
That would definitely make things
Just
simpler.
scheduling. Metafy time zone.
Yeah.
Do you do Pokemon full time, James, or are you in school or?
Well, I took a gap year, so I'll go back
okay.
to school next year.
Okay, is Pokemon full time something you want to pursue, or is it just you can keep it as like a competitive hobby?
Hopefully, I mean, yeah, it depends. But I would like to make it through YouTube, as opposed to coaching and stuff. That's the idea, basically.
Subscribe, James TCG.
There you go.
So yeah.
Yeah, that's like the two routes
Innovate
that
stuff.
yeah, you can't like no one can really full time compete. I guess like honestly, Tord probably could. Yeah, he would be able to like make a living for sure, but I'm sure he enjoys the coaching money as well. But you kind of have to do.
We saw the Metafy number.
We saw the Metafy number.
That's a
well,
number.
no, Tord could easily. Tord makes way more than a full time from just competing, but.
Oh yeah.
Because, I mean, the thing is, if you get top 4 at Worlds, you basically make a,
Well, it's in notes.
Yeah, you get top 4 at Worlds, you're doing very well. So, I mean,
and
you
well,
just gotta get top 4 at Worlds. That's
and then
it.
they up the pricing numbers, and you win a UIC. So
Yeah.
Dude, that's
so
why
decent chunk of cash.
eventually I'm gonna retire from competing bad things besides where I'm just gonna chain World's top 4s for my invite for the next year and just over and over and over again. That's the goal. That's the goal right there. Just do content
That's a
full
dream,
time.
man.
Yeah, content full time, and then just chain top 4s at Worlds. If they keep up the guaranteed invite to come back.
What do you do for content if you're not competing? Do you do the same stuff till the end of time?
I would probably try and do some more kind of stuff like eventually when I like stop competing more, I want to do like more stuff like what like Wolfie does, but for the TCG, like more scripted, edited style videos. But I like the flow of like where I'm at with content right now. Like it's a little bit, I guess like lazier content, but I like the flow of just like streaming more. I like just streaming live. So just stream more and then turn that into the YouTube content and just kind of make that the process for now. But eventually I do want to like do more high-end stuff when I have the time.
When you're ready for that, I'd love to help as a writer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely attempting to go more ideally Wolfie direction, but I mean, it's pretty hard to do with low lift as well.
I think that's like where the biggest gap is right now in the space is like more edited, more thought of. Like even videos like that JW did, where JW did like history of the game type videos.
All the Celia stuff. Yeah,
or Celia stuff too. There's such a big gap in the TCG for that kind of stuff. It's really hard to still hit the mainstream though, like Wolfie does, because the video game is so much more popular, and Wolfie's so big. So it would still be really hard for the TCG to get like mainstream numbers like Wolfie does. But there definitely is like a large. It's just like whenever people ask me about content, like how do I get into content? What do I do? Just like do anything. There's so much space and opportunity to just do any kind of content in the Pokemon TCG space. Like,
and right
just
now,
do something.
Do something and then eventually find a niche. Yeah.
Like I remember one of my favorite stuff is the OmniPoke, like the buy guides and just the set, like the full breakdown of, and like, the card, it's just a PowerPoint. It's like, okay, when I need a reference, I go back. Like when I'm buying all my cards for an IC, it's like, all right, I just go there. It's got all the stills up and just hearing why you need it. It's like, I'm never gonna play that. Okay, I don't need that. Just, everything's good. Celia's is great too. But James, I like James's just gameplay. Reminds me of early Azul. Azul just picking out a deck and banging it out real hard for a few days. Like it led to Zation.
Combozation.
Combozation.
The one that I remember
this
the
most.
most.
Pretty good. Like, is it good? He's like, well, I'm gonna play it. We had 3,000 people on the stream or something.
There was a lot for that one. Yeah, that was like my most viewed stream ever. I think still. It's like I think it was 1,500. Oh no, I guess like the show matches have been more viewed, but that's because I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube now. But I had like 1,500 on that finals of that tournament with the combosation deck. One that I remember actually doing. That was actually interesting that you mentioned that, because actually one of the decks that I made on stream when I did, like, I was testing with someone, and that's when I came up with Slow Canyon. I was like, all right, how do we need to beat Garb? What decks can we just take all the items out of? And then I got top 8 at the next regional after making Slow Canyon. I don't do that kind of sick. I don't do that as much anymore, where I like super more try hard. I did one stream with Grant a little while back. Maybe didn't bring those back. Higher level, like, testing gameplay on stream. It's pretty good content. I know Grant would probably be down, so I should probably bring him back for those.
Well, it's funny too, because like what you've always preached is like transparency. Like, I don't care. I'll play this. Like, you know, the online tournaments. Like, here's what I'm playing. Oh, everyone knows what you're playing. Like, I don't care. I'm better than them. And then like now, as IRL events have come back, it's like we got to keep some stuff secret here. And it really doesn't matter when you actually get to the events.
Yeah, there's been like,
by the time you play somebody, you know, it's like, okay, they know.
Yeah, exactly. There's been like a couple things that I haven't like brought up on stream or talked about on stream before, like that, to like save them for tournaments. And then a lot of the times we just don't ever play them at the tournament. And it's just like an idea that I had. I was like, all right, well, this seems good enough to save, to like get a big finish at a tournament to utilize. But then we usually don't end up playing the things. But in this current day and age, usually, like, we knew about Lecky Zard.
Oh yeah, everyone.
What did you know about it from? Wait, your perspective. Did you see the horror list like everyone else saw it?
No, I just thought of adding it. I was like, what if
that's crazy?
Yeah, I was like, what if we just add the guy? Because I was thinking about Control Zard in general. Because I was like, Erie's got to be broken for every matchup. So I was like, well, how do you just amplify that? But then we didn't end up playing it because we were just like, we'd rather try and get an edge into Charizard than play Charizard, which is always such a tough call to make. Like, and I mean, and like most predictably, the deck that is the best deck still has a high chance of winning, even if you're like a good player who tries to play a counter. But man, I just don't like playing mirror matches. There's too many good players for me to want to play mirror matches anymore. But maybe I'm just like, maybe I have a bad take on that.
I think actually, because as far as I know, because the Lecky Zard deck that we had at EYC was at least very favored into Tord, and Aiden just, as far as we know, got full skill diff by Tord.
Well, he prized game 1. He prized Devo.
Game 1 he prized Devo, and apparently game 2 he just got full skill diffed. So.
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, yeah, that's one of the things, right? Like Tord is always gonna play perfect. You have to, like, even if you have an advantage list wise, you still have to play it perfectly.
And I fucked up on Williams' deck. I did not know this. I went back and looked like quick on the video and only got the 1 Devo. He had played the 2.
Oh, you're helping Tord like get the 60?
Yeah. Like I'm saying 59 is Tord. We went through the fish, the chin fish. Luxray, whatever the firefish is. Luxray, Lecky. Yeah, we're trying all these things out, and it ended up being, and when I got there, he goes, it's we're doing whatever the supporter was.
Yell cheer.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
like, all right. I'd rather had Roseanne's backup.
That's crazy.
But I was also playing the tool.
Oh, it gets back to maximum belt. There you go.
Yeah. So we were in a little bit of an impasse there.
The Roseanne's backup.
But yeah,
the funniest thing about the Alecky is it was like the most sketch tech into stall ever.
Yeah, it's pretty like because they just keep taking away more resources. They have like Luxray, Eerie, like control.
The Luxray, it did nothing against, and then even interestingly enough, the Chiyus, we still weren't confident we were beating the regular block lax. We still were not confident at all that we were beating them.
Regular block lax.
Yeah, because they just go Chi. The second you Regieleki, they go Chiyu, and then you have to deal with this Regieleki that's active. That's this Chiyu that's really annoying, and you can't one shot and stuff.
What'd you guys prep more for as far as control? Probably the Pidgey, right?
No. We prepped way more for. We accepted the loss to Pidge.
Really?
Yeah. We actually spent a lot of time prepping for block lax because the matchup was so like in the end the strategy we had for it is you have to heat tackle until they attack with Chiyu, and once they attack with Chiyu, you have to keep heat tackling and then and then hopefully kill the Chiyu, but you can't heat tackle until it dies. Usually because the Chiyu will be too fast. And then we also like had to work out that at the end of the game, the only way like you can actually get back resources through Airy is if you get back like Super Rod or something, and then Iono to bottom, don't use Pidgeot, and then get back Prime Catcher, so 2 things don't get Airy. Like, it was so convoluted.
Yeah.
We had to use to beat them. Yeah.
You're on the back of the piece of paper writing down notes here.
Yeah, exactly.
Jesus Christ.
Like, we were so far into it, and then we didn't know how to play the Zard Mirror, so... This is a true story.
Oh my
Brett
god.
like came up to me like halfway through a tournament, and he was like, "What do we do against Zard?" I'm like, "I don't know, dude."
Yeah.
So yeah.
That should be the starting point.
Yeah, exactly. Like we knew we did, like we played against it on like a little bit and like Devo, and then he's like, "I don't know what we do when they have brain cells." So like, yeah.
When they play the correct plays, it gets tough.
Yeah, exactly. We didn't know the mirror very well. Yeah, we just didn't know what we were doing. So yeah, that was that deck. You guys are just playing Tina. Cringe.
Yeah, we didn't. All of our decks, I think that we had lined up that we were probably gonna play, they all beat control. We didn't even like worry about control at all. We were like, all of our decks just naturally beat it. All the decks were like.
What else do you have lined up?
Yeah,
Any hiding strats?
how'd you come to Tina? Have you talked about that yet?
And we just thought it was slightly favored to Zard, and then it was like had the best matchup spread besides that, like but compared to other decks. Like it's like that's what you have. Like that's what you have. Like Chi and Pao also, like yeah, none of us really wanted to play Chi and Pao because Chi and Pao's like okay, but it's the deck has so many other problems. And if people are just packing Eerie, you can just lose to the Eerie. So yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we weren't against playing Zard. We just wanted to try and find an edge against Zard. We value that. That's generally we value a little bit higher. But sometimes you don't have a choice and you just got to play the best deck.
Oh yeah, you knocked Aiden out of top 8. I just remembered. Yeah.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because I was like talking to him before. I was like talking to him between rounds and stuff too. I was like, bro, you got this. Get your last one. Get your top 8. Like, oh shoot, I'm playing against you. That was unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't want to hit Aiden and knock him out because I think he had a good. He definitely had a good shot at winning the tournament if he had been able to make it into the top 8. I mean, William had a really good shot too, but it's just didn't have enough time in game 3. You gotta play faster. I mean,
the classic Tord slow play.
He needed another turn to use the second Devo.
Yeah.
Another 2 turns or something.
How did Aiden play? Because the rest of us except Aiden had worked out that against you guys we're just supposed to slam Temple as fast as possible and give up everything to slam Temple. Like that's what we thought the strat was supposed to be.
And block Jet.
Yeah, because they only ran Temple.
Okay.
His starts were slow, so he maybe had time to get the temple out, but he didn't do it very aggressive against me either. He didn't get it in play against me either game, but he definitely had slow starts in both games. Game 2 he had an awkward start, but he was able to go like turn 1 Eerie. He opened Lucky, went turn 1 like Eerie recover it, so that was annoying. But he didn't put the temple in play very aggressively. He didn't put it in play either game actually at all. But he had weird starts. So I don't know if it was like available to him to do or not. And that would have been annoying for sure.
Yeah.
Early temple.
We thought we could get to like almost 50-50 with that, but yeah, didn't bib. Fortunate.
Did you guys even like try bib in there alongside Pidge or no?
No, we did not come up with we didn't even come up with Cleffa.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, William had the Cleffa too.
Yeah. We were so far off.
Yeah.
We just came with Lucky. Well, to be fair, I think this might be interesting to people watching. We feel like we're so far behind on like what our prep should actually look like because we basically just like a week before like, oh, I think we're playing Charizard with like we basically had no idea what we were playing until ages before, and then we come up with Charizard Eleki and then like have a week to try to work out how to beat Blocklax and end up with not enough time. Whereas like Tord picks out his deck like, you know, probably like a month before, and so he's like worked out everything with a deck, whereas we're like kind of twiddling our thumbs hoping that we have like a remotely good list.
It was way early. Yeah, the core of it was set.
I'm actually really excited to
Weeks
see
before.
when people match Tord in preparation where the game goes, because I don't think, I mean, maybe next season I will try and attempt that. Would be like the only time I'll ever attempt it would probably be next season if I ever try to like. But I'm just I'm not even concerned with myself doing as good or better than Tord or someone dethroning Tord. But I just want to see what the landscape of the competition looks like when people put the effort that Tord puts into it in the way he does, or a different way, but that is just as just as good, even if they do it differently. Because I assume Tord plays a lot of Pokemon, and because like, why wouldn't you? Like, he knows the process, or the process he can go through to like consistently get these results. It'd be cool when someone matches him in skill and talent in the game, but then also in prep. Because I think there's a lot of players in the current game who could match Tord if they put the prep in. Like, but no one is matching him in terms of prep as far as I know.
Yeah.
Well, we had a great opportunity when you paired with him in round 15 or whatever of Worlds.
And then
But they had ID.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Like,
I'm excited to see the
take on it and play.
I'm excited to see the landscape of the game when people match Tord in skill, talent, and preparation, because I think it'd be.
I feel like we're
really cool.
The point when we get there is when there's enough full-time players, because
Yeah, that's a big part of it for sure.
we have
Here comes the
the
elitism.
few full-time players. It's either Tord or they're lazy. This is my experience. Every single full-time player right now. So, yeah.
That's what makes things hard with the like if I went like full coaching plus playing, I would have way more time to play Pokemon.
Yeah.
Like try hard, but like the streaming stuff takes up so much time.
Yeah. The content makes it hard. Like I mean like even non-content, like full time, which
that would be cool to see.
Very few.
Yeah.
It's very few, but yeah, there's just nobody I guess who wants it enough.
I mean, it's like definitely a big financial risk to just go full competing. Like,
yeah,
for sure.
But even competing plus coaching, like my example.
Oh yeah, sure.
You know, I will shame him because I think he's lazy, but Brent is definitely lazy.
But he's had a really good season. He's had a really good season so far.
Great season.
Yeah.
But I think he could do way better. He's really
regional champion.
Yeah.
What do you get, second and then first?
Because exactly. He doesn't have to worry about it because he just gets like 30k from 3 regs and then gets 15k from travel awards and then just goes about his way. He's happy. He's in Australia. Like money gets doubled over there somehow.
So Brent is basically the chosen one, and we're just kind of waiting for him to take advantage of his opportunity, and then he'll be able to compete against Thor. Never will.
It's okay.
But we'll get there eventually, for sure.
Yeah, we're waiting for an Nadal. Like we've got a ton of challengers to come up against Federer, and then it takes one, and then it's Djokovic out of nowhere. I have a question for you guys. So you've given up coaching, but you're both content creators. What do you think's the better, like, which one helps you more get better to play the game overall? As far, let's say regionals or whatever.
Coaching or content?
Yeah, coaching or content. Like what? Because either way, you're sitting down, you're telling somebody how to play, or you're on stream seeing a ton of games, hearing interactions from chat and all that. What's really shaping you better, or what's the best way? If there's an option C, I guess.
I would probably say coaching, because you're going through the like optimization of Pokemon on like 2 ends instead of 1 end, which is like how you want to be like testing theoretically to begin with. So, and then also like, I mean, in like, if we're saying, let's say if you create content for 8 hours and replace that with coaching for 8 hours, now it would be really like, that sounds like a massive mental strain. Cause I could, like, me personally, like I used to try and do coaching for like 3-4 hours in a row. And that's like, it's really difficult to like come off streaming for 5 hours and then go coach for 4 hours. So, and even then, like even coaching for like 4, like if I did coaching, like 8 hours of coaching a day, it would have to be like 3 2-hour break, 2-hour break, 3, and then done. But like theoretically, if I picked up coaching full time, I would definitely have more time to like just do try hard testing against myself or against my group. So that would lead to like potentially learning more, getting better prep. But if we're like matching 8 hours for 8 hours, I think coaching I would still put ahead. Like 8 hours of coaching versus 8 hours content, you still put coaching ahead because it's not as good as testing, obviously, by yourself or versus a partner, but it is like more leaning towards optimization of a game or games of Pokemon, or even just like theory discussion.
Yeah. I don't know. The thing is, I probably didn't get as much in the weeds of coaching to like tell. I just realized pretty early into doing this, just don't really like it. Well, I did a decent amount of coaching, but yeah, it's like I don't really know. It's probably coaching, but I don't know. Content solid. Your content's different because you do a bunch of like random decks and stuff, which don't really do much for you. But
it gives me a lot of like
Yeah.
I have a lot of general insight on every format and meta, but like I don't actually like the fine tuning of decks and lists and stuff like that. It definitely comes up short pretty consistently.
yeah, and these days most of the stuff I do is sitting in an editing software, so that doesn't help at all. Yeah, that's
So I guess like so I guess the hierarchy would be like just raw streaming, whatever. I guess James, you play one deck and Azul plays a bunch of different stuff usually. Then focusing in on coaching, and then the last would be testing with your group, right? To hone the edges. But Azul, when you coach, do you coach like or did you coach like different decks, or did you like say, hey, here's the best deck, or here's a great way to play? Like how should people be thinking about coming into coaching? I guess like I don't know.
That's a good question. So finding the person you want to coach you, one of the things is gonna be like financial. Who can you afford? Some are more expensive than others, of course. But I think from there, like if you can afford Tord, you should just probably get coaching from Tord at that point. If that's like if you don't have any attachment to anybody specific, or like if there is like a specific player out there who offers coaching who you are inspired by, then I think that can be fine. But I don't think it depends what level you're kind of coming in at. So there's a lot you can learn from basically any good player in the game if you're coming in at a pretty base level, pretty entry level. But if you're like specifically like, oh, I want to play Charizard, get better with Charizard, well, there's no reason to not hit up towards class, right? But if you're in between, I don't know what deck to pick, yada yada, who's available, and then at that point picking from who's available, coaching before leading up to a tournament is always a big thing. Because like my schedule when I offered coaching, and I still am like kind of going through the tail end of my schedule that was booked up before I kind of stopped coaching. I'm still kind of going through that. I was like booked up like every single time, so I was booked up for like 2 months out, and I didn't do that much coaching. It was like 2 hours a day was like what I limited it to, because past that I just couldn't mentally. I knew past my 2 hours my product was not good enough to charge what I was charging, so I limited myself to 2 hours of coaching a day. So then past that, picking like the person who probably you are inspired the most by, if that makes sense, and I would just go with them, depending on if price isn't really an issue, and then just kind of going from there. And then like, because like a lot of my coaching was just like they would either come into wanting to get coaching with a certain deck they wanted to play, or they would come in and just be like, I don't know what I want to play right here, but I got a tournament in a month, like where do I go from here? And I give them a short list of decks that I think were good choices, and then we kind of worked on one from there. And I think because I kind of play with everything, I feel confident in my game knowledge with pretty much most decks, if not all decks in formats, to be able to give decent insight and help most players who are looking for coaching level up their game with like any deck for the most part. Because a lot of Pokemon is like problem solving in Pokemon, not so much deck specifics. You do want like baseline knowledge of how to play a deck and its matchups, but so yeah, the biggest things would just be like, is there a person out there that really inspires you that you'd want to work with? And if not, if you do have a deck locked in, go to someone specific who is a good player, who seems to be an expert behind that deck to like a higher level than even other good players would be. And if you're kind of just up in the air, it's like, I don't even know what deck I want to play, then just like go towards who's available, who probably inspires you the most in Pokemon, or who like who you trust through seeing their play, seeing what they've done in the game through deck choices, and bringing something cool or different or whatever that might be. Like but besides that, I don't even know how you'd pick past that point, because like there is like like on Metafy there is a review system, but you can't leave negative reviews, so everyone's reviews are all just positive reviews. So it's like there's not even like a way, like as someone coming in with like no knowledge base level into the Pokemon TCG scene trying to find a coach, there's not even like a good system for that, for someone to like discover who they want to look towards for that. So that's like the only thing that's missing in the coaching scene in Pokemon, because basically every other point everyone's ever brought up in Pokemon for coaching, and we could go through this real fast, like how much people charge for coaching, accomplishments they have, like none of that matters, because it's like at the end of the day it's the coach who's putting out a service, and you just don't have to do that. That's just like what's it called, you're putting out a product. If you don't want the product, don't buy the product, right?
Capitalism.
Yeah, at its core, that is just as good as capitalism, right? Like with the coaching stuff. But the one thing that is missing is the potential to leave a negative review or at least constructive review, right? That doesn't exist in the Pokemon TCG space. And
both can be the same. Yeah.
And I'm sure that there's not many people who are going to go out of their way to have then got coaching from a top player and then say something negative about them on Twitter, right? So I think people are probably not going to make that, do that either. But I think it would be good if there was like a kind of a way to filter through that. So the only real reason to go through that, filter through that, would be like, probably got a safe bet if you book Tord for coaching, and if not, it's kind of a little bit of trial and error.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a problem, but hopefully it's not too much of an L for most people. If you book one session, it's bad, and then you move on with your life. And also, the people who promote bad sessions will do worse or have bad, like, just aren't good at coaching, will do worse in general, because they won't get return, obviously, which is really important. Yeah,
exactly. And that's like the market will, like, this is what I mentioned before, like the market will solve itself in that situation. It's like coaches, no one out there who's coaching is trying to scam anyone. They're what they offer as coaching might not be up to par with what they charge. That is possible. But no one out there is like, my example I gave for this, and Vance did not do this, but like if Vance like offered coaching after Worlds, $1,000 a session right after winning Worlds, got 5 sessions and then just dipped. No one's doing that. Everyone who's coaching in the current day and age of the Pokemon TCG wants return clients. They're trying to put out a valuable product that people want to come back and get again. So it might not be exactly worth what they're offering. That's possible. That's for you to decide as the consumer, and then either go back to them or not go back to them.
Well, I think the way I've looked at it is, like, just I've played sports my whole life, right? And you need a coach should be somebody you can kind of talk. Unless some sports like football, you kind of want them to, wear you down and make you a better person. But in general, I play solo sports, so Pokemon plays out. And Locke's been my guy in our chat. Until now, when we're trying to do a little Lorcana, Lux, I'm getting in his face. He's giving me some bad plays, but like, the point is, like, find somebody that you can talk to. Like, you want to learn. Like, all right, here are my goals or whatever. Like, it's like, oh my god. Like, if you want to get really refined, you go to like the top end and you pay the top dollar. If you want somebody like, Gabe Smart, I think, is the top rated, or even Lesage sometimes. I don't know. There's so many keeping up on Twitter on who's the Metafy best coach is crazy, but it's like, just find somebody you like, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. I was gonna actually add a follow up to that. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Coaching, Metafy,
Rewind, Lock, being shit as a Lorcana coach.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is one thing with like testing with me is like, my thought process and me personally working through the meta, the format, decks, tech cards is so accelerated when I'm with my group at like my hotel room. We're talking about stuff, right? Or leading up to an event. Like we all got to EUIC like on Tuesday, I think, or something. So we were there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So we were there for like 3 days grinding. The best we could come up with Lost Tina, man. It's pretty tragic. But like my whole process is like accelerated by like 10-fold when I'm there with my group, and I can like Grant Manley obviously isn't going to make me a better Pokemon player, but you might have like a little bit of insight that I can utilize.
Clip it.
A little bit of insight that I can maybe utilize to like progress my thought process. I'm obviously just joking there, but so that like makes a big difference for me when I can sit down and like talk with other great players about the game, right? Like, I'm not getting coaching from them, but we're throwing ideas back and forth, and everything is just like so accelerated at that point. So that's like it's not exactly coaching, but like not doing that or doing more of that would make a big difference, I think, for my performance and how I could even like just help my group perform better, more consistently.
Can I ask you about your process a little bit? Is that fine?
Yeah, go ahead. If there's anything I can't say, I won't say. But...
I think we know your group, and obviously back in the day you said the spreadsheet or whatever. Everyone's got a spreadsheet. Who cares? How much, like, do you guys all work independently and then come together at that time? Like, what you're all working on or whatever. Or do you coming with your ideas at the last minute, and Grant obviously is clearly the alpha of the group and says, "Hey, this is what we're doing," and then you refine the 1 or 2 cards you're looking at.
Well, I sometimes have like a strong opinion on like what I think is the best deck to play right now, but besides that, they play more Pokemon together. Like I don't play any, like I say this all the time, but I do 0 like try hard testing games with the group before actually showing up to the event. And then we like iron some things out for where they're at in their process. I think like the most, like my biggest contribution is I guess like my experience in the game for how long I've been playing. And then I've just played a lot of Pokemon up to that point with a lot of different decks. So I'll like know how to play every single matchup or all possible tech cards for pretty much every single deck, and why I think we should look out for a tech card that might show up in a deck, or don't have to worry about a different tech card. Like I just have like I feel like my biggest contribution is I literally have all of the data on like every single deck in the format, every single tournament pretty much. And then that can help us figure out if we want to play certain tech cards in a deck or not, or whether or not I think a deck is just not good playing because I think everyone will be teching for it or something like that. Yeah, we do our spreadsheet, of course, and that like leads us to, we don't always just play the deck that wins the spreadsheet, but it gives us, it's just nice to have like a place to start with, especially at ICs where we show up like 3 days early. Show up 3 days early, do the spreadsheet. That's a starting point. Work off of that. You know, do the spreadsheet another time the day before the event. See where we're at there. See where that leads us, and then kind of make that final deck choice as soon as we possibly can, and then work out like the final tech choices and stuff like that. That's mostly how it goes. But they do, but everyone comes with their own. I feel like I usually come to the table with the least, not biased, but the least like cemented opinions. I'm just like, I know every deck in the format, I know how they roughly play against every matchup, and I know all the potential tech cards for like every single deck that it could or couldn't include. And then they usually have a little bit more strong opinions on decks they do or do not want to play. But I'm kind of like up for anything for the most part. I think the only like, I was the one who like, we were gonna play Rapid Strike at San Antonio, but I was like, no, I feel like we should just play Charizard. I feel like Charizard's the play. I can't fully explain it why, but like, and Grant was pretty set on not wanting to play Rapid Strike, and he was like, the deck is just bad. And thankfully he did that, because mine and Caleb's perspective of the deck up to that point was like, it is inconsistent, but it's not terrible. The good, like, its matchups when you set up, you just dominate stuff when you set up, so that like outweighed the inconsistencies of it. But actually I think looking back on that format, the deck was just bad, so it's a really good thing we just didn't play it. The deck was just like too inconsistent.
What about the Peony Miraidon incident? Okay, so I've heard sometimes people get sometimes like someone just like picks the deck, and then you guys are kind of same 60s. So if someone doesn't want to play the deck, what happens?
They play the same 60. That's it. You're locked in.
Yeah, but who decides what that 60 is?
It's like
Greg sitting.
We're a voting.
Sitting there with
We're a voting
deck
system.
he wants to play.
System.
You actually have a voting system?
Yeah, we just vote on it if it comes down to that. If we're that, like, if we can't convince each other, first you just try and convince each other through logic and reason, and then if we don't get there, then voting system. Peony Miraidon also was a pretty good play for that tournament. I could have got top 8. I threw against Aiden. If I beat Aiden in the 3rd round of day 2 and just win 3 more, I'm in top 8. Easy dub, free tournament.
Yep.
Pick on a couple lost Tinas. Maybe I lose to Rogerson in the finals. And then it was a pretty good play for the Vancouver was a little bit more sus because Moon was so popular at that point. But yeah, Peony Don, it's not a very fun deck to play, and you can't do very much. But you get that hands, and they don't respond. The game is over. So Grant was a hater of the Peony Miraidon, overly hated, and it's understandable to an extent because as a better player, it feels better to play like the decks that you like playing, James. So it's like if the best deck is just a deck that has depth and comeback potential and feels good to play, which generally most good players agree that the best decks to play are the ones that have like more avenues and comeback potential, and they feel good. Like Peony Miraidon does not feel good to play, but if a deck just has such a high potential win percentage, it doesn't really matter at some points. It's like Tord playing the ADPization with Acrobikes at Malmo Regionals or whatever, right? It's like, well, you could go against the grain here. ADPization does not feel good to play, and may as well just play the fastest version of it and then just make sure you're more consistent, and that's all we got. Here we go.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like the Charizard deck he brought. I mean, to be fair, I mean, it's very different, but
Yeah,
he just put wheels on it, bro. He just put wheels. He just put barrel and
the 34 unique cards or whatever. I think the best deck, I really thinking about that, was Philip Schultz with the Chinchino.
Oh, the
deck.
Arceus, Jolteon. That deck was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
That
Just
deck,
a one-off. It's crazy.
yeah, it just came through. Did he win or
one
get
played
second?
it again.
I think he won, right?
Yeah, and then no one played it again.
Yeah. Is it, that's the way I felt when I saw that deck and I saw it and I tried. I was like, this isn't terrible when I played it. I felt the same way about the Arceus control deck. Like, I saw it from Marco at Sao Paulo. Like, this seems pretty good. I know I think the original person brought it to EUIC. I tried it out and I was like, this deck is just like okay, and you can kind of beat everything. I was like, that's kind of cool. I guess that's just kind of Arceus decks in general, though, for the most part.
Well, Arceus is good.
I have a question. Why do you think it's so important that you all play Sim 60?
The theory behind that is just like, it's like if we're all working on the same project, it's going to be a better project. So we kind of subscribe to that process.
Yeah, but do you think it's not valid to, like, you know, if someone just full disagrees, like, why is this such like a deep thing that you like fully believe in?
I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I think it's worth. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think but I think it's like worth the investment from everybody. Like, why would you test with people you don't trust? Like, what's the point? Like,
fair.
There will also be.
We can talk about it during the rounds, after rounds, right? Like, hey, this is a trap. Don't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Caleb is Caleb. I mean, comms. Caleb, you guys.
Their comms are funny.
Disagree with each other a decent amount. Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, we do, but that's like one of the biggest things, especially like back to the, also like me and Caleb, because like when me and Caleb post COVID, like, because I mean basically our group didn't exist anymore at that point. It's like me and Caleb were the only ones who were going super try hard post DDG. You know, no one was really else was playing anymore, so it's like, all right, what do we want to do moving forward? And we didn't really have a group to work with initially. We just played Mew at a bunch of events. And then things started coming back together. We got the spreadsheet back out. Arceus Pikachu won the spreadsheet for Milwaukee. I lost my winning in to the Blissey. And then I won NAIC. And it's like, all right, we're back on track. The spreadsheet's doing its thing. You know, and the spreadsheet's just really like a really good starting point. It just gives you something to work off of based on your perception of matchups in the format. Like, it just like puts it in front of you, right? Like, you can like sit there and think about all the matchups with all the decks and try and come to a conclusion in your mind, but it's really nice to just like put it there and not have to think about everything as you're trying to come up with the answer, and then the answer's just there in front of you and you can work off that. So it just gives you something like a really, really foundational to work with. I don't know, like the thing with like the same 60 thing, it's like not something that I like. It is something that it's not something like I preach, but like if you're like, I want to be testing and working with people I trust and stuff, you know what I'm saying, to an extent. Because otherwise it doesn't really make any sense. Why am I not just playing by myself if I don't trust anyone I work with? And I think there is a higher potential with a group than a single person, unless you're just so far ahead of everyone else, it doesn't really matter, and no one can really like think about the game on your level. But if you, or no one's going to dedicate as much time as you, right? Like, if you just are putting a ton of time in and no one's even matching your time, even in different ways, then it's like you testing by yourself is probably just more beneficial than testing with other people. But like, no one in my group currently puts that much time into the game. So when we all can come together and then trust each other at the end of the day through our discussions and stuff like that, like having that extra layer of like, all right, we're going to play the same 60 at the end of the day, I think it like keeps people accountable as well. It's not like, oh, I'm just gonna go play my own. I don't care what you guys are working on because I'm just gonna go play my own thing at the end of the day anyways, you know.
Yeah, fair.
So I don't think it's like it's not something I preach. Definitely not something that's like necessary to, I think, to having a successful group, obviously, because I mean, back when we were DDG, we were dominant for a little while, but that was like a long time ago now. So, but it's just like, I don't know, I just
It's
like
a totally different era, right? Like, you didn't have access to this sort of information, or like the, you know,
dude, and we got away with some dubs, bro. Like Jimmy winning Toronto, because we had that streak of like 9 tournament majors in a row or something. Jimmy winning Toronto with Night March after hitting, I forget who he hit in top 4 with Trevenant. Like we got bailed out so many times on our streak there for a little while, to be honest. We had some bailouts big time. Some tournaments that were, if you run them back, we're definitely not winning those tournaments, but yeah, it was a pretty
You run them 10 times.
Yeah, but yeah, the landscape has completely changed. There's so many more competitive players on like that level and trying to like push the game to a new level in different ways.
I feel like I feel like there's very few people who are actually pushing, and I feel like most people are just doing the same thing. and
The overall floor has increased by a lot.
yeah.
But no one's actually like close to the ceiling. But it's like there's more people trying to get to the ceiling than there has been.
I feel like this isn't even like that true. I don't know.
Well, maybe not
I
trying to
feel
get
like
to the
anyone's trying
ceiling.
that hard.
I think like the average effort is higher. How about that?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, it's way higher. Way higher. But nobody's, going for the sky, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I think Tord has to be the benchmark. Tord's. I mean,
Well,
but
everyone knows he's going for Tord, basically. Tord's doing his thing.
yeah,
and
Tord's the benchmark. He is everyone else's ceiling to like try and reach, and then the ceiling is above Tord for sure. I don't know how much room there is between Tord and the ceiling, but there's definitely some space there for sure.
Yeah. Maybe the fact that Tord is probably not doesn't have that big of an impact, but the fact that Tord is like Tord does is kind of ridiculous. Is like off-put some people from trying harder, but
I mean, I would consider Tord a close friend. I think he spends a lot of time, like more than a human should, on Pokemon.
More than
And
a
it's
human
like,
should.
and it's like casually, like, okay, that's way too much. You gotta
you
get out there.
just hear like you've just been playing a one. You just build a one of deck for fun.
Yeah, I'm
It's
like,
like-
okay. I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
that's whatever. It's like I'm gonna live my life. Like, and then he goes wins EUIC and makes $7,000. I'm like, okay, I see where you're coming from, buddy.
But that's really cool.
That's pretty cool.
That's such a good sign for the game that if you put the effort in, you're rewarded. Because it'd
Yeah.
feel really like it'd feel pretty shitty if like Tord put in that much more effort than anyone else, and then his achievements were like equal to like everyone else who's in like the top 10 most successful players this year, right? The fact that he puts the extra effort in and then is rewarded for it is such a good sign for the game and like where the ceiling actually is. Like the competitive growth, because like there will probably be like once enough players get to Tord level or close to the ceiling, there will be like probably a little bit of a plateau in like terms of interest in the game, because there'll be like so much less room for innovation if everyone is like on that level all the time. Because like what Tord does now stands out above everyone else by a decent bit, I feel like. And I think actually like the group and they are a group that like comes up like right behind Tord as far as like the innovation this season is probably Azevedo and Petrucci.
I agree.
I think they're
It's
second.
dangerous, yeah.
But they're not. I don't think they're quite at Tord's level. But they are a group compared to Tord. I don't know if Tord has like anyone he like, consistently works with.
He's got me.
Yeah, Boo and Tord.
That's not great.
So like so there's Tord's definitely ahead of the curve on everyone else. But yeah, I think the follow up to that is like Petrucci, Azevedo, Ricardo, and crew. Like they're the ones who are like got in for that second place spot right now more so than anyone else in terms of like innovation and consistency.
Yeah.
Well, it's you guys.
I mean we're doing okay. We're doing okay.
And as Pokemon would call it, the Bradner group.
Well, they fell off, bro. They had a streak last season, but where are they at now, bro? I mean, Bradner I guess showed up again. That's true.
I think they lost their best player to Jim Pao. You know.
That's true. Reagan's not helping him anymore. That's it.
Yeah.
He's just locked in on Jim Pao.
He's gonzo.
Yeah.
And I was if I went to Orlando, I was playing the same deck, and it's so funny that smart minds like me and Reagan think alike, putting the right text.
You're in 10% of the room, yeah.
Yeah.
Someone in
Still, I won't win. Again, I came up with the deck with Tord, but I'm so bad. It's embarrassing.
Someone in chat said if Tord wins Worlds, is he at the ceiling? Achievements won't indicate like no one will ever actually reach the ceiling. It's impossible, theoretically. But yeah, even if Tord wins World, I don't think we'd like say he's at the ceiling. We'd always want to assume there's room for growth until we get like enough players at Tord's level where it doesn't seem like anyone is pushing past it. Then we'd be like, okay, we've found the ceiling. But Tord could be at the ceiling, I guess.
How long do you think we even get to? I feel like we're ways away from there being a bunch of people that are like level to Tord.
Oh,
How long do you think that'll be?
I mean,
easily.
Yeah, we don't even have like I don't even think we have a real contender right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
But, like maybe someone like he's doing it in seniors, but maybe someone like Gabriel Fernandez is going to be the person to like rival that. I mean, like it is seniors.
Gabby's really good.
But his consistency is kind of absurd, even in seniors, right?
He gets to play against Vinny every day.
Yeah, that's pretty.
That's crazy.
Or does Vinny get to play against him?
Well, I mean, Gabby's got more time. Is what we're. I think. I mean, obviously, we champion you as our North American guy, you know. But yeah, you have to stream, and you have a lot of obligations, this guy's fully committed, and it's gross. But
that's really good to hear that like that Tord is putting that extra effort, and it is like that is the difference maker. That's like
it's
like,
nonstop. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's really good. Like that means like there is room for other players to just put in the effort. It's not just like there's a bunch of good players and then it's all RNG. Like good luck, all good players.
Yeah.
You all did your process and whatever. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. RNG takes over from here as soon as you all sit down for round one. It's like, all right, no. Tord obviously has more accomplishments, and it's not just because he's randomly just getting better RNG than everyone else. It's like he's putting in the extra effort. Hey, I mean, as good players, you just look at his deck list, and they're always more refined than everyone else's by a little bit. So like and you know his play. If you've watched Tord play or played against him, you know he's not making very many, if any, mistakes. So
yeah, and I mean I feel this myself because I had like the Guardy period. I had lots of my experience terrible experiences, but then it just like got to a point where I was like playing really well with Guardy, and I just felt like going into a tournament I was just so confident I do well. Like I just don't think there's any world where I don't get top 32 at this tournament is kind of what I felt like at the end. I got 4 in a row, so I don't know. I think I like the experience I feel, and then what I was going to is like, and now I play Charizard, and I haven't played as much Charizard. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I feel like it's such a wild difference in terms of like literally me sitting down and like how easy it is to win. I guess I don't know. Like there's a major gap there. Even I see in myself specifically.
You're saying like you felt so comfortable with Guardy. You sit down with Charizard. Yeah. And it feels easy to win with Charizard, but you feel like you're missing something?
No. I feel like it's not easy to win with Charizard.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm definitely just not as good enough. Not good enough to, or at least at EYC, not good enough.
I gotta agree. It's tough to win.
Yeah,
Charizard,
exactly.
It definitely is. Yeah, dude. That's why I hate when people say Charizard is an easy deck. I'm like, bro, you're just not good with Charizard. Like, and I'm not saying I play perfectly with it either, but yeah, it's like. There's like you can do one bad quick surge and you don't just lose the game usually, so there is like a little bit of flexibility there, but like you're just so in such a worse spot than you could have been. Like, yep, you probably should have quick search for Super Rod last turn. Instead you went to go get like a I don't know, an Iona or something. Like just you do one bad quick search and you're like behind or something like that. But yeah, it's definitely not as easy of a deck. There's some matchups that are pretty straightforward, but
yeah.
People underestimate.
But the deck list we've packed so much in right now. It's so thin. You know, pricing is an issue.
Yeah, like
6
the list
energies. You prize Jirachi, you know, it's like anything like just becomes so bad. Like, okay, we're running super tight.
I'm sure
we have to play perfect.
I'm sure, Azul, you've experienced this to some extent as well. Like this kind of shows the gap in skill. Is like some events I can't know percent obviously, but some events you show up to, you win, you win the tournament with whatever deck, and I don't know, maybe it just felt like. I feel like the tournaments where you do well just feel so much easier than the tournaments like where you go like 5-2 or something. I don't know what your experience is.
Trying to think.
Like every single round just feels easier. I don't know.
NAIC had to feel pretty easy.
Dude,
you had the best deck.
Yeah, that's true. NAIC was definitely. I had some matchups where I played pretty poorly.
You played Sander. That was tough.
Yeah, I had some matchups where I played pretty poorly, but. Yeah, I guess it did feel like I had the... Well, I guess, I mean, in that situation, I guess specifically, I guess kind of, yeah. Like, I felt confident to everything. I'm trying to, like, think back to that tournament. I don't know. If it was pretty sketchy. Like, all the matchups, like, you're favored against Palkia, but not by a ton. You're favored against... honestly, I think the matchup that I think was probably closer than, or maybe even favored, was the Arc Intel matchup. That matchup was actually, like, fine. You're just a more consistent deck. So, I got turn 2 Arceus more than they did, and then... I had B-barrels, so like as long as I drew Boss or Charon's Care every turn, I just matched them in them being able to guaranteed find one or the other. But we also just picked apart their Drizziles and then then Roxanne them, and then you just kind of won. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean that one I didn't feel like that confident in because I knew all the matchups were like close. But I guess I kind of get what you're saying, James, where it does feel like when you my benchmark is top 8. Like in my opinion, like for me personally, I don't have a successful tournament unless I top 8. Like nothing else matters to me besides top 8. But I'm okay with making top 8 and then losing to top 8 and being like, that was my goal. And then from top 8, it's just one match, right? You lose it, bad matchup, bad draws. You misplaying always feels the worst. But that's like my benchmark. Is like the tournament's not successful unless I top 8, and then it's just like, all right, on to the next. That's like always my benchmark is the top 8, but I don't know. I guess like sometimes it does. I don't know. Sometimes it does feel easier, but sometimes it feels like you have to grind through it to like get the top 8. Like it definitely happens both times. It definitely depends on I think it usually actually just comes down to how much better your list is than everyone else's. Like if you have the innovations or don't.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. When I was playing Guardi, I just felt like every single tournament, I was like, I mean, this tournament will probably go well. And every single round, like I felt like there was no point where I was like super out of it, like super out, compared to like playing different tourneys.
I haven't had.
I just feel like, are there any events that you felt like you played a lot worse than other tourneys, for example?
Yeah, definitely. But like, I'm trying to think of the tournament where I feel like I've made where I just played really poorly. I don't even know.
Or even feel like, because I definitely haven't been playing nearly as long as you. But do you ever feel like you're just literally like lacking like so much knowledge going into matchups and stuff? You just don't know what's going on.
And I'll add to that. Is there any tournaments you take one off? Do you kind of say, you come in like, all right, whatever, this deck's good, I'll just play? Like basically,
I'll specify this question. Do you ever feel like you're going to a tournament, going into matches where you're so inexperienced, you just feel like you're playing a straight 50-50? Like
because of lack of knowledge, or
lack of knowledge, yeah, exactly.
So
or
for me,
prep or whatever,
for me, that kind of honestly a lot of like the experience that you mentioned with Guardi, I haven't had that in so long because I don't like try hard prep with decks anymore. Like I don't commit the time, right? So that's like my time is just spent having, I guess, maybe a little bit vaster knowledge of the meta overall. But I think I would rather have that though. I'd rather be like super prepared with the deck, right? Because that will lead to like potential for more success from tournaments. But the last time I felt that way was back when I won with Yveltal Garb at Orlando Regionals back in 2016. Because that's back before I had my group, and all I did was like play locally. And it's like the deck I played locally was Yveltal Garb, and that's all I played up to Orlando Regionals. And I showed up to Orlando Regionals. And then at a certain point in Orlando Regionals, I was like, I have the best deck here. Like, it's not even close. Everyone's deck sucks. Like, that's it. But it's been a while since I felt that prepared with the deck. I guess like tournaments past that with Yveltal Garb, I felt that good as well. Like all the tournaments after that with Yveltal Garb, I felt good. But like for a different deck past that, it's been like a while. Because like after that, it's like that's when like the group happened, and then we kind of went down that other process. But I'm usually like learning stuff on the fly in matchups, and it's like, okay, I know this, take this to the next step. Like literally a good example of that for me was like Lost Tina for UIC. I hadn't played like a ton with Lost Tina before the tournament.
You're the biggest hater.
Biggest hater, yeah. And usually actually when we're doing like test games, I'm usually on the other side of the deck. Like I'm playing the deck against the deck we're considering, which I'm fine with. I don't really care. But yeah, Lost Tina up against Ancient Box. I was going up against Vinny in round 8, and I was like, well, I talked to Grant about it a little bit before, and he was talking to me because he had just played against one. I was like, all right, bad matchup, but what can I do? It was like, if I just hit him in the straight up, I'm just going to lose. So I was like, all right, so what if I go for a multi-prize turn? So that's what I did, where I was like, Greninja spread into like Roxanne Sableye. And I was like, he plays no hand disruption, so I'm going to get to keep my hand. Maybe I go for an early shred if it makes sense, but if not, just spread and then go counter catcher Sableye and just like trap something and spread. And I was able to get a tie against him. Game 1, I think I would have won if I had just had a little bit better idea of the matchup. So like that theoretically would be like, well, if I was committed to Lost Tina for EUIC and prepped into every matchup with the deck, I probably would have had an idea of actually how to 100% tackle the Ancient Box matchup, and maybe I could have 2-0'd Vinny then. But yeah, game 1 definitely didn't play it perfectly at all, just for lack of strategy. Like in the moment, I thought what I was doing was correct, but once I understood the strategy better, I know I had made mistakes. And then game 2 played better, and I was able to beat him in game 2 applying that strategy. But like I didn't know how to tackle that matchup at all before I sat down against Vinny and actually played the game. Or I had an idea. I was like, all right, let me try this. Let's see how this goes.
Well, do you think that's a product of this format, when there's 8 to 10 different decks that are viable that you can come up against? Like, there's no way you can ever nail down.
I mean, if you only
play Lost Box, like 2 different versions of it, right?
If you're committed to like one deck, then you can definitely nail everything down, right? But like, like if you're James and you're just playing Guardi, you can definitely get there, and you can get to like a higher level of play, which is always really, really, really entertaining to watch and see. Like just high level players play Pokemon, bro. I love watching high level Pokemon play out. It's just so entertaining to me. I don't know why, but it really is. Great. Like the misplays and stuff, like there's still some like comedic effect to it sometimes. But there was like a game at the Sao Paulo Regional Championships. It was like a Roaring Moon player up against Alex Silva with the Charizard, and the Roaring Moon player played so well. Like he just played like pretty much perfectly. or close to perfect. It seemed like had some really cool lines of play that he ended up going down that I didn't see in the moment myself. But then as he was putting them together, I was like, oh my gosh, it allows him to actually make the comeback and win. It was just like so sick to watch. So I really enjoyed like the and actually that's like another like testament to the depth in Pokemon, because you don't see those, you sometimes don't see a match like that play out in a whole regional championship on stream. Like the first 5, 6, even up to the finals might still be kind of goofy. In terms of how I feel like we saw that at the Orlando regional championships with Jake, like just like doing stuff like not KOing the Rotom when he had the KO on the Rotom on like turn 2. I feel like you just take the prize cards there. Maybe there's like a reason to really keep Counter Catcher alive that long. But then we saw like Jake make some mistakes against Reagan in top 4. Reagan made a misplay too by not going to get Bidoof on one turn. Just like used Pokestop, milled the Bidoof, had Poffin in hand, couldn't play the Poffin. Like it's rare that you like see like not 100% perfect, but like close to perfect game of a match of Pokemon play out. But when it really is, in my opinion, quite a treat when it does actually happen. Really enjoyable.
Even if you just watch top players play all day, I mean, you wouldn't you're not guaranteed anything.
Yeah.
You're not even guaranteed the top players to play perfectly at all.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and I guess like the second to that would be like matchups or games that play out where there's tough choices. And like you could maybe start to call out misplays after the fact as games progresses. Like, oh, going back on it, like as you see, like I think a game for that would be you against Benji. Where both of you had tough choices to make and you both made mistakes, but like that's still a really entertaining game to like watch and analyze, being like, 'cause you can see the different choices that both players have, and you're like, but in the moment I don't know which one's best myself because of my lack of experience in the matchup. So for me it's a little bit more, I guess, like someone for Bradner watching it, Bradner's probably like, what are you doing, Benji? But because Bradner's so familiar with Lost Tina. Yeah, exactly. But for me watching it, it's like I'm not as experienced with both decks. I can like analyze it pretty well on both sides, but I'm not as experienced. So just watching it and then like going back and forth with it is like always like that's still a really entertaining gameplay to watch.
Yeah, for sure. How's it do for you on YouTube and stuff? Does it do better? Because this is what I'm most interested in. Is do people want to know when it's good gameplay, or are they most interested in good gameplay, or does it not matter to people in general? So why you'd be one of the only people who like actually know statistics on this?
You do have to convince them with the title and the thumbnail a little bit, but like like people are generally not as into watching like live VOD review gameplay of majors, so I do have to do a little bit of convincing with the thumbnail and the title. I think people do like watching it, but they need to be convinced to watch it. Like they know it's a live gameplay video, which like it's a little bit harder to follow along because of just like the cards are so small and all that kind of stuff, right? But if you do a little convincing with the thumbnail and the title, and as long as it is like a cool or a good game to watch, then I think the views do pretty well. But
you did say doo-doo.
Yeah, I did say doo-doo. They do pretty well, but you have to convince them a little bit that it's worth watching.
The 300 IQ thumbnail, one of the best played games I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Is outdoing everything else in the last week from Azul.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
And that's the Silva Lost Box, Javier Gamboa. So
yeah, with the moon.
Yeah.
It's a lot more entertaining to watch it live, though, for sure, from like a viewer standpoint. I'm sure, like if they could watch it live versus watching it on YouTube. But there's some people who are just like not stream watchers, so they only get the YouTube video. So
yeah.
So yeah, a little convincing. If you just kind of like put it up as is, Sao Paulo Regional Championships round 4, Moon versus Charizard. People aren't going to be
two faces.
Yeah, as likely to tune in.
Interest in this is, what does the world look like if we have like, because what chess does is they have like they have their whole season, and then they have basically candidates, which is 8 players. Then the 8 players do double round robin, and then the winner goes to like the World's Finals, and then there's a massive World's Finals. If we had that exact format, I wonder if it would be more interesting, get more views, I don't know, or less than just this sort of like not even from a tournament perspective, whatever, who cares, but just from a pure viewership perspective. I don't know. I really wonder if that would push us forward at all or not at all. I don't know.
What was the format again?
So it's 8 players, double round robin, 14 rounds, and then the rank 1 competes against the previous world champion, basically.
Oh, I think that would probably get more viewers because higher level gameplay. Even if people don't think they want to see it, they want to see it. And it also I think it not only is something that people want to see, even if they think they don't want to see it. Also, the casting gets better when they're casting high level play, because they don't have to not excuse the players, but it's like everything's synergistic in that sense. Like the casters are kind of talking about what could happen, the players are doing what they're talking about, yada yada. And then I think you could build more and better stories of the players up against the players, of the players who are there, who they faced, who they're gonna face. Like when a certain matchup comes up, or when a certain matchup is gonna come up of player versus player equals, you're at the beginning of Worlds, one of the players to watch is Tord, but if Tord goes 0-3, it's like, well, we lost that storyline. And you have these 8 players. It's like, all right, we have these 8 players. We're gonna show each of them multiple times. This is an elimination round. If they lose this, they can no longer make it forward. Stuff like that. So the storylines would be a lot more hype and easy.
This one's really easy to disseminate down to distill down to a nothing. Chess, you're playing the same game. Right?
Yeah.
You know exactly what both sides are playing, right? Here we've got something different. It really doesn't work if Tord is playing up against an auto loss right away. Okay, it doesn't work. Chess, we know and the best players are always the best. And to see somebody to outthink them, that's the problem with 2 different games there.
Yeah,
but
true.
I like the idea of it.
The thing one of the core issues I think we have with PokemonTCG is commentators don't know when someone makes a mistake at all. Basically.
Okay.
Well, no. When it's super obvious.
No, you're right. No, you're right.
Here's
a question. Azul, would you do a new tier list? Commentator tier list?
I don't commentator tier list. No.
No commentator tier list.
See? All right.
But it's not even about the commentators. Even if you put a top player in it's like you can't immediately know when a mistake is named. Like we don't have a computer telling us that it's 100% a mistake.
Even if you put a high level player in the commentator's shoes, you don't know the prize cards, you don't know it's harder to keep track of this lost ones and discard piles, for sure. So it's harder to point out when the misplays happen. It's a lot easier to sit there and just kind of analyze the gameplay in your own head while you're watching it to be able to point out the mistakes. And even the commentator can't know every single matchup in the format. It's impossible. Yeah.
So there can be a lot of nuance to a specific matchup that even players are actually really good casters and really good at the game can miss, which I think is definitely a problem.
It's true, and while it's really nice to be featured here on Azul's channel, so I won't say anything bad, it's nice to see people that have experience, that play the formats and know what they're talking about. But what you said earlier, especially going back to this Moon game, you see a play early on that is for the late game. The caster doesn't know that. It's almost impossible for even the most well-versed players that are casting to know oh, he's setting up, okay, this is for 3 or 4 turns later. And when you're in the caster's in the moment. But then again, I will say I like Hegster. Justice for Heggy. For Worlds.
Yeah.
He's got the in-depth knowledge that tickles you.
Well, he plays all the formats.
Yeah. I mean, he played at Orlando, right? I think he was at Orlando.
Yeah, he played at Orlando. He plays in Japan. The guy knows his stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
He's actually, one of the guys that started the online revolution,
Yeah. I don't listen to... I would be 100% fine with personally critiquing the casters, constructively, of course, if I listen to them. But I don't listen to the casters, so I don't really try and hold an opinion on this. I see a lot of stuff on Twitter, of course, always about... this and that about the casters. I will say, I think it is. I see the reverse of that too, where it's people are always I don't know, almost in full defense of the casters no matter what. No, the casters probably messed up and could have done better, right?
Well, that happens.
And I think we should definitely. I think it's fair as long as the talent pool is wide enough to be it's fine to hold the casters to at least a standard of they should be trying to improve. Because I think there's enough people out there who probably could cast and would want to cast and put in the extra time to know the matchups, to know the decks to a further extent or some extent that, you know, they could bring a higher level of casting for sure. So as long as like the casters currently, like I said, don't have too strong an opinion, don't listen to them, but as long as the current pool of casters is trying to improve tournament to tournament, then it's like, it should be fine.
But this was the main point I was going to make, is that I think like it's pretty hard for us to be as entertaining of a product as like as most other games because of how difficult it is to spot miss players. We probably
or to call it out.
Or to call it out, yeah. And also another thing is, if you want to call out a misplay, like a really niche misplay from like a matchup, you know, and you're a caster, you're also really scared of getting it wrong because you obviously don't know for certain as well.
It's easy to call a game and to say, here's what they're doing, and be like, oh, that's a great play. He's going to see 7 cards. But it is very hard to say, you know, oh, that's a misplay. This might come back to, you know, now is whatever's in the discard. That's going to haunt him 4 turns down or whatever. No one will say that.
Yeah, I will say, I don't feel like this often when I've listened to Pokemon casters in the past. So part of it is going to be that I probably understand the board state better than they do most of the time, right? So that's going to be hard for me to listen to.
I'd hope so.
Yeah.
But every time I listen to, lately it's been CSGO. When I tune into the CSGO casters, like for the last major I watched when they had the major, like I love listening to, like they're just like really good casters. And I actually kind of had that feeling, maybe it's because of their accents, but Joe Bernard and who was it who was casting? Joe Bernard and someone, I forget who the other caster was. Reboot?
Reboot, Mike Ellis.
I think it was Reboot.
Yeah.
That's his name, right? Something Reboot?
Yeah.
Rabiati.
Yeah. They're back and forth, and what they were saying, it was entertaining. It was super entertaining. I really loved, I think I even made a tweet about it as well. It was like, I don't usually listen to the casting, but Joe plus Reboot, like that was really good. Like I didn't mute the casters. I usually mute the casters. Not gonna lie, I usually mute them. I'm just like, I turn on the stream.
Instant mute.
And I usually mute them because it's like, you know, what they're talking about is like not super relevant, and I know like they like start talking about plays, and I'm like, that's never happening. What are you talking about? And I just mute it, right? Which is like fine.
Yeah.
The casters aren't there for me as well because someone's about to say it in chat.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think,
They're not there for...
but they're not. I shouldn't want. I feel like even as someone who's more experienced in the game, I don't think I should want to mute the casters. You know, that's like kind of my thing. It's like, when I listen to esports, even when I was like really into League of Legends and knew like League of Legends like a higher level, I never muted the casters. So I think Pokemon, the way they cast is a little bit too entry level friendly. I think they can turn it up a notch.
Yeah, I fully agree. I have the exact same opinion, but I can't know obviously if like, you know, Magnus is watching a chess cast and just literally can't listen because it's so painful. But like,
it's possible.
It's possible, but yeah.
But I think you can be wrong but still entertaining. I guess that's like that's what we're looking for. Wrong but still entertaining.
Right. I'll point out, you know, normally I do the same thing with sports, like football. Like I like to mute it and just watch and kind of talk to myself or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And I think there'll always be room for that no matter what. Even if you're like a really, really good caster and you do it all, I think there's still room for someone to be like, I just want to mute you still.
Right, but then there's periods of time where like a caster comes on, like when Tony Romo first came out, and he's tapered off because he became too big for what he was. But when he's like, all right, here's what they're calling, here's why they're motioning, and like, oh shit, this is really good stuff. I have to listen to when this person's talking. I think the same could be said for Pokemon. The problem is they all become such puff pieces, you know? Like everything's a good play. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Like, no, they misplayed.
Yeah.
And they got punished for it. And we'll see some people they'll talk about. I mean, we know who the best guys are. I'll cheer them. I don't care. I mean, Tablemont's great, obviously. He's, you know, has good insight for what people are trying to do when they do it. I like Hegster because he gets it, but you know, everyone still sort of puffs it up. Like,
I know what you're saying.
So happy. But sometimes it's not.
Yeah, we're not, and it's the same thing that I tell people when I'm doing like the live VOD reviews, like the people who like, you know, call out the players specifically. Oh, how'd they get to 3-0 or 4? I'm like, bro, I shut that shit down, right? Because it's like that's toxic. We're not judging.
You get shit for it. Yeah, you get shit for it all the time.
Yeah, we're not judging the players. We're just judging the gameplay, right? That's it. It's like, and it's fine.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, it's fine for the casters to be like, yeah, that doesn't seem like correct. Without this card, they're not gonna be able to do X, right? And then it happens live on board, and it's like, and then the viewers better understand. Oh my gosh, that was a mistake for discarding the boss off the Ultra Ball or whatever. You know, so yeah,
and you feel for them. You feel for them.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That sucks because whether they like were trying to make a play or they just did it casually like as a mistake. It's like, damn, that sucks.
I think it definitely is you should definitely softening the blow a little bit is definitely fine, but I feel like the PokemonTCG casters, they're like they try and like maximum soften the blow of like any criticism. Like it's fine to critique. Like that's what we want.
Well, as far as I know, this may be completely inaccurate, but I have talked to some casters in my life, and apparently they are told to soften blows.
That makes sense.
So then it's not the caster's fault; it's the production fault. They're telling them to do that.
Yeah, that would make sense as well. But then we can still have like then our gripe is kind of with TPCI and being like, you know, let the casters be a little bit more free on this. And I think once again that kind of comes back to just like another thing where it's like, I think I feel the way where it's like having more in-depth analytical, less soft casting, that would just grow the game. Like I don't know. Yeah. I'm not, it's really hard for me, I guess, to say that for sure, because I'm not like an entry-level person coming into the game and watching the casting, coming from like a higher end perspective. I'll have my own take, but even like a mid-range level, that would be like where that probably matters the most. Like someone who like knows the game and they're tuning in, how do they feel about the casting, and like where do they feel like it could improve, I guess would be like a question.
Obviously, we learn a million times more watching your recasts than the actual broadcast, you know?
Yeah, but the actual broadcast is going to reach the new people getting into it, and we want it to be, we want it when they tune in to be like, oh, I'm going to come back and watch another one of these.
And I think it's also important that the people that are in Azul's chat, would ideally like the casters as well, because I mean, you know, you're not here sometimes, you know, and then they have to. We need them to watch the mainstream because it gets more viewers, and then more viewers reaches more people. Like, you know, higher retention equals
growing the game. Here we go again.
That's what it's all about.
The game's huge, James. We're good. We're good.
Growing the game outside of attendance numbers. Yeah, growing the game outside of attendance numbers, I think, is on that list as well for sure.
The $1 billion grown game can up your cash prizes and make you guys a little more satiated.
No, Boo wants the game to grow, but he just doesn't want, instead of 2,000 people sharing one bathroom, 4,000 people sharing one bathroom.
No.
Oh.
Inverse.
Yeah.
1,000 people can share.
Oh, you're trying to go. Yeah, you're trying to go
further. And we'll play for more cash prizing. Sure. Let the elitisms be happier. It's so tough in my position to root for the elitists but be a plebe, you know. But how can I straddle the line and
root down
for both sides?
For capitalism, though. You're all in.
Well, in real life, you know, it's done all right for me. Okay. James, we are in Amsterdam, Netherlands.
Not Amsterdam, but yeah, Netherlands.
Okay. You're from Australia, though, right?
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
I was actually gonna ask that too. I actually wasn't sure. I assumed you were from Australia.
Yeah, from Australia. I used to go to the local league that Brent the league challenges the local league. It was literally a walking distance where I was in Sydney, and then Brent went there. So.
Oh, and then you left.
Yeah, and then a couple years later,
I gotta get out of here.
I'm actually curious because you asked me a little bit about my group's process. I'm actually curious, what is it like on your end there, James? Like, what is your group? How does your group function?
Yeah, so I mean, we have different times. It changes a lot because our group changes a lot. Sometimes we have Natalie or don't have Natalie. It's usually always me and Brent, regardless. And then sometimes we have Kywin, sometimes we don't. Well, we had Kywin 2 years ago, and then we didn't for 2 years. And now we have Kywin again. So, but in general, I don't know. I think our process is just a lot less. It's really not refined. It's just we have a group chat. We talk about people. the best example is how we built for Conquest, I think, because that was actually might have grinded for that more than we grind for major tournaments. To be completely honest, but yeah, we just like talk through stuff. We shoot ideas, and then we usually don't agree when we talk in text, but whenever we play against each other, we always end up agreeing, almost always. So like if we have like a disagreement, we're just like, all right, we'll play the matchup that we think that this matters, and then by the end of it, we're like, okay, I agree with you. But it's basically just shoot ideas, and then like, so yeah, and then we agree. Like, there's no structured process like you have. And then if someone wants to change a card because they disagree at the last minute, then they change the card. Or if someone wants to play a different deck, like there was a whole period where I was playing Guardy, Brent was playing Tina last format, where we didn't have a process then. It was just doing our own thing. We only need a process for first day. We only use a process for first day tournaments, which I think what we do is definitely unoptimal. And it's just, yeah, we don't play against each other enough. When we had Kaiwin 2 years ago, we were a lot more structured. Like before Worlds, I would play like 1 hour a day with Kaiwin, and then I would play a bunch of hours off stream. By the way, the Worlds 2022 is by far the most I've ever been prepared for a tournament.
Paid off, right?
Congrats.
Yeah, but and Kaiwin, like me and Kaiwin, we literally played an hour, like almost an hour every day for weeks. And I think we had a perfect list, and we were both incredibly prepared, and we both got top 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, but now we don't really do much. And then so sometimes Brent like either hangs out with me, or we get like days before. But still, when we get there days before, we're also just like adding people to our groups. Like this time, we like, you know, Aiden was playing our list. We had Ian, Rob, Lucas Singh. We just like got people to stay with us, and then we all work together on a list. So yeah, but it's very unstructured compared to what you do.
Yeah, I mean that's what I used to do. Like literally the exact same stuff as what I used to do way back, and up until like the DDG squad was formed, it was just like work with whoever kind of shows up. I had like some main like friends and locals who I'd always like usually stay at events with, but then I had like a stretch for a couple of years where I literally just like other people I knew in the Pokemon community, I would just room with them if they were going. Yeah, I mean that's how most people function as well. That's actually it's interesting to see. I wonder how like Bradner and crew function as a group. I think they probably lost some structure once Justin effectively retired, but I don't know how seriously the rest of them are taking it this season, because like Reagan obviously just shows up with Chi and Power every tournament.
It is a leech mentality though, right? Like, all right, who put in the most work?
Well, that's the thing. You have to like.
For me?
You ideally want everyone to bring something to the table, even if they're putting in less work than you. If they're bringing, at the end of the day, if they're like the one who always comes up with the cool tech card, like that was kind of what I did in DDG. I would I would obviously show up and grind games with everyone, but then I would like get the last minute good tech card or something into the list at the end. That would make a difference. So like. Back in the DDGJs, like the people who were coming up with the main ideas for decks most of the time was like Jimmy and Danny. I had a couple, like the Zoro control that Danny used to win Brazil. That was my idea with the Sableye to trap the supporters.
I think a good example, if it still exists, the VOD of you, like I said earlier, the Mad Party was a Limitless expanded tournament where you'd talk to these guys and they came in with a list and you gave them like the last 2 cards.
Yeah.
And it was crazy. Yeah. It's like, well, here's the issue with these 3 decks. I'm like, oh my god, this guy knows way too much about Pokemon. But that, I mean, a perfect example.
Yeah, that is like a lot of the knowledge I still bring to the group. It's just like I have a lot of information on decks and matchups and tech cards and all that stuff. But it would be cool, like definitely would be nice to like have all that information, utilize it sooner, and then be like a week before the next major, be like, all right, we're playing Charizard. Everyone can just go grind games with Charizard. We'll work out the final 60 in this week leading up to it. What would be, I'm curious then as well then from you, James, like that's how your group operates. Do you want to change anything, or if you could come up with some kind of like process or like something you change about your own process, what would be something you like add or refine?
Yes.
In terms of like just trying to maximize your potential in competitions.
I think that the absolute max would be literally what we basically did in 2022 Worlds, which basically was we decided on a deck over a month before, and we spent a full month working out what to do, everything with the deck, basically everything we could know, everything we needed to know. Like after NAIC, I was like, okay, well, we're playing Palkia, obviously, and we had like a bunch of lists and everything, and then eventually we were down to 60 and down to that. So I think if we, in an ideal world, we would get closer to basically what Tord does, but it's just in a group way, which is we commit super early. This is my opinion. Brent completely disagrees with me, but we commit super early, and we work out everything, and then that would be absolutely max potential, I think.
Yeah, I think that is like there's a lot of value in that, unless the amount of Pokemon you'd have to play to like not want to commit to a deck earlier than later, you have to play like a ton, because like because the amount of depth even to Charizard itself to like maximize Charizard's potential in knowing matchups and like refining the list in like the current format is like so high. Like sure, you could like 3 weeks before the tournament play a bunch of different decks and then settle on one and then work on that for the last week before the tournament, but you're going to be so much further from that deck ceiling than if you just worked on one deck for the full time. So there's like a lot of potential, which is like, once again, always like realizing these things and seeing them play out in real life is so like, I just love watching it because it just means there's so much depth to Pokemon that it's just, yeah, it's just so cool to see like play out in real time.
Yeah, exactly. I fully agree.
And it's definitely gonna get better, right? With the reset stamp,
the unfair
shenanigans,
stamp.
and and more like pickup. Yeah, it's gonna be ugly.
Yeah, there's a whole reset happening. With the if Dragapult's really broken, we'll see. The whole reset's coming in. We'll have to back to square one.
And with the game, the game's just widening out, which is interesting. And we'll see things like the Bayonet maybe becomes a guy at some point, and obviously the Baby Moon is a deck. That's a real deck. It's gonna stick around as well.
Yeah, sure.
Things are gonna get really ugly here. You guys are gonna have to prep so much more.
I mean, that's the thing with like. This one specifically, I guess, compared to EUIC. EUIC was just kind of there was like an upgrade process.
Yeah.
More so than anything, because like a lot of the best decks are still there. There's some new decks, but this one might be a little bit different if Dragapult's that good. We'll see.
But can I rally your chat for something? Ask your chat. Oh wait, yeah, I just completely cut you off because I had a different.
Oh yeah,
thought.
go for it.
This is completely unrelated. No, I just want to use your chat to ask a question.
Yeah.
Do you guys, anybody who's been in a Metaphy class, this may cut down the subset. Do you think the fact that it's a class actually matters, or if it was a video, would it be just as good? Anyone who has any info, or even if you've never been in a class.
Great question.
Please give me your perspective.
James with another banger.
But this is important for stuff I'm working on. But I've been here for 6 hours.
We touched on it earlier a little bit on the Metaphy stuff, but we didn't get down to what's beneficial actually. Yeah.
Anyone have any opinion? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I feel like you should be able to extract similar information from a video.
It's the same thing, right?
But the Q&A at the end of classes that I assume everyone has, that's where you can like put the final pieces together, right?
Does the Q&A matter? Just basically, what do you guys think? How big of a deal is a Q&A? Like how much money are you putting in?
It's
extra
like
value.
Yeah, it's like your best 20 people asking questions at the end, essentially.
I guess. I mean, that comes down to how good the class was, right? It depends on the questions.
Sure.
Yeah.
But or how just like in depth the topic is, because then you can only fit so much in like an hour-long class, as well. I would say like I'd say it's probably pretty close overall though. I would say it's probably pretty close, but I've never experienced one of the classes myself or tried to do one. So. But what
there's a pretty interesting Metaphy class meta going on.
Yeah.
In PTCG, which is definitely another topic.
Now, and I think it is now the classes. I will say with that, it is putting information behind a paywall, but I think that's fine. It's good that the players who have earned achievements to be able to put these classes out there that people actually want to get. It's like another way for them to earn money, which I think is good. But speaking of the video side of things, I think there's a lot of potential for people to do that, because even like I think Kieran's a great example of this, who kind of just like started doing content out of nowhere, and a lot of his videos have done pretty well so far for his like in-depth guide videos.
Guide videos are bangers.
Yeah, so I think like there's especially for like well edited ones. Like I'm sure like if you ever do stuff like that, James, that's what your stuff always is gonna look. You always like put the extra editing into your stuff for the most part, from what I can tell. Yeah, I think like there's a big
I like to
opening
think
for
they're
that
better.
stuff. Yeah. What do you say?
No, nothing.
Oh. But yeah, and then also on top of that, to be honest, it's cool to see more people start to do the content like you over the last year or so, right? And then like Kieran with his podcast with Anil, and then doing the YouTube videos and stuff. That's all really cool to see more people stepping into like the content space, because there's just so much room for people to create content in like competitive Pokemon TCG.
Another topic, I truly believe that like the way that PCG content has gone is it's 99% of people doing all the same thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like we're so
no,
far
you're
from
right.
innovation in TCG. Like we have no innovation really in content as well.
Yeah,
There
definitely.
was that period for sure. There was a period where everything was the same, and you can go back and look at the thumbnails actually, which was funny. The thumbnail, everyone had the same thumbnail, and I don't think Chip's doing, but Chip kind of innovated the Pog face thumbnail, dude.
Well, Chip keeps like when Chip was doing content, he would look at like actual content, like not actual content creators, actual big content creators and what they were doing, and try and apply some of that, because like there was like that started becoming just like a general trend on YouTube in general, and then he might have been like the first person to do it for sure for the Pokemon TCG side of things. But yeah, there definitely was.
Yeah.
There was a lot of
I
room
think
for
it's-
innovation, but there still is.
Like I said earlier, I think it's wide open right now. I think Celos does a good job. Like I said, the Gap, Omnipoke's not doing as many videos. Those are great. The guy who got me into it, Pablo, still putting out content. Obviously, I became a Azul stan pretty early. Here I am as a mod. But LDF here in chat, people saying LDF. LDF puts out fucking solid content every day. New decks. If you want to see shit, like that's fun.
The shit you've
You
never
know?
seen before. He's got it all, bro.
He'll do an hour video on everything. It's
Yeah.
crazy. And that helps you, like going back to Azul and his coaching and just his mind, how to play the game and interact with people, like seeing these weird rogue decks and how the game interacts. That's really how you get into it. Like that changes your perspective in the game.
I just want to say we have like one example of this. We literally have you familiar? I'm sure you're familiar with Purple Cliff.
Sure. Yeah.
Azul.
Yeah.
You literally did a video spin-off of the stuff he did. But yeah, exactly. Like your guys' evolution series and the thing he did is even performed well for his channel. It's like playing Pokemon. Like building it from only a box. Like I feel like there's definitely so much potential here that we're not even close to in the
Oh yeah, like
TCG
the
space.
kind of like
he's playing now.
yeah, he was at. I think I saw him at Orlando.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like room for that like bridge content between collector like super casual / collectors and competitive Pokemon TCG, which is like the kind of stuff that like me and Chip did with the Evolution series, or what Purple Cliff is doing. And I'm talking like because I feel like as far as like fan bases go, you know, like there is like there's more casual competitive players as well, but like you want to reach the people who are even more casual than that. Like they load up on PTCG Live and play with the creator deck, and that's all they do now and then they like collect or something like that. Like bridging them to just like more competitive Pokemon TCG content, but not too competitive, but like where it still involves the cards and playing the actual game. There's like a huge market for that, I feel like. And that's why I'm kind of excited for the stuff that me and Chip are doing with like the Evolution series and all that kind of stuff. And then like you mentioned Purple Cliff, like who's like he's a big YouTuber now, because he blew up with the I mean all the stuff he was doing, to be honest. And now he's like getting back into it with the TCG, which is super sick to see kind of him come back to like I guess like his roots, or where he started as a content creator, and like be like he still wants to be really involved in the TCG and like make videos around it, which is dope.
Elephant in the room. Leonhardt.
Oh yeah, he said he wanted to start competing.
He's putting in his arc. This is his TCG arc.
That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool to see.
When you face up with him, are you gonna give him the you gonna mess with him a little bit, get that edge, or
Yeah, he's cooked.
Play him just like a first timer. Welcome to your first regional guy.
Dude, when I play against people in terms, I play against everyone the exact same. Unless it's like someone I know and we're like a little chatty. But even when I play against people I know, dude, I just like I play the exact same way against everyone I play against. Like, or I try to. I don't know. Maybe it's like my own thought process of trying to like replicate and be consistent about as consistent as possible with everything. But
I can confirm that.
yeah, dude, I just like yeah, because we played twice now, right?
Yeah. Well, one we got ripped up because of the repairing.
Oh
and
yeah,
so
we got
it's-
repaired at that
They
one.
were filming us. That was my chance to be a camera hero.
That was it, bro. That was it.
Yeah, they're like had all these cameras set up, and Azul comes walking in, you know, like big shotting, and they're like, "Oh, we're repaired." Oh, by the way, Azul, no playmat.
No, that's when I did no play mat. Yeah.
Yeah, no
I
playmat.
use a play mat. I'm not like, dude. I used to be like, it's the one last thing you have to take, but the mats, the things, the tablecloths or plastic, whatever, is so annoying to pick your cards
Yeah,
up off
yeah.
of. You need it. Play mat is, even though you have to, like another thing you have to carry around with you and take it in and out. It's like actually optimal to have a play mat.
Oh, that was my chance to beat the shit out of you too, because you were playing Mew.
That was a free dub.
And-
I already beat
and
one
you're-
Arctur that day. I already beat an Arctur.
No. But you were in your bad Mew era. You were so bad. You played Mew like 3 or 4 times in a row and
Dude.
didn't make a day 2. Like, this is my chance.
Dude, honestly, at that point, I mean, I've had this like moment a couple times in my career where I've like second guessed, am I actually good at Pokemon? Or is like, maybe I was good, but has everyone caught up to where I was? And that beginning of post-COVID season, I had that. Like for the first 3 tournaments, I was like, but I came to terms with it. I was like, if the game is just that much more excelled, and it's like, I'm not gonna put in the time and effort to like be that much better, then maybe that's fine. Like I was like, yeah, maybe I'm just not. Maybe everyone's caught up. I'm not putting as much effort as I used to. I'm not as good as I used to be. That's fine. Whatever it might be. And then I won an AIC, so obviously I was wrong.
Right. Dude, and that was such a crazy arc at the end, because we never talked about it, but we were playing the same deck, 59 cards.
Yeah. Wait, we're that close?
Both times, and we were one card off each tournament, Milwaukee to NAIC. You're like one step ahead of the meta of me. I'm like, well, that's the difference of a good player than me.
Yeah, I had the Phoebe.
Yeah, you had the Phoebe and whatever it was in Milwaukee. You're one card ahead of me every time. Yeah, Shauna.
I played against a Miltank Blissey at that one at Milwaukee, and I beat him with the Shauna. And then I played against Sander and beat him with the Phoebe.
The Phoebe,
It's
yeah.
so funny that I didn't use it at all besides that, of course, but it's so funny that it actually worked out. Phoebe.
And my one time playing James while we're on chat together here was EUIC, the first one in Frankfurt. And I saw James after in London 2 years ago. I go, James, you remember this from last time? Hey, it was awesome. He double donked me. He's playing Mew, right? And
Oh wait, were you playing Arc?
and I played Arc with
with
the bat and everything. I just had a lone Arc. I'm like, oh fucking Christ!
That's so funny.
It's like, oh, okay, this how we're doing Germany, I guess. Okay, fun.
Yeah, I was not prepared. Actually, I had a kind of a run with Mew right after that, but
I think that was the start. I started your Arc for you. Yeah, like your top 4. Both of you. I think both of you, right?
Yeah.
You're welcome, guys.
We'll let you take claim to that.
Yeah, I'm
the
going
arc
to.
starter.
Yeah. That's
Goal
all
for
I got.
10% of the prices, probably.
Goal for everyone moving forward is to beat Boo in a tournament so they can start there.
Yeah, you'll do well at Worlds.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, I think this was a lot of fun, guys.
Yeah. What time is it now? It's actually getting pretty late, right?
Yeah,
That's
like 7
crazy.
hours.
7 hours of just yapping.
Dude, we're straight yap for 7 hours.
It's actually
I wouldn't
pretty entertaining.
hate doing this again, guys.
Yeah, I definitely want to try and do something like this in the future. There needs to be like enough topics to talk about, because I think this is like the sweet spot of like there was enough drama stuff, and then Boo had a lot of good things to ask questions about.
I don't know if you know this, but
We don't. Me and Azul don't talk all the time, so we
Yeah.
have a lot that we don't know about each other. I think.
Oh, I can start conversations. So if you guys want to run this back, we can do a standing date next week, same time, same place.
Yeah.
It's up to Azul, I guess.
Well, next week won't work. 'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
do
gonna
some
be.
call-ins. Oh, yeah.
Have to be like we could try and maybe
It's a Tuesday.
chat again. Well, no, I'm gonna be where will I be? Indianapolis, because I'm staying there. I'm just going from Indianapolis to Stockholm.
Doc.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm going.
Cute.
I'm gonna go stay with Caleb for the week, and then
Oh, cute.
we go from Chicago out. So
Bunk
Yeah.
beds?
he's got a guest room.
Oh, nice.
No bunk beds.
So do a little stepbrothers.
But that'll be So I'm gone for like 10 or 12 days in a row, unfortunately. But
I can come up with a ton of topics if you want to do 2 weeks. And call-ins. Do it as a point rewards.
Oh, a call-in? That'd be a good
Yeah.
idea, actually. What is this? Ranting? What is this? Grants Rants? It's the official show, Grants Rants.
with James and Azul. I don't.
Always down
I
to.
don't think I need full playbill, but I'll take it.
I mean, would you be down, James, to chat again at some point?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Just talk stuff. Do you still do the podcast with Brent at all, or?
No.
No?
Brent is impossible to get to do literally anything. I request him to do 1 hour of work a week with me. It's impossible to get him.
Damn, bro, Brent is being thrown under the bus on this one for sure.
Yeah, I'm actually throwing Ben under the bus. He deserves it, bro.
Tell him it's a cup. Tell him it's a cup.
And he'll show up to a league cup just fine, bro. He'll sit on a plane for 30 hours, but 1 hour to do a podcast is too much for him.
If he's got some Bulu bucks, he can call in.
Yeah, we'll let him call in on the
Yeah, anyways, but yeah, we don't do a podcast. Always down for random stuff like this.
All right. Well, yeah, let's
Great
plan.
idea.
Let's plan to chat at least once before an AIC. After, what is happening after? Oh, yeah, after Stockholm.
You can make a graphic, get my cam in, we'll.
Oh
slide
yeah,
things out.
So we get the cams
I
on for
get-
next time.
I think a cam ready. Yeah, sure. I got 3 topics already written down.
Okay. All right. Bring on
All
the
right,
topic.
let's do it.
All right.
Love it.
Sounds good. All right. Have a good one, guys.
Awesome. Thanks for having us.
Peace.
All right, chat. That was fun. And who knows? Maybe we have a little bit of a show here planned moving forward. Unexpected trio with James and Grant, aka Boo CK in chat. Tier list. We can do a tier list. I did promise y'all. Oh, I should have had them do the tier list with me, to be honest. All right, that's fine. I'll do the tier list myself. I did promise y'all a tier list, and I should probably do it. But yeah, this was fun. Man, where are we at right now? 7 hours in. That's a yapathon right there. That's crazy. Sort of fast. Stick to it as well. Don't pull the testing thing that you did with Grant and never do it again. Wait, what thing? Do it for the stream and discussion. Gotta go to my league challenge. Or have a good one, Stellar Wish. Yeah, it was a ton of fun though. That was good. Talked about a lot of topics, talked about a lot of other things. Hoping to have changed some minds on the thought of elitism in the Pokemon TCG, or at least make you think about it a little bit more than you did previously, for sure. Man, I haven't eaten all day either, though. Man, I gotta get some food. Thank you for making me a better player. Love the talks and info you give. Of course, Bugman. Of course. Let me see you. Get some food, do the tier list when you get back. Well, I'm gonna be leaving here in like 30 minutes, so I think I should just do the tier list, call the stream there. I should do the tier list, call the stream there, and then I'll be back again tomorrow for, I don't even know what we're doing tomorrow. I don't even know what we're doing today, but it all came together today. Tomorrow we're playing some Pokemon probably for sure though. Yeah, tomorrow we're playing some Pokemon almost certainly. He's gonna say you're gonna do more testing with Grant Manley on stream and we never saw it again. Oh, do more. Yeah, we'll probably do more testing with Grant Manley at some point. I think he's down. I'm pretty sure he's down, so. All right, let's do a tier list here real fast. Man, I haven't thought too hard about this format. We'll see what I can do. Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm already back. Should work. Okay, I got the scene set up as well. All right, any decks that I'm missing here? We got a lot of decks here at the bottom of the screen. I don't remember the scene looking this good. I guess it does look this good. Yeah, so what do we got? We got Charizard, Pidgeot, Future Hands, Chien-Pao, Guardy, Moon, Lost Tina, Ancient Box, Lugia, Arctina, Pidgeot Control, Lost Box, Dialga, Spathra, Golden Go can go. Lost Box, Charizard. Am I missing anything here? Arc Control. I want to add Arc Control to the tier list. Well, we can. Would it just be this deck? Just Arceus? Arc Armarouge. Have played 0 games of that deck. Don't want to add that deck. Pidgeot Control is there. We could do Sonic Stall. Arc Control. Okay, we should probably stop there, right? I don't think there's any reason to add anything else. Just add Control in general. Arc Pix? Nah, Arc Pix isn't work. I haven't played with it at all either. I just don't think that's a good. Arc Pix, Arc Rouge, I think stay on the sidelines. Control is Pidgeot, full stop, yeah. Is Quadlax just like not a deck right now? Is no one playing Quadlax? Is it just Control or nothing? We don't have to have Quadlax on the tier list here, to be honest. We don't need it. We just could have it. What do y'all think? Quadlax? You're playing Quadlax, but it's not very good. Quadlax is just worse than Pidgeot Control right now. Yeah, but that's like saying every deck is worse than Charizard. I guess they do. That's not quite true. They do conflict a little bit in terms of who would play what. Like sometimes do well. I'll take it off because my knowledge of it is probably not high enough, to be honest. All right, so we're coming up on the Indianapolis Regional Championships tier list. I haven't done a tier list for this format yet. But here we are. I mean, I think it goes without question. Standalone S tier deck is Charizard. So just put it up there. I don't think anything quite matches its power level. We got 4 other tiers below that to work with. So some stuff it's got to be in D tier. And they got a lot of decks here as well. So actually a decent amount of stuff is going to be in D tier. Like Future Hands, Chien-Pao. What I'm going to mostly base this list on is, first off, what is your Charizard matchup? Are you 50-50, slightly favored, or unfavored against Charizard? If you're 50-50 to slightly favored, you can make it to the A tier. I think if you are unfavored to Charizard, there's no way you make it into the A tier and you're B or lower. So Ancient Box by default, although it does have pretty strong matchups, I think outside of the Charizard matchup, will have to be a B tier deck. I don't think I can confidently put anything in A tier unless you have at least a 50-50 against Charizard. So I'm going to put Lost Tina in the A tier. I'll put Chien-Pao in the A tier. Lugia, I actually think is like 50-50 against Charizard. Actually, my opinion on Lugia has actually changed dramatically. I was pretty hype on Lugia to begin with. It's not a very fun deck to play. There's not a lot of depth to it. You can't really make comebacks with the deck. But actually, the more I played the deck, the worse I think it is. I'm putting Lugia in C tier because your Charizard matchup is like 50-50, whereas Future Hands has a pretty bad Charizard matchup. But that shouldn't be my only determining factor here. But honestly, I don't actually know what Future Hands beats consistently. You're unfavored against Tina. I'm pretty sure your Ancient Box matchup is close. Like, should Lugia be D? No. And Future Hands. Maybe they should... Nah, Future Hands is chalked. It's chalked. There's just no way. Moon. Charizard matchup is close. Kind of comes down to what the Moon player is playing. Kind of comes down to what the Moon player is playing more so than... Or the Charizard player is playing. If they got the Mist... It's pretty bad for Moon. If they got the Mist in the Charizard, it's pretty bad for the Moon. If they don't have the Mist, it's close, though. I think it's like slightly unfavorable. So with that in mind, it's got to be at least a B tier for the Moon because I think it is slightly unfavorable against Charizard, even with the lack of mist. If they got the mist, you're cooked. Would I rather move Moon to the C tier then? No, because your Charizard matchup is closer than Ancient Box, I think. And Moon is aggressive deck, it's a solid deck. It's okay. I think B tier feels good for Moon. Gardevoir, close Charizard matchup. It's pretty close. I think you are unfavored. Not by a whole ton. But if you're unfavored, you can't be an A tier. If you're unfavored against Charizard, you can't be an A tier. It's not allowed. So I think we move Gardevoir to B. But besides that, I wouldn't put Gardevoir lower. I wouldn't put Gardevoir lower than B. I'm thinking about putting it in A. But I think you are slightly unfavored to Charizard as Gardevoir. So I think with that information, I have to put you in B. I just got to put him in B, I think. Arctina, I think, is about 50-50 against Charizard. You got some room to tech out Arctina as well right now. There is some room to tech out Arctina for sure. I don't know if I put it over Lostina and Chien-Pao, though. I think Arctina, because Arctina, I think, is unfavored into Chien-Pao and Lost Zone Tina. So I think Arctina's got to be another B tier deck. However, I do like it a little bit more than the C tier. Also, these tiers, I'm not ranking the decks in the tiers as well. These are all the A tier decks. These are all the B tier decks, C, D, so on and so forth. So, although I could theoretically rank them. I don't really want to, though. Pidgeot Control, favorite against Charizard, and I think that's good enough for me to put Pidgeot Control in the A tier. Yeah, I think the control is pretty good right now. You're also just like really, really good against just like less experienced players in tournaments. Like it just makes control like an above average play. Or not above average, right? It gives some points to the deck. Now, at the end of the day, when you get to like, if you're playing for like to get towards top 8 or to win through top 8, you're gonna be playing against better players that can probably handle control a little bit better. But there is some like benefit to playing a control deck just to even get to that point to begin with, because you're gonna win a lot of games with control because people just don't know how to play against control really well. So, Pidgey Control, A tier deck. Lost Zone Box, not a ton of experience with this deck. Pedro Torres, huge fan of this deck. I respect Pedro a lot. Big fan of it. Says he thinks the Charizard matchup is favorable. We saw it play out a couple times on the Sao Paulo stream, and it definitely did not look like a bad matchup for the deck. And that was my big hang up on Lost Box, is that matchup. But if I think Lost Box is slightly favored to Charizard, I think it does make its way to A tier. Because besides that, you're fighting against Chien-Pao. You have a lot of aggressive options in that matchup to like set them back. If you go first, you can get like turn 2 Greninja, turn 2 Sableye, completely lock them out of Frigibax. Your Lostina matchup is solid as well. It's closer for sure. You're not like a Radzar or a Sablezard. Sablezard has a really good Giratina matchup. Fine Giratina matchup. You might come up a little bit short into some of your other matchups, but I think the deck actually is pretty strong overall, pretty aggressive. I like both those things about it. And I'm willing to give it with an under-tested opinion of the deck, I'm willing to say it is slightly favored against Charizard. With that in mind, I think we can put the Lost Box in the A tier. Dialga. Honestly, this deck surprised me. I finally took some time to play with the deck. And I was surprised. I was surprised with this one. I thought it would be way clunkier than it ended up being. I thought it was just going to be terrible. I was like, I do not like this deck. This deck is terrible. But the deck actually felt like solid. The deck felt solid. Now, I've been informed by a reasonable source that Dialga is favored against Charizard. However, I am not convinced based on my own experience with the deck into the matchup. So with that being said, I'm going to put the Dialga in the B tier. But this is definitely a deck that I am a little bit under. I'm definitely a little bit under experienced with. And if it does, in fact, have a favorable Charizard matchup, if only slightly, I would move Dialga up to the A tier because Dialga is very good against Chien-Pao, very good against Lost Zone Tina. No idea about his control matchup. Lost Box matchup, couldn't tell you. It's fine against Gardevoir, really good against Arctina. Ancient Box is tough. Moon also seems pretty tough, to be honest, because they can kind of set the tempo of the 2-prize trade. So the Ancient decks are tough. Against Lugia, you have a fine time, I'm sure, because you can like loop the Archeops after they come into play and stuff like that. So the biggest hang up here is you're good against the A tiers, besides maybe Lost Zone Box. Control, I have no clue, I'm not gonna lie. But if you have a slightly favorable Charizard matchup, I would maybe put this up here, because if we're also talking like popularity, I guess I should probably mention that Charizard I think is going to be 25% plus at Indianapolis. Control will be like 2%. Chien-Pao will be 10. Lost Tina 8. Lost Box 7. Gardevoir 5 to 6. I could see 7 from Gardevoir. People like Gardevoir. Arctina I think will be around a 7 to 8. Ancient Box I'm gonna give it a little bit lower of range. That's 4 to 5. Honestly, I think people are coming down on Ancient Box. 4 to 5, 5 to 6 for Roaring Moon. Dialga is like a 3% meta deck, maybe 2. Lugia, bro, it's got to keep going down. This deck is mid. Lugia is gonna be down there like probably a 4% deck. Hands 2% deck. Mid decks down here should not be showing up in big numbers at all. So if these are gonna be like 2 of the more popular decks besides Charizard itself, and Dialga is in fact favored against Charizard, I would say Dialga's like a pretty reasonable play. That'd be like an A tier play, but I'm not confident in his Charizard matchup, so I'm gonna keep it in the B tier. My experience, like I mentioned with it, a little bit less. Espathra, another 2% deck here, maybe 1% even. I'm not confident in this thing's Charizard matchup either. I have a little bit more experience with this, seen it play out quite a few times on stream now. And I mean, I think you're coming up short against some of the other top matchups as well. I think you're coming up short against Lostina. Not sure how your Pidgey Control matchup goes. Does anyone know how Pidgey Control matchups go? You're really good against Chi and Pao. Lost Box has got to be tough. You get down here to some of the matchups down here. You're probably pairing up fairly well into the Arceus decks. The Ancient decks are both good matchups as well. Probably getting farmed by... actually, I don't know. Was the loop enough to beat you? You might be fine against Dialga as well. You got to put a lot of energy to do a lot of damage. And then the Gardevoir matchup... Thinking through it, you're getting cooked. I think you're getting cooked against Gardevoir. So I think Espathra belongs in the B tier. Yeah. It also struggles against Lugia as well, right? You can't handle the rats are hard to handle. So Lugia is really, really tough as well. So I think a B tier is okay for Espathra. It's okay deck. I think you're slightly favored against Charizard, but I don't think the rest of your matchups actually are good enough to like make its way to the A tier, despite having maybe a slight edge against Charizard. And that's maybe. Because to be honest, I thought about it a little bit more. Oof, okay. Based on my thought process of that matchup, I actually might put Espathra lower. Because all you do in the Charizard matchup, it's basically Charizard against Espathra is basically Charizard against Cloth. Your main attacker is Pidgeot. And you just make a Pidgeot, and you just Gust KO Zatus in the early game. After you give him the first prize card, you go, alright, counter catcher your Zatu, knock out with the Pidgeot. Boss your Zatu, knock out with the Pidgeot, make another Pidgeot. This Pidgeot, same thing, give me the Zatus. And then you eventually get to the point where they've drawn enough prize cards where Charizard one-hit KOs something. Or you get to use Radzard at that point as well. With that in mind, we're going lower then. Espathra is moving down. If you're not beating Charizard, are you even a C tier deck? I'm going D, actually. I'm going D tier. I'm going D tier with the Espathra. Okay, because I thought about that matchup a little bit last night. I was like, I don't know how they... I don't know how you handle a Pidgeot attacking. That's like tough. You got to do a lot. You got to need a lot of energy on your thing to actually knock them out. That's too many energy. And by the time you get to that much energy, they can one-hit KO you back with Charizard, and you're down Zatus, you're down energy. Are you KOing that Zard at that point? I'm not sure you are, to be honest. I'm not sure you are. I think Charizard's doing fine to Espathra. And then yeah, you have some other matchups that are definitely not great for the Espathra. I'm going D tier on Espathra. I'd love to be proven wrong. And with all this stuff too, this is just my take, my opinion, obviously. And I love being proven wrong, because that means there's more depth to Pokemon than I realize in the moment. That's like a cool thing. Lost Box, Charizard, Sablezard. I got so many ideas for Sablezard that I haven't tried out yet, but I love the ideas of them. But are the ideas good enough to make them a real thing? I honestly don't know. Yeah, I honestly don't know. Lost Box, Charizard. Let's go with... Man, I shouldn't have put this one on the tier list. There's no information. I haven't played with the deck. I have thoughts on the deck. We're moving it from the tier list. The further I thought about this, I was like, I don't know. No one plays this deck. Arceus Control. I absolutely love this deck. I think your Charizard matchup is close. I think you can literally beat everything. This feels like a solid A tier deck. I think Arceus Control can literally beat every deck in the format. I think you literally have a matchup against every single deck. You can literally beat everything. Nothing feels like too much to beat. I'm a huge fan of this deck. I might be coping a little bit with this just because I love the deck so much, but every matchup feels playable. There's a couple adjustments I would make to Marco Cifuentes' list, but that's a great starting point. Second Team Devo, maybe. Second Terran's Kara, the ones that come to mind initially. And then a Buddy Poffin would be kind of cool in there as well. More outs to Bidoost and the Squovette would be nice. But yeah, Arceus Control is sick. The deck is super cool. And my experience with the deck is you can literally beat everything. And not like if I get lucky or get fortunate. It's like the deck has solid game plans into pretty much every single matchup, which is just super dope. That's the kind of deck. It almost feels like a Lost Tina in that sense in terms of matchup spreads. Like, we got solid game plans into every single matchup. Will they happen? I don't know, but you know, we can tackle it all. So you love it. Also, it's a deck that a lot of people, once again, kind of talking about to control. Now, I don't like picking decks just for this reason, of course, but the inexperience and unpredictability, as far as people's experience with the deck, people aren't going to be super experienced against Arceus control. You're going to have a little bit of a leg up against a majority of your opponents at a major tournament. So that's not like a reason to play a deck for sure, but it does mean it's going to be a little bit easier to get through a couple of your earlier rounds. You know, you'll sneak some wins out there because people have no idea what your deck plays or what you're planning to do. Similar to a Pidgeot control deck, you're going to have that little bit of an advantage. So I like it for that reason as well. Not why I would 100% pick a deck, but, you know, it's a cool little benefit of playing something a little bit more off meta. And yeah, I think it's a solid tier list. I think I did pretty well here. I'm liking where things ended up. Man, I didn't realize I was such a hater of Lugia. This makes me kind of like have to rethink. Do I really think Lugia is a C tier deck? It can't be C tier for the way I have this laid out. It can't be, right? It has to be a B tier. Lugia has to be a B tier, which means Espathra is C, and then Hands is the only D tier deck, or is Hands C and Espathra is the only D tier deck, actually. Maybe one of these decks actually has to come down a little bit. No, I think Lugia's got to be up in B. The more I think about it, it's like, all right, your Charizard's 50-50. You're inconsistent. Your Chi and Pow matchup is tough. Your Lost Tina matchup is favorable, though. Lost Zone box, I'm assuming that's unfavorable. They have a lot of options in that matchup. Your Gardevoir matchup is bad. Got a good Artina matchup. Your Dialga matchup is bad. Your Ancient Box matchup is unfavorable, I want to say. Same thing with your Moon matchup. Oh, those ones are close, maybe. Ancient Box is definitely unfavorable, I think, but you're just more, you're like, yeah, that means like if you both set up, if Lugia sets up fine against Ancient Box, it's like, okay, who hit first for the most part? But Lugia is less consistent than Ancient Box, so yeah, it's unfavorable. Maybe this is actually how it goes though, because like, I don't want to put Moon. I don't want to put Moon or Ancient Box down with Future Box or Espathra. But then I'm also thinking, is Espathra that far from Future Box, or Future Box that far from Espathra in terms of power? I mean, like I said, I'm not a huge fan of Future Hands, but maybe it's better than Espathra. Maybe Espathra is the only D tier deck. Is this where I've come to? Thinking through it a little bit more, what would I rather play though, Future Hands or Espathra? I'd rather play Espathra. Like, it's all about the Charizard matchup. The first criteria for decks is the Charizard matchup, and Espathra has a way better Charizard matchup than Future Hands, for sure. It might not be favorable. It might be like 50-50, but I definitely would rather play Espathra than Future Hands. So I think that with that in mind, Espathra in C, Future Hands in D, lock it up. This is it. Optimal tier list until my opinion changes, which could be tomorrow. So don't put too much weight into this. But for where I'm at right now in the format, this is what I'm feeling. I think our control still gets outplayed by Zard. That's my experience, but maybe I'm playing it wrong. It's close. It doesn't feel like favored. I think it's close. I think our control is like 50-50 against it. Has been how it feels to me, but Charizard's pretty good. And if Charizard plays optimally, I could definitely see it being favorable. Does the Ancient Box have a great matchup against everything else in Zard? But its Zard matchup is like 40-60. Like, that's the thing. Like, the worst. If you could be 100-0 against everything else, but if your Charizard matchup is like 20-80, it like severely like hurts the deck in terms of the tier list. Like, the tier list is basically what is your percentage, your matchup percentage against Charizard. But I do think like Lugia and Roaring Moon have like 50-50s against Charizard. Same thing with our control. But I think these are just worse decks overall. What makes Raging Ball bad? Is it just Chi-Pow that does it better? I mean, not really. The deck's just not good. I don't know. It's just like, I mean, I guess you could kind of make that argument. But how does Zard play into our control? No clue. I don't have no clue. Candy Zard, get Charmeleon and play early. Set up B-Barrel before you set up Pidgeot. And establish... Don't invest a ton of resources into setting up Pidgeot when you could just like set up B-Barrel and have Candy Charizard turn 2 plus Charmeleon or something. Or take an extra turn off and just like set up Charmeleon and chill. Like, don't overcommit to Candy combos and set up B-Barrel, basically. So I do have a clue. Ancient Box is quite literally 1000 or 1090 against Zard. The more I test, the worse it gets. Unlucky. Why isn't Snorlax on the list? It didn't seem relevant to include it on the list. It didn't seem relevant. Disrespecting stall makes this a dub tier list. Yeah, people in chat were like, it's not really that popular. It doesn't seem worth it. I was like, all right, I can see that for sure. So, yeah, I can see that for sure. What do you think about Tusk Mill? Not worth including on a tier list. It's like okay, but not great. But it is a deck I want to put some more time into and see if I can try and crack it a little bit further. So definitely a deck I might play with this week to try and break down a little bit further. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me for today. That was it. 7-hour stream. It was 7 hours of yapping, followed by a 23-minute tier list. Love to see it. Lots of yapping today, but I think it was some good conversations and stuff. And I'm probably gonna be talking to James and Grant, aka Boo CK, not Grant Manley, in the future as well, just to talk Pokemon, random stuff, Pokemon drama, tournaments, meta, yapping. I don't know how long that kind of stream will be, but we're probably gonna talk to them again in the future. Just get some more insight. It was a pretty good conversation with both of them for sure. So that was fun. I really enjoyed that. That was really good. Maybe a little bit more. I mean, it's kind of like podcast-esque, but we'll do it live. So it'll be like a live show. Maybe we could turn it into something, to be honest. It'd be podcast-esque type show. Viewer call-ins, questions. Maybe we could turn it into something for sure. It would definitely be a pretty cool thing to work with. Let me find someone to raid before I get out of here, if there's anyone on to raid. Appreciate all the resubs. I know I wasn't shouting them out during the stream, but I do appreciate it. As always appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Appreciate the raid as well there. Pilot. I don't know if you're still here or not, but I appreciate it. And there's nothing you can do about that. Go ahead and raid Boji before I get out of here. All right, chat, have a good one. Catch y'all tomorrow. Play some Pokemon. Maybe Great Tusk Mill is on the menu for tomorrow. I don't know. Might whip out the mill tomorrow. We'll see what else I feel like playing tomorrow when tomorrow does come. But I will be streaming tomorrow for sure. I'll be trying to start up the stream at, what's tomorrow? Wednesday. So my goal for the stream tomorrow will be 10:30 to 11 a.m. Pacific time. Hold me to that. Of course, nothing will happen if I don't, but I will try and be live. You can go and tell me that I didn't show up on time if I show up later than 11 a.m. Pacific time. But I hopefully will be starting up the stream earlier than that, like around the 10:30 mark for some poke action throughout the day. Have a good one, chat. See you tomorrow. Peace.